International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. Edited by William Patten. Section 1. The Prophetic Pictures, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. "But this painter," cried Walter Ludlow, with animation, "he not only excels in his peculiar art, but possesses vast acquirements in all other learning and science. He talks Hebrew with Dr. Mather, and gives lectures in anatomy to Dr. Boylston. In a word, he will meet the best instructed man among us on his own ground. Moreover, he is a polished gentleman, a citizen of the world, yes, a true cosmopolite, for he will speak like a native of each clime and country on the globe, except our own forests, whither he is now going. Nor is all this what I most admire in him." "Indeed," said Elinor, who had listened with a woman's interest to the description of such a man. "Yet this is admirable enough." "Surely it is," replied her lover, "but far less so than his natural gift of adapting himself to every variety of character, insomuch that all men, and all women too, Elinor, shall find a mirror of themselves in this wonderful painter. But the greatest wonder is yet to be told." "Nay, if he have more wonderful attributes than these," said Elinor, laughing, "Boston is a perilous abode for the poor gentleman. Are you telling me of a painter or a wizard?" "In truth," answered he, "that question might be asked much more seriously than you suppose. They say that he paints not merely a man's features, but his mind and heart. He catches the secret sentiments and passions, and throws them upon the canvas like sunshine, or perhaps in the portraits of dark-souled men, like a gleam of infernal fire." "It is an awful gift," added Walter, lowering his voice from its tone of enthusiasm. "I shall almost be afraid to sit to him." "Walter, are you in earnest?" exclaimed Elinor. "For heaven's sake, dearest Elinor, do not let him paint the look which you now wear," said her lover, smiling, though rather perplexed. "There, it is passing away now, but when you spoke you seemed frightened to death, and very sad besides. What were you thinking of?" "Nothing, nothing," answered Elinor, hastily. "You paint my face with your own fantasies. Well, come for me to–morrow, and we will visit this wonderful artist." But when the young man had departed, it cannot be denied that a remarkable expression was again visible on the fair and youthful face of his mistress. It was a sad and anxious look, little in accordance with what should have been the feelings of a maiden on the eve of wedlock. Yet Walter Ludlow was the chosen of her heart. "A look!" said Elinor to herself. "No wonder that it startled him, if it expressed what I sometimes feel. I know, by my own experience, how frightful a look may be. But it was all fancy. I thought nothing of it at the time. I have seen nothing of it since. I did but dream it." And she busied herself about the embroidery of a ruff, in which she meant that her portrait should be taken. The painter of whom they had been speaking was not one of those native artists who, at a later period than this, borrowed their colours from the Indians, and manufactured their pencils of the furs of wild beasts. Perhaps, if we could have revoked his life and prearranged his destiny, he might have chosen to belong to that school without a master, in the hope of being at least original, since there were no works of art to imitate, no rules to follow. But he had been born and educated in Europe. People said that he had studied the grandeur or beauty of conception, and every touch of the master hand in all the most famous pictures in cabinets and galleries and on the walls of churches, till there was nothing more for his powerful mind to learn. Art could add nothing to its lessons, but nature might. He had therefore visited a world whither none of his professional brethren had preceded him, to feast his eyes on visible images that were noble and picturesque, yet had never been transferred to canvas. America was too poor to afford other temptations to an artist of eminence, though many of the colonial gentry, on the painter's arrival, had expressed a wish to transmit their lineaments to posterity by means of his skill. Whenever such proposals were made, he fixed his piercing eyes on the applicant, and seemed to look him through and through. If he beheld only a sleek and comfortable visage, though there were a gold lace coat to adorn the picture, and golden guineas to pay for it, he civilly rejected the task and the reward. But if the face were the index of anything uncommon in thought, sentiment, or experience, or if he met a beggar in the street with a white beard and a furrowed brow, or if sometimes a child happened to look up and smile, he would exhaust all the art on them that he denied to wealth. Pictorial skill being so rare in the colonies, the painter became an object of general curiosity. If few or none could appreciate the technical merit of his productions, yet there were points in regard to which the opinion of the crowd was as valuable as the refined judgment of the amateur. He watched the effect that each picture produced on such untutored beholders, and derived profit from their remarks, while they would as soon have thought of instructing Nature herself as him who seemed to rival her. Their admiration, it must be owned, was tinctured with the prejudices of the age and country. Some deemed it an offence against the Mosaic law, and even a presumptuous mockery of the Creator, to bring into existence such lively images of his creations. Others, frightened at the art which could raise phantoms at will, and keep the form of the dead among the living, were inclined to consider the painter as a magician, or perhaps the famous black man of old witch times, plotting mischief in a new guise. These foolish fancies were more than half believed among the mob. Even in superior circles his character was invested with a vague awe, partly rising like smoke wreaths from the popular superstitions, but chiefly caused by the varied knowledge and talents which he made subservient to his profession. Being on the eve of marriage, Walter Ludlow and Elinor were eager to obtain their portraits, as the first of what, they doubtless hoped, would be a long series of family pictures. The day after the conversation above recorded, they visited the painter's rooms. A servant ushered them into an apartment where, though the artist himself was not visible, there were personages whom they could hardly forbear greeting with reverence. They knew indeed that the whole assembly were but pictures, yet felt it impossible to separate the idea of life and intellect from such striking counterfeits. Several of the portraits were known to them, either as distinguished characters of the day, or their private acquaintances. There was Governor Burnet, looking as if he had just received an undutiful communication from the House of Representatives, and were inditing a most sharp response. Mr. Cook hung beside the ruler whom he opposed, sturdy and somewhat puritanical, as befitted a popular leader. The ancient lady of Sir William Phips eyed them from the wall, in ruff and farthingale, an imperious old dame, not unsuspected of witchcraft. John Winslow, then a very young man, wore the expression of warlike enterprise which long afterward made him a distinguished general. Their personal friends were recognized at a glance. In most of the pictures the whole mind and character were brought out on the countenance, and concentrated into a single look, so that, to speak paradoxically, the originals hardly resembled themselves so strikingly as the portraits did. Among these modern worthies there were two old bearded saints, who had almost vanished into the darkening canvas. There was also a pale but unfaded Madonna, who had perhaps been worshipped in Rome, and now regarded the lovers with such a mild and holy look that they longed to worship too. "How singular a thought," observed Walter Ludlow, "that this beautiful face has been beautiful for above 200 years! Oh, if all beauty would endure so well! Do you not envy her, Elinor?" "If earth were heaven, I might," she replied; "but where all things fade, how miserable to be the one that could not fade!" "This dark old St. Peter has a fierce and ugly scowl, saint though he may be," continued Walter. "He troubles me, but the Virgin looks kindly at us." "Yes, but very sorrowfully, methinks," said Elinor. The easel stood beneath these three old pictures, sustaining one that had been recently commenced. After a little inspection, they began to recognize the features of their own minister, the Reverend Dr. Coleman, growing into shape and life, as it were, out of a cloud. "Kind old man!" exclaimed Elinor. "He gazes at me as if he were about to utter a word of paternal advice." "And at me," said Walter, "as if he were about to shake his head and rebuke me for some suspected iniquity. But so does the original. I shall never feel quite comfortable under his eye till we stand before him to be married." They now heard a footstep on the floor, and turning, beheld the painter, who had been some moments in the room, and had listened to a few of their remarks. He was a middle–aged man, with a countenance well worthy of his own pencil. Indeed, but the picturesque though careless arrangement of his rich dress, and perhaps because his soul dwelt always among painted shapes, he looked somewhat like a portrait himself. His visitors were sensible of a kindred between the artist and his works, and felt as if one of the pictures had stepped from the canvas to salute them. Walter Ludlow, who was slightly known to the painter, explained the object of their visit. While he spoke, a sunbeam was falling athwart his figure and Elinor's, with so happy an effect that they also seemed living pictures of youth and beauty, gladdened by bright fortune. The artist was evidently struck. "My easel is occupied for several ensuing days, and my stay in Boston must be brief," said he, thoughtfully. Then, after an observant glance, he added, "But your wishes shall be gratified, though I disappoint the Chief Justice and Madam Oliver. I must not lose this opportunity, for the sake of painting a few ells of broadcloth and brocade." The painter expressed a desire to introduce both their portraits into one picture, and represent them engaged in some appropriate action. This plan would have delighted the lovers, but was necessarily rejected, because so large a space of canvas would have been unfit for the room which it was intended to decorate. Two half–length portraits were therefore fixed upon. After they had taken their leave, Walter Ludlow asked Elinor, with a smile, whether she knew what an influence over their fates the painter was about to acquire. "The old women of Boston affirm," continued he, "that after he has once got possession of a person's face and figure, he may paint him in any act or situation whatever, and the picture will be prophetic. Do you believe it?" "Not quite," said Elinor, smiling. "Yet if he has such magic, there is something so gentle in his manner that I am sure he will use it well." It was the painter's choice to proceed with both the portraits at the same time, assigning as a reason, in the mystical language which he sometimes used, that the faces threw light upon each other. Accordingly, he gave now a touch to Walter and now to Elinor, and the features of one and the other began to start forth so vividly that it appeared as if his triumphant art would actually disengage them from the canvas. Amid the rich light and deep shade they beheld their phantom selves, but though the likeness promised to be perfect, they were not quite satisfied with the expression. It seemed more vague than in most of the painter's works. He, however, was satisfied with the prospect of success, and being much interested in the lovers, employed his leisure moments, unknown to them, in making a crayon sketch of their two figures. During their sittings he engaged them in conversation, and kindled up their faces with characteristic traits, which, though continually varying, it was his purpose to combine and fix. At length he announced that at their next visit both the portraits would be ready for delivery. "If my pencil will but be true to my conception, in the few last touches which I meditate," observed he, "these two pictures will be my very best performances. Seldom, indeed, has an artist such subjects." While speaking, he still bent his penetrative eye upon them, nor withdrew it till they had reached the bottom of the stairs. Nothing, in the whole circle of human vanities, takes stronger hold of the imagination than this affair of having a portrait painted. Yet why should it be so? The looking–glass, the polished globes of the andirons, the mirror–like water, and all other reflecting surfaces, continually present us with portraits, or rather ghosts of ourselves, which we glance at, and straightway forget them. But we forget them only because they vanish. It is the idea of duration, of earthly immortality, that gives such a mysterious interest to our own portraits. Walter and Elinor were not insensible to this feeling, and hastened to the painter's room punctually at the appointed hour, to meet those pictured shapes which were to be their representatives with posterity. The sunshine flashed after them into the apartment, but left it somewhat gloomy as they closed the door. Their eyes were immediately attracted to their portraits, which rested against the furthest wall of the room. At the first glance, through the dim light and the distance, seeing themselves in precisely their natural attitudes, and with all the air that they recognized so well, they uttered a simultaneous exclamation of delight. "There we stand," cried Walter, enthusiastically, "fixed in sunshine for ever. No dark passions can gather on our faces." "No," said Elinor, more calmly, "no dreary change can sadden us." This was said while they were approaching, and had yet gained only an imperfect view of the pictures. The painter, after saluting them, busied himself at a table in completing a crayon sketch, leaving his visitors to form their own judgment as to his perfected labors. At intervals he sent a glance from beneath his deep eyebrows, watching their countenances in profile, with his pencil suspended over the sketch. They had now stood some moments, each in front of the other's picture, contemplating it with entranced attention, but without uttering a word. At length Walter stepped forward, then back, viewing Elinor's portrait in various lights, and finally spoke. "Is there not a change?" said he, in a doubtful and meditative tone. "Yes, the perception of it grows more vivid the longer I look. It is certainly the same picture that I saw yesterday. The dress, the features, all are the same, and yet something is altered." "Is, then, the picture less like than it was yesterday?" inquired the painter, now drawing near with irrepressible interest. "The features are perfect, Elinor," answered Walter, "and, at the first glance, the expression seemed also hers. But I could fancy that the portrait has changed countenance while I have been looking at it. The eyes are fixed on mine with a strangely sad and anxious expression. Nay, it is grief and terror. Is this like Elinor?" "Compare the living face with the pictured one," said the painter. Walter glanced sidelong at his mistress and started. Motionless and absorbed, fascinated, as it were, in contemplation of Walter's portrait, Elinor's face had assumed precisely the expression of which he had just been complaining. Had she practised for whole hours before a mirror, she could not have caught the look so successfully. Had the picture itself been a mirror, it could not have thrown back her present aspect with stronger and more melancholy truth. She appeared quite unconscious of the dialogue between the artist and her lover. "Elinor!" exclaimed Walter, in amazement, "what change has come over you?" She did not hear him, nor desist from her fixed gaze, till he seized her hand and thus attracted her notice. Then, with a sudden tremor, she looked from the picture to the face of the original. "Do you see no change in your portrait?" asked she. "In mine? None," replied Walter, examining it. "But let me see. Yes, there is a slight change, an improvement, I think, in the picture, though none in the likeness. It has a livelier expression than yesterday, as if some bright thought were flashing from the eyes, and about to be uttered from the lips. Now that I have caught the look, it becomes very decided." While he was intent on these observations, Elinor turned to the painter. She regarded him with grief and awe, and felt that he repaid her with sympathy and commiseration, though wherefore she could but vaguely guess. "That look!" whispered she, and shuddered. "How came it there?" "Madam," said the painter, sadly, taking her hand and leading her apart, "in both these pictures I have painted what I saw. The artist, the true artist, must look beneath the exterior. It is his gift, his proudest but often a melancholy one, to see the inmost soul, and by a power indefinable even to himself, to make it glow or darken upon the canvas, in glances that express the thought and sentiment of years. Would that I might convince myself of error in the present instance." They had now approached the table, on which were heads in chalk, hands almost expressive as ordinary faces, ivied church towers, thatched cottages, old thunder-stricken trees, oriental and antique costume, and all such picturesque vagaries of an artist's idle moment. Turning them over, with seeming carelessness, a crayon sketch of two figures was disclosed. "If I have failed," continued he, "if your heart does not see itself reflected in your own portrait, if you have no secret cause to trust my delineation of the other, it is not yet too late to alter them. I might change the action of these figures too, but would it influence the event?" He directed her notice to the sketch. A thrill ran through Elinor's frame, a shriek was upon her lips, but she stifled it, with the self command that becomes habitual to all who hide thoughts of fear and anguish within their bosoms. Turning from the table, she perceived that Walter had advanced near enough to have seen the sketch, though she could not determine whether it had caught his eye. "We will not have the pictures altered," she said hastily. "If mine is sad, I shall but look the gayer for the contrast." "Be it so," answered the painter, bowing. "May your griefs be your fanciful ones, that only your picture may mourn for them. For your joys, may they be true and deep, and paint themselves upon this lovely face till it quite belie my art." After the marriage of Walter and Elinor, the pictures formed the two most splendid ornaments of their abode. They hung side by side, separated by a narrow panel, appearing to eye each other constantly, yet always returning the gaze of the spectator. Travelled gentlemen, who professed a knowledge of such subjects, reckoned these among the most admirable specimens of modern portraiture, while common observers compared them with the originals, feature by feature, and were rapturous in praise of the likeness. But it was on a third class, neither travelled connoisseurs nor common observers, but people of natural sensibility, that the pictures wrought their strongest effect. Such persons might gaze carelessly at first, but, becoming interested, would return day after day, and study these painted faces like the pages of a mystic volume. Walter Ludlow's portrait attracted their earliest notice. In the absence of himself and his bride, they sometimes disputed as to the expression which the painter had intended to throw upon the features, all agreeing that there was a look of earnest import, though no two explained it alike. There was less diversity of opinion in regard to Elinor's picture. They differed indeed in their attempts to estimate the nature and depth of the gloom that dwelt upon her face, but agreed that it was gloom, and alien from the natural temperament of their youthful friend. A certain fanciful person announced, as the result of much scrutiny, that both these pictures were part of one design, and that the melancholy strength of feeling in Elinor's countenance bore reference to the more vivid emotion, or, as he termed it, the wild passion in that of Walter. Though unskilled in the art, he even began a sketch, in which the action of the two figures was to correspond with their mutual expression. It was whispered among friends that, day by day, Elinor's face was assuming a deeper shade of pensiveness, which threatened soon to render her too true a counterpart of her melancholy picture. Walter, on the other hand, instead of acquiring the vivid look which the painter had given him on the canvas, became reserved and downcast, with no outward flashes of emotion, however it might be smouldering within. In course of time, Elinor hung a gorgeous curtain of purple silk, wrought with flowers, and fringed with heavy golden tassels, before the pictures, under pretence that the dust would tarnish their hues, or the light dim them. It was enough. Her visitors felt that the massive folds of the silk must never be withdrawn, nor the portraits mentioned in her presence. Time wore on, and the painter came again. He had been far enough to the north to see the silver cascade of the Crystal Hills, and to look over the vast round of cloud and forest, from the summit of New England's loftiest mountain. But he did not profane that scene by the mockery of his art. He had also lain in a canoe on the bosom of Lake George, making his soul the mirror of its loveliness and grandeur, till not a picture in the Vatican was more vivid than his recollection. He had gone with the Indian hunters to Niagara, and there again had flung his hopeless pencil down the precipice, feeling that he could as soon paint the raw as aught else that goes to make up the wondrous cataract. In truth, it was seldom his impulse to occupy natural scenery, except as a framework for the delineations of the human form and face, instinct with thought, passion, or suffering. With store of such, his adventurous ramble had enriched him, the stern dignity of Indian chiefs, the dusky loveliness of Indian girls, the domestic life of wigwams, the stealthy march, the battle beneath gloomy pine trees, the frontier fortress with its garrison, the anomaly of the old French partisan, bred in courts but grown grey in shaggy deserts, such were the scenes and portraits that he had sketched. The glow of perilous moments, flashes of wild feeling, struggles of fierce power, love, hate, grief, frenzy, in a word, all the worn out heart of the old earth had been revealed to him under a new form. His portfolio was filled with graphic illustrations of the volume of his memory, which genius would transmute into its own substance, and imbue with immortality. He felt that the deep wisdom of his art, which he had sought so far, was found. But, amid stern or lovely nature, in the perils of the forest, or its overwhelming peacefulness, still there had been true phantoms, the companions of his way. Like all other men around whom an engrossing purpose wreathes itself, he was insulated from the mass of humankind. He had no aim, no pleasure, no sympathies, but what were ultimately connected with his art. Though gentle in manner and upright in intent and action, he did not possess kindly feelings. His heart was cold. No living creature could be brought near enough to keep him warm. For these two beings, however, he had felt, in its greatest intensity, the sort of interest which always allied him to the subjects of his pencil. He had pried into their souls with his keenest insight, and pictured the result upon their features with his utmost skill, so as barely to fall short of that standard which no genius ever reached, his own severe conception. He had caught from the duskiness of the future, at least so he fancied, a fearful secret, and had obscurely revealed it on the portraits. So much of himself, of his imagination and all other powers, had been lavished on the study of Walter and Eleanor, that he almost regarded them as creations of his own, like the thousands with which he had peopled the realms of picture. Therefore did they flit through the twilight of the woods, hover on the mist of waterfalls, look forth from the mirror of the lake, nor melt away in the noontide sun. They haunted his pictorial fancy, not as mockeries of life, nor pale goblins of the dead, but in the guise of portraits, each with the unalterable expression which his magic had evoked from the caverns of the soul. He could not recross the Atlantic till he had again beheld the originals of those airy pictures. "O glorious art!" thus mused the enthusiastic painter as he trod the street. "Thou art the image of the Creator's own. The innumerable forms that wander in nothingness start into being at thy beck. The dead live again. Thou recallest them to their old scenes, and givest their grey shadows the lustre of a better life, at once earthly and immortal. Thou snatchest back the fleeting moments of history. With thee there is no past, for at thy touch all that is great becomes for ever present. The illustrious men live through long ages, in the visible performances of the very deeds which make them what they are. O potent art, as thou bringest the faintly revealed past to stand in that narrow strip of sunlight which we call now, canst thou summon the shrouded future to meet her there? Have I not achieved it? Am I not thy prophet?" Thus, with a proud yet melancholy fervour, did he almost cry aloud, as he passed through the toilsome street, among people that knew not of his reveries, nor could understand nor care for them. It is not good for man to cherish a solitary ambition, unless there be those around him by whose example he may regulate himself. His thoughts, desires, and hopes will become extravagant, and he the semblance, perhaps the reality, of a madman. Reading other bosoms, with an acuteness almost preternatural, the painter failed to see the disorder of his own. "And this should be the house," said he, looking up and down the front, before he knocked. "Heaven help my brains! That picture! Methinks it will never vanish. Whether I look at the windows or the door, there it is framed within them, painted strongly and glowing in the richest tints, the faces of the portraits, the figures and actions of the sketch." He knocked. "The portraits, are they within?" inquired he of the domestic. Then recollecting himself, "Your master and mistress, are they at home?" "They are, sir," said the servant, adding, as he noticed that picturesque look of which the painter could never divest himself, "and the portraits too." The guest was admitted into a parlour, communicating by a central door with an interior room of the same size. As the first apartment was empty, he passed into the entrance of the second, within which his eyes were greeted by those living personages, as well as their pictured representatives, who had long been the object of so singular an interest. He involuntarily paused on the threshold. They had not perceived his approach. Walter and Eleanor were standing before the portraits, whence the former had just flung back the rich and voluminous folds of the silken curtain, holding its golden tassel with one hand, while the other grasped that of his bride. The pictures, concealed for months, gleamed forth again in undiminished splendour, appearing to throw a sombre light across the room rather than to be disclosed by a borrowed radiance. That of Eleanor had been almost prophetic. A pensiveness, and next a gentle sorrow, had successively dwelt upon her countenance, deepening, with the lapse of time, into a quiet anguish. A mixture of affright would now have made it the very expression of the portrait. Walter's face was moody and dull, or animated only by fitful flashes, which left a heavier darkness for their momentary illumination. He looked from Eleanor to her portrait, and thence to his own, in the contemplation of which he finally stood absorbed. The painter seemed to hear the step of destiny approaching behind him, on its progress toward its victims. A strange thought darted into his mind. Was not his own the form in which that destiny had embodied itself, and he a chief agent of the coming evil which he had foreshadowed? Still Walter remained silent before the picture, communing with it, as with his own heart, and abandoning himself to the spell of evil influence that the painter had cast upon the features. Gradually his eyes kindled, while, as Eleanor watched the increasing wildness of his face, her own assumed a look of terror, and when at last he turned upon her, the resemblance of both to their portraits was complete. "Our fate is upon us!" howled Walter. "Die!" Drawing a knife, he sustained her, as she was sinking to the ground, and aimed it at her bosom. In the action, and in the look and attitude of each, the painter beheld the figures of his sketch. The picture, with all its tremendous colouring, was finished. "Hold, madman!" cried he, sternly. He had advanced from the door, and interposed himself between the wretched beings, with the same sense of power to regulate their destiny as to alter a scene upon the canvas. He stood, like a magician, controlling the phantoms which he had evoked. "What?" muttered Walter Ludlow, as he relapsed from fierce excitement into silent gloom. "Does fate impede its own decree?" "Wretched lady," said the painter, "did I not warn you?" "You did," replied Eleanor calmly, as her terror gave place to the quiet grief which it had disturbed. "But I loved him." Is there not a deep moral in the tale? Could the result of one, or all our deeds, be shadowed forth and set before us, some would call it fate and hurry onward, others be swept along by their passionate desires, and none be turned aside by the prophetic pictures. End of section 1.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 2. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, by Washington Irving. Found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker. Part 1. A pleasing land of drowsy head it was, of dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, and of gay castles in the clouds that pass, forever flushing round a summer sky. Castle of Indolence. In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern shore of the Hudson, at that broad expansion of the river denominated by the ancient Dutch navigators the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed, there lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarry Town. This name was given it, we are told, in former days by the good housewives of the adjacent country, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it, for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps about 3 miles, there is a little valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it, with just a murmur enough to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks in upon the uniform tranquillity. I recollect that when a stripling my first exploit in squirrel shooting was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I had wandered into it at noontime, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by a roar of my own gun as it broke the Sabbath stillness around, and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. If ever I should wish for a retreat, whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place, and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighboring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say that the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Certain it is, the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. They are given to all kinds of marvelous beliefs, and are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights, and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighborhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country, and the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favorite scene of her gambols. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region, and seems to be commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been carried away by a cannon ball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, and who is ever and anon seen by the country folk, hurrying along in the gloom of night, as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church that is at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of those parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning this spectre, allege that, the body of the trooper having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow like a midnight blast is owing to his being belated and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in that region of shadows, and the spectre is known at all the country firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by every one who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure in a little time to inhale the witching influence of the air, and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams and see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys, found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York, that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like those little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbor, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. In this by-place of nature there abode, in a remote period of American history, that is to say, some 30 years since, a worthy white of the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or, as he expressed it, tarried, in Sleepy Hollow, for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with pioneers for the mind as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodsmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not inapplicable to his person. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat at top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathercock perched upon his spindle neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partly glazed and partly patched with leaves of copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withe twisted in the handle of the door, and stakes set against the window shutters, so that though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment in getting out, an idea most probably borrowed by the architect Joost van Houten from the mystery of an L-pot. The schoolhouse stood in a rather lonely but pleasant situation, just at the foot of a woody hill, with a brook running close by, and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. From hence the low murmur of his pupils' voices, conning over their lessons, might be heard of a drowsy summer's day, like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master in the tone of menace or command, or peradventure by the appalling sound of the birch as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man that ever bore in mind the golden maxim, spare the rod and spoil the child. Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. Your mere puny stripling that winced at the least flourish of the rod was passed by with indulgence, but the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some little tough, wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin, who sulked and swelled and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch. All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so consolatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for it the longest day he had to live. When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holy day afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home, who happened to have pretty sisters or good housewives for mothers, noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, it behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. The revenue arising from his school was small, and would have been scarcely sufficient to furnish him with daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance he was, according to country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood with all his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. That all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the costs of schooling a grievous burden, and schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable. He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labors of their farms, helped to make hay, mended the fences, took the horses to water, drove the cows from pasture, and cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lorded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle and ingratiating. He found favor in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children, particularly the youngest, and like the lion bold, which whilom so magnanimously the lamb did hold, he would sit with the child on one knee and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighborhood, and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folks in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him on Sundays to take his station in front of the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where in his own mind he completely carried away the psalm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above all the rest of the congregation, and there are peculiar quavers still to be heard in that church, and which may even be heard half a mile off, quite to the opposite side of the mill pond, on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts, in that ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought by all who understood nothing of the labor of head work to have a wonderfully easy life of it. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind of idle gentleman-like personage, of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and indeed inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or peradventure the parade of a silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was peculiarly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels. How he would figure among them in the churchyard between services on Sundays, gathering grapes for them from the wild vines that overrun the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering with a whole bevy of them along the banks of the adjacent mill pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying his superior elegance and address. From his half itinerant life also he was a kind of traveling gazette, carrying the whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was, moreover, esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through, and was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed. He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewdness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvelous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in this spellbound region. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself on the rich bed of clover bordering the little brook that whimpered by his schoolhouse, and there con over old Mather's direful tales, until the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. Then, as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature at that witching hour fluttered his excited imagination. The moan of the whippoorwill from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree toad, that harbinger of storm, the dreary hooting of the screech owl, or the sudden rustling in the thicket of birds frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places, now and then startled him, as one of uncommon brightness would stream across his path. And if by chance a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging his blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost, with the idea that he was struck with a witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes. And the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by their doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody, in linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives, as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting and sputtering along the hearth, and listening to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins, and haunted fields and haunted brooks, and haunted bridges and haunted houses, and particularly of the headless horseman, or galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft, and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air, which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and with the alarming fact that the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where of course no spectre dared to show its face, it was dearly purchased by the terrors of his subsequent walk homeward. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path, amid the dim and ghastly glare of a snowy night! With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window! How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which, like a sheeted spectre, beset his very path! How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being tramping close behind him! And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast howling among the trees, in the idea that it was the galloping Hessian on one of his nightly scourings! All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness, and though he had seen many spectres in his time, and had been more than once beset by Satan in divers shapes in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it, in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal man than ghosts, goblins, and the whole race of witches put together, and that was a woman. Among the musical disciples who assembled one evening in each week to receive his instructions in psalmody was Katrina Van Tassel, the daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was a blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed, not merely for her beauty, but her vast expectations. She was withal a little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, as most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold, which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from Saardam, the tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country round. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart toward the sex, and it is not to be wondered at that so tempting a morsel soon found favor in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus Van Tassel was a perfect picture of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm, but within these everything was snug, happy, and well conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hearty abundance rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, at the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water, in a little well formed of a barrel, and then stole sparkling away through the grass to a neighboring brook that babbled along among alders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busily resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up as if watching the weather, some with their heads under their wings or buried in their bosoms, and others, swelling and cooing and bowing about their dames, were enjoying the sunshine on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth now and then troops of suckling pigs, as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoining pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretting about it like ill-tempered housewives, with their peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, that pattern of a husband, a warrior, and a fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet, and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. The pedagogue's mouth watered as he looked upon this sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in its belly and an apple in its mouth. The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cosily in dishes like snug married couples, with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the porkers he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon and juicily relishing ham. Not a turkey but he beheld daintily trussed up, with its gizzard under its wing, and peradventure a necklace of savoury sausages. And even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish, with uplifted claws, as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living. As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all this, and as he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadow lands, the rich fields of wheat, of rye, of buckwheat and Indian corn, and the orchards burdened with ruddy fruit, which surrounded the warm tenement of Van Tassel, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land and shingle palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes, and presented to him the blooming Katrina, with a whole family of children, mounted on the top of a wagon, loaded with household trumpery, with pots and kettles dangling beneath, and he beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare, with a colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky, Tennessee, or the Lord knows where. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses, with high-ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers, the low projecting eaves forming a piazza along the front capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harness, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighboring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other showed the various uses to which this important porch might be devoted. From this piazza the wonderful Ichabod entered the hall, which formed the center of the mansion and the place of usual residence. Here rows of resplendent pewter, ranged on a long dresser, dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool, ready to be spun. In another a quantity of linsey-woolsey, just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in gay festoons along the walls, mingled with the gourd of red peppers. And a door, left ajar, gave him a peep into the best parlor, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors. Andirons, with their accompanying shovel and tongs, glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various colored birds' eggs were suspended above it. A great ostrich egg was hung from the center of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china. From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes upon these regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Van Tassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through gates of iron and brass and walls of adamant to the castle keep, where the lady of his heart was confined, all of which he achieved as easily as a man might carve his way to the center of a Christmas pie. And then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, beset with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments, and he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood, the numerous rustic admirers who beset every portal to her heart, keeping a watchful and angry eye upon each other, but ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Among these the most formidable was a burly, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or, according to the Dutch abbreviation, Brom van Brunt, the hero of the country round, which rung with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short curly black hair, and a bluff but not unpleasant countenance, having a mingled air of fun and arrogance. From his herculean frame and great powers of limb, he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartar. He was foremost at all races and cockfights, and with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in rustic life, was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic, had more mischief than ill will in his composition, and with all his overbearing roughness there was a strong dash of waggish good humor at the bottom. He had 3 or 4 boon companions of his own stamp, who regarded him as their model, and at the head of whom he scoured the country, attending every scene of feud or merriment for miles round. In cold weather he was distinguished by a fur cap surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried this well-known crest at a distance, whisking about among a squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight, with a whoop and a halloo like a troop of Don Cossacks. And the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment till the hurry-scurry had clattered by, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." The neighbors looked upon him with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill, and when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries, and though his amorous toyings were something like the gentle caresses and endearments of a bear, yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is, his advances were signals for rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a lion in his amours, insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Van Tassel's paling on a Sunday night, a sure sign that his master was courting, or as it is termed, sparking within, all other suitors passed by in despair and carried the war into other quarters. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend, and considering all things, a stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supple jack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke, and though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet the moment it was away, jerk, he was as erect and carried his head as high as ever. To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not a man to be thwarted in his amours any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner. Under cover of his character of singing master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse, not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, which is so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers. Balt Van Tassel was an easy, indulgent soul. He loved his daughter better even than his pipe, and like a reasonable man and an excellent father, let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and manage the poultry, for, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house or plied her spinning wheel at one end of the piazza, honest Balt would sit smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior, who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, that hour so favorable to the lover's eloquence. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. To me they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point, or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues, and may be captured in 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain possession of the latter, for a man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. He that wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown, but he who keeps undisputed sway over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is, this was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones, and from the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interests of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied at the palings on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brum, who had a degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain have carried matters to open warfare, and settle their pretensions to the lady according to the mode of those most concise and simple reasoners, the knight-errants of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard the boast of Bones that he would double the schoolmaster up and put him on a shelf, and he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was something extremely provoking in this obstinately pacific system. It left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery in his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of rough riders. They harried his hitherto peaceful domains, smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney, broke into the schoolhouse at night, in spite of its formidable fastenings of withe and window stakes, and turned everything topsy-turvy, so that the poor schoolmaster began to think all the witches in the country held their meetings there. But what was still more annoying, Brom took all opportunities of turning him into ridicule in presence of his mistress, and had a scoundrel dog who be taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, and introduced as a rival of Ichabod's to instruct her in psalmody. End of section 2. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 3. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, Part 2. In this way matters went on for some time without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule. That sceptre of despotic power, the birch of justice, reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror to evildoers, while on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons, detected upon the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, pop-guns, whirligigs, fly-cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them, with one eye kept upon the master, and a kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the schoolroom. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a negro in tow cloth jacket and trousers, a round crowned fragment of a hat, like the cap of Mercury, and mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of halter. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merry-making or quilting frolic to be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's, and having delivered his message with that air of importance and effort at fine language which a negro is apt to display on petty embassies of the kind, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet schoolroom. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over half with impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed, or help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves, inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing about the green in joy at their early emancipation. The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best, and indeed only suit of rusty black, and arranging his looks by a bit of broken-looking glass that hung up in the schoolhouse, that he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier. He borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciliated, a choleric old Dutchman of the name of Hans van Ripper, and thus gallantly mounted, issued forth like a knight-errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of romantic story, give some account of the looks and equipments of my hero and his steed. The animal he bestrode was a broken-down plough-horse that had outlived almost everything but his viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged, with a ewe-neck and a head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil and was glaring and spectral, but the other had the gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge from his name, which was Gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favorite steed of his master's, the choleric Van Ripper, who was a furious rider, and had infused very probably some of his own spirit into the animal, for, old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups, which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers. He carried his whip perpendicularly in his hand like a scepter, and as the horse jogged on, the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for so his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out almost to the horse's tail. Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed as they shambled out of the gate of Hans van Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as is seldom to be met with in broad daylight. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery which we always associate with the idea of abundance. The forests had put on their sober brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frosts into brilliant dyes of orange, purple, and scarlet. Streaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of the squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle of the quail at intervals from the neighboring stubble field. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of their revelry they fluttered, chirping and frolicking from bush to bush and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. There was the honest cock-robin, the favorite game of stripling sportsmen, with its loud querulous note, and the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with his crimson crest, his broad black gorget and splendid plumage, and the cedar-bird with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail, and its little Montiero cap of feathers, and the blue-jay, that noisy coxcomb, in his gay light-blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing, and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye, ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides he beheld vast store of apples, some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market, others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Further on he beheld great fields of Indian corn, with its golden ears peeping from their leafy coverts, and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, and the yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies to the sun, and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odor of the beehive. And as he beheld them, soft anticipation stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered and garnished with honey or treacle, by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina Van Tassel. Thus, feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared suppositions, he journeyed along the sides of a range of hills which look out upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down into the west. The wide bosom of that Tappan Zee lay motionless and glassy, excepting that here and there a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky without a breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, and from that into the deep blue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woody crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark gray and purple of their rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, and as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of the Heer Van Tassel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare leathern-faced race in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles, their brisk withered little dames in close crimped caps with long-waisted gowns, homespun petticoats with scissors and pin-cushions and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside, buxom lassies almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting where a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock, gave symptoms of city innovations. The sons in short square-skirted coats, with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they could procure an eel skin for the purpose, it being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of the hair. Brom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene, having come to the gathering on his favorite steed Daredevil, a creature, like himself, full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage. He was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks, which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad of spirit. Fain would I pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero as he entered the state parlor of Van Tassel's mansion. Not those of the bevy of buxom lassies, with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea-table in the sumptuous time of autumn. Such heaped-up platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to the experienced Dutch housewives. There was the doughty doughnut, the tender olie koek, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies and peach pies and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I have enumerated them, with a motherly teapot sending up its clouds of vapor from the mist. Heaven bless the mark! I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves, and am too eager to get on with my story. Happily, Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as his historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. He was a kind and thankful creature, whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with good cheer, and whose spirits rose with eating as some men's do with drink. He could not help, too, rolling his large eyes round him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene of almost unimaginable luxury and splendor. And then he thought how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans Van Ripper and every other niggardly patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of doors that should dare to call him comrade. Old Baltus Van Tassel moved about among his guests with a face dilated with content and good humor, round and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions were brief but expressive, being confined to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a loud laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now the sound of music from the common room or hall summoned to the dance. The musician was an old gray-headed negro who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighborhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped away on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a motion of the head, bowing almost to the ground and stamping with his foot whenever a fresh couple were to start. Ichabod prided himself upon his dancing as much as upon his vocal powers. Not a limb, not a fiber about him was idle, and to have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion and clattering about the room, you would have thought Saint Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. He was the admiration of all the negroes, who, having gathered of all ages and sizes from the farm and the neighborhood, stood forming a pyramid of shining black faces at every door and window, gazing with delight at the scene. Rolling their white eyeballs and showing grinning rows of ivory from ear to ear, how could the flogger of urchins be otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all his amorous oglings, while Brombones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, who, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times, and drawling out long stories about the war. This neighborhood, at the time of which I am speaking, was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had, therefore, been the scene of marauding, and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each story-teller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and, in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. There was the story of Dofue Martling, a large, blue-bearded Dutchman, who had nearly taken a British frigate with an old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork, only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was an old gentleman, who shall be nameless, being too rich a mynheer to be lightly mentioned, who, in the battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defence, parried a musket ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword with the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field, not one of whom but was persuaded that he had a considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. But all these were nothing to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighborhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there is no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villages, for they have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have traveled away from the neighborhood, so that when they turn out at night to walk their rounds, they have no acquaintance left to call upon. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts, except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies, infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and, as usual, were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains, and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major André was taken, and which stood in the neighborhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turned upon the favorite spectre of Sleepy Hollow, the headless horseman, who had been heard several times of late patrolling the country, and, it is said, tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church seems always to have made it a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll, surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms, from among which its decent whitewashed walls shine modestly forth, like Christian purity, beaming through the shades of retirement. A gentle slope descends from it to a silvery sheet of water, bordered by high trees, between which peeps may be caught at the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where the sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that there at least the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woody dell, along which raves a large brook among broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road that led to it and the bridge itself were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it, even in the daytime, but occasioned a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favorite haunts of the headless horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brower, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow, and was obliged to get up behind him; how they galloped over bush and brake, over hill and swamp, until they reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, threw old Brower into the brook, and sprang away over the tree tops with a clap of thunder. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvelous adventure of Brom Bones, who made light of the galloping Hessian as an arrant jockey. He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighboring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper, that he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and should have won it too, for Daredevil beat the goblin horse All Hollow, but just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales, told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, the countenances of the listeners only now and then receiving a casual gleam from the glare of a pipe, sunk deep in the minds of Ichabod. He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author, Cotton Mather, and added many marvelous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights which he had seen in his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons, and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads and over the distant hills. Some of the damsels mounted on pillions behind their favorite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter, until they gradually died away, and the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind, according to the custom of country lovers, to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview I will not pretend to say, for in fact I do not know. Something, however, I fear me, must have gone wrong, for he certainly sallied forth, after no very great interval, with an air quite desolate and chapfallen. Oh, these women, these women! Could that girl have been playing off any of her coquettish tricks? Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all a mere sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forth with the air of one who had been sacking a hen roost, rather than a fair lady's heart. Without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated, he went straight to the stable, and with several hearty cuffs and kicks roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats, and whole valleys of timothy and clover. It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travel homeward, along the sides of the lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, and which he had traversed so cheerily in the afternoon. The hour was as dismal as himself. Far below him the Tappan Zee spread its dusky and indistinct waste of waters, with here and there the tall mast of a sloop riding quietly at anchor under the land. In the dead hush of midnight he could even hear the barking of the watchdog from the opposite shore of the Hudson, but it was so vague and faint as only to give an idea of his distance from this faithful companion of man. Now and then, too, the long-drawn crowing of a cock, accidentally awakened, would sound far off from some farmhouse away among the hills, but it was like a dreaming sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighboring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and turning suddenly in his bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker. The stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was, moreover, approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the center of the road stood an enormous tulip tree, which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighborhood, and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks for ordinary trees, twisting down almost to the earth, and rising again into the air. It was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate André, who had been taken prisoner hard by, and was universally known by the name of Major André's tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partly from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fearful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered. It was but a blast sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, he thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but on looking more narrowly perceived that it was a place where the tree had been scathed by lightning and the white wood laid bare. Suddenly he heard a groan. His teeth chattered, and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon another, as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree a small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen, known by the name of Wiley's Swamp. A few rough logs laid side by side served for a bridge over this stream. On that side of the road where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts, matted thick with wild grapevines, threw a cavernous gloom over it. To pass this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate André was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines were the sturdy yeomen concealed who surprised him. This has ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of a schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse half a score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly across the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement and ran broadside against the fence. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side, and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road, into a thicket of brambles and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling ribs of old Gunpowder, who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge with a suddenness that had nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head. Just at this moment a plashy tramp by the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen, black, and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom, like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveller. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late, and besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He repeated his demand in a still more agitated voice. Still there was no answer. Once more he cudgelled the sides of the inflexible Gunpowder, and shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervour into a psalm tune. Just then the shadowy object of alarm put itself into motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, and bethought himself of the adventure of Brom Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steed in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavoured to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for. On mounting a rising ground, which brought the figure of his fellow traveller in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested on his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle. His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip. But the spectre started full jump with him. Away then they dashed through thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road which turns off to Sleepy Hollow. But Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon, instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn, and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow, shaded by trees, for about a quarter of a mile, where it crosses the bridge famous in goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet the panic of the steed had given his unskilful rider an apparent advantage in the chase, but just as he had got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from under him. He seized it by the pommel and endeavoured to hold it firm, but in vain, and had just time to save himself by clasping old Gunpowder round the neck, when the saddle fell to the earth, and he heard it trampled under foot by his pursuer. For a moment the terror of Hans von Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle. But this was no time for petty fears. The goblin was hard on his haunches, and unskilful rider that he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, and sometimes jolted on the high ridge of his horse's backbone with a violence that he verily feared would cleave him asunder. An opening in the trees now cheered him with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones' ghostly competitor had disappeared. "If I can but reach that bridge," thought Ichabod, "I'm safe." Just then he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprung upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side, and now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if his pursuer should vanish according to rule in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then he saw the goblin rising in his stirrups, and in the very act of hurling his head at him. Ichabod endeavored to dodge the horrible missile, but it was too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. He was tumbled headlong into the dust, and Gunpowder, the black steed, and the goblin rider passed like a whirlwind. The next morning the old horse was found without his saddle and with a bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse, and strolled idly about the banks of the brook, but no schoolmaster. Hans Van Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of poor Ichabod and his saddle. An inquiry was set on foot, and after diligent investigation they came upon his traces. In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle trampled in the dirt. The tracks of horses' hoofs deeply dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge, beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook, where the water ran deep and black, was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans Van Ripper, as executor of his estate, examined the bundle which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, a pair of 2 of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, a rusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog's ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community, excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which the last was a sheet of foolscap much scribbled and blotted by several fruitless attempts to make a copy of verses in honor of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scrawl were forthwith consigned to the flames by Hans Van Ripper, who from that time forward determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good come of this same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, and he had received his quarter's pay but a day or 2 before, he must have had about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious event causing much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard, at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brower, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind, and when they had diligently considered them all, and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads, and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. As he was a bachelor, and in nobody's debt, nobody troubled his head any more about him. The school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It is true, an old farmer, who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of the ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, that he had left the neighborhood partly through fear of the goblin and Hans Van Ripper, and partly in mortification at having been suddenly dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country, had kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally had been made a justice of the 10-pound court. Brom Bones, too, who shortly after his rival's disappearance conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar, was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, which led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country wives, however, who are the best judges of these matters, maintain to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is a favorite story often told about the neighborhood round the winter evening's fire. The bridge became more than ever an object of superstitious awe, and that may be the reason why the road has been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse, being deserted, soon fell to decay, and was reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy, loitering homeward of a still summer evening, has often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow. Postscript. Found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The preceding tale is given almost in the precise words in which I heard it related at a corporation meeting of the ancient city of the Manhattoes, at which were present many of its sagest and most illustrious burghers. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby gentleman, old fellow in pepper and salt clothes, with a sadly humorous face, and one whom I strongly suspected of being poor. He made such efforts to be entertaining. When his story was concluded, there was much laughter and approbation, particularly from 2 or 3 deputy aldermen, who had been asleep the greater part of the time. There was, however, one tall, dry-looking old gentleman, with beetling eyebrows, who maintained a grave and rather severe face throughout, now and then folding his arms, inclining his head, and looking down upon the floor, as if turning a doubt over in his mind. He was one of your wary men who never laugh but upon good grounds, when they have reason and the law is on their side. When the mirth of the rest of the company had subsided, and silence was restored, he leaned one arm on the elbow of his chair, and sticking the other akimbo, demanded, with a slight but exceedingly sage motion of the head and contraction of the brow, what was the moral of the story, and what it went to prove. The story-teller, who was just putting a glass of wine to his lips as a refreshment after his toils, paused for a moment, looked at his inquirer with an air of infinite deference, and lowering the glass slowly to the table, observed that the story was intended most logically to prove that there is no situation in life but has its advantages and pleasures, provided we will but take a joke as we find it. That therefore he that runs races with goblin troopers is likely to have rough riding of it. Ergo, for a country schoolmaster to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step to high preferment in the state. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows tenfold closer after this explanation, being sorely puzzled by the ratiocination of the syllogism, while methought the one in pepper and salt eyed him with something of a triumphant leer. At length he observed that all this was very well, but still he thought the story a little on the extravagant. There were 1 or 2 points on which he had his doubts. "Faith, sir," replied the story-teller, "as to that matter, I don't believe one half of it myself." D.K. End of section 3. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 4. The Gold Bug. by Edgar Allan Poe. Part 1. What ho! What ho! This fellow is dancing mad. He hath been bitten by the tarantula. All in the wrong. Many years ago I contracted an intimacy with a Mr. William Legrand. He was of an ancient Huguenot family, and had once been wealthy, but a series of misfortunes had reduced him to want. To avoid the mortification consequent upon his disasters, he left New Orleans, the city of his forefathers, and took up his residence at Sullivan's Island, near Charleston, South Carolina. This island is a very singular one. It consists of little else than the sea sand, and is about 3 miles long. Its breadth at no point exceeds 1/4 of a mile. It is separated from the mainland by a scarcely perceptible creek, oozing its way through a wilderness of reeds and slime, a favorite resort of the marsh hen. The vegetation, as might be supposed, is scant, or at least dwarfish. No trees of any magnitude are to be seen near the western extremity, where Fort Moultrie stands, and where there are some miserable frame buildings, tenanted during the summer by the fugitives from Charleston's dust and fever, may be found indeed the bristly palmetto. But the whole island, with the exception of this western point and a line of hard white beach on the sea-coast, is covered with a dense undergrowth of the sweet myrtle, so much prized by the horticulturists of England. The shrub here often attains the height of 15 or 20 feet, and forms an almost impenetrable coppice, burdening the air with its fragrance. In the inmost recesses of this coppice, not far from the eastern or more remote end of the island, Legrand had built himself a small hut, which he occupied when I first by mere accident made his acquaintance. This soon ripened into friendship, for there was much in the recluse to excite interest and esteem. I found him well educated, with unusual powers of mind, but infected with misanthropy, and subject to perverse moods of alternate enthusiasm and melancholy. He had with him many books, but rarely employed them. His chief amusements were gunning and fishing, or sauntering along the beach and through the myrtles, in quest of shells or entomological specimens. His collection of the latter might have been envied by a Swammerdam. In these excursions he was usually accompanied by an old negro called Jupiter, who had been manumitted before the reverses of the family, but who could be induced, neither by threats nor by promises, to abandon what he considered his right of attendance upon the footsteps of his young Massa Will. It is not improbable that the relatives of Legrand, conceiving him to be somewhat unsettled in intellect, had contrived to instill this obstinacy into Jupiter, with a view to the supervision and guardianship of the wanderer. The winters in the latitude of Sullivan's Island are seldom very severe, and in the fall of the year it is a rare event indeed when a fire is considered necessary. About the middle of October there occurred, however, a day of remarkable chilliness. Just before sunset I scrambled my way through the evergreens to the hut of my friend, whom I had not visited for several weeks, my residence being at that time in Charleston, a distance of 9 miles from the island, while the facilities of passage and repassage were very far behind those of the present day. Upon reaching the hut I rapped, as was my custom, and getting no reply, sought for the key where I knew it was secreted, unlocked the door, and went in. A fine fire was blazing upon the hearth. It was a novelty, and by no means an ungrateful one. I threw off an overcoat, took an armchair by the crackling logs, and awaited patiently the arrival of my hosts. Soon after dark they arrived, and gave me a most cordial welcome. Jupiter, grinning from ear to ear, bustled about to prepare some marsh hens for supper. Legrand was in one of his fits, how else shall I term them, of enthusiasm. He had found an unknown bivalve forming a new genus, and more than this, he had hunted down and secured, with Jupiter's assistance, a scarabaeus, which he believed to be totally new, but in respect to which he wished to have my opinion on the morrow. "And why not to night?" I asked, rubbing my hands over the blaze, and wishing the whole tribe of the Scarabaei at the devil. "Ah, if I had only known you were here," said Legrand. "But it's so long since I saw you, and how could I foresee that you would pay me a visit this very night of all others? As I was coming home, I met Lieutenant Gunn from the fort, and very foolishly I lent him the bug. So it will be impossible for you to see it until the morning. Stay here to night, and I will send Jup down for it at sunrise. It is the loveliest thing in creation." "What, sunrise? Nonsense! No, the bug. It is of a brilliant gold color, about the size of a large hickory nut, with 2 jet black spots near one extremity of the back, and another somewhat longer at the other. The antennae are—" "Dey ain't no tin in him, Massa Will. I keep a tellin' on you," here interrupted Jupiter. "De bug is a goole bug, solid, ebry bit of him, inside and out, 'cep him wing. Never feel half so hebby a bug in my life." "Well, suppose it is, Jup," replied Legrand, somewhat more earnestly, it seemed to me, than the case demanded. "Is that any reason for your letting the birds burn? The color," here he turned to me, "is really almost enough to warrant Jupiter's idea. You never saw a more brilliant metallic luster than the scales emit. But of this you cannot judge till to morrow. In the meantime I can give you some idea of the shape." Saying this, he seated himself at a small table, on which were a pen and ink, but no paper. He looked for some in a drawer, but found none. "Never mind," he said at length, "this will answer," and he drew from his waistcoat pocket a scrap of what I took to be very dirty foolscap, and made upon it a rough drawing with the pen. While he did this, I retained my seat by the fire, for I was still chilly. When the design was complete, he handed it to me without rising. As I received it, a loud growl was heard, succeeded by a scratching at the door. Jupiter opened it, and a large Newfoundland belonging to Legrand rushed in, leaped upon my shoulders, and loaded me with a caress, for I had shown him much attention during previous visits. When his gambols were over, I looked at the paper, and, to speak the truth, found myself not a little puzzled at what my friend had depicted. "Well," I said, after contemplating it for some minutes, "this is a strange scarabaeus, I must confess, new to me. Never saw anything like it before, unless it was a skull or a death's head, which it more nearly resembles than anything else that has come under my observation." "A death's head?" echoed Legrand. "Oh, yes. Well, it has something of that appearance upon paper, no doubt. The 2 upper black spots look like eyes, and the longer one at the bottom like a mouth, and then the shape of the whole is oval." "Perhaps so," said I. "But, Legrand, I fear you're no artist. I must wait until I see the beetle itself, if I'm to form any idea of its personal appearance." "Well, I don't know," said he, a little nettled. "I draw tolerably, should do it at least, have had good masters, and flatter myself that I'm not quite a blockhead." "But, my dear fellow, you're joking, then," said I. "This is a very passable skull, indeed. I may say that it is a very excellent skull, according to the vulgar notions about such specimens of physiology, and your scarabaeus must be the queerest scarabaeus in the world, if it resembles it. Why, we may get up a very thrilling bit of superstition upon this hint." "I presume you will call the bug Scarabaeus caput hominis, or something of that kind? There are many similar titles in the natural histories. But where are the antennae you spoke of?" "The antennae?" said Legrand, who seemed to be getting unaccountably warm upon the subject. "I'm sure you must see the antennae. I made them as distinct as they are in the original insect, and I presume that it is sufficient." "Well, well," I said, "perhaps you have. Still, I don't see them." And I handed him the paper without additional remark, not wishing to ruffle his temper. But I was much surprised at the turn affairs had taken. His ill humor puzzled me, and as for the drawing of the beetle, there were positively no antennae visible, and the whole did bear a very close resemblance to the ordinary cuts of a death's head. He received the paper very peevishly, and was about to crumple it, apparently to throw it in the fire, when a casual glance at the design seemed suddenly to rivet his attention. In an instant his face grew violently red. In another excessively pale. For some minutes he continued to scrutinize the drawing minutely where he sat. At length he arose, took a candle from the table, and proceeded to seat himself upon a sea-chest in the furthest corner of the room. Here again he made an anxious examination of the paper, turning it in all directions. He said nothing, however, and his conduct greatly astonished me. Yet I thought it prudent not to exacerbate the growing moodiness of his temper by any comment. Presently he took from his coat pocket a wallet, placed the paper carefully in it, and deposited both in a writing desk, which he locked. He now grew more composed in his demeanour, but his original air of enthusiasm had quite disappeared, and yet he seemed not so much sulky as abstracted. As the evening wore away he became more and more absorbed in reverie, from which no sallies of mine could arouse him. It had been my intention to pass the night at the hut, as I had frequently done before, but seeing my host in this mood, I deemed it proper to take leave. He did not press me to remain, but as I departed he shook my hand with even more than his usual cordiality. It was about a month after this, and during the interval I had seen nothing of Legrand, when I received a visit at Charleston from his man Jupiter. I had never seen the good old negro look so dispirited, and I feared that some serious disaster had befallen my friend. "Well, Jup," said I, "what is the matter now? How is your master?" "Why, to speak the truth, massa, him not berry well as mought be." "Not well? I'm truly sorry to hear it. What does he complain of?" "Dar, dat's it. Him nebber 'plain of notin', but him berry sick for all dat." "Very sick, Jupiter! Why didn't you say so at once? Is he confined to bed?" "No, dat he ain't. He ain't 'fined nowhere. Dat's just whar de shoe pinch. My mind is got to be berry hebby 'bout poor Massa Will." "Jupiter, I should like to understand what it is you're talking about. You say your master is sick. Hasn't he told you what ails him?" "Why, massa, 'tain't worf while for to get mad about de matter. Massa Will say nothing at all ain't de matter wid him, but den what make him go about looking dis here way, wid his head down, and he soldiers up, and as white as a goose, and den he keep a siphon all de time." "Keeps a what, Jupiter?" "Keeps a siphon wid de figures on de slate, de queerest figures I eber did see. I's getting to be scared, I tell you. Have for to keep mighty tight eye upon him 'noovers. T'other day he give me slip 'fore de sun up, and was gone de whole ob de blessed day. I had a big stick ready cut for to give him deuced good beating when he did come, but I's such a fool that I hadn't de heart after all. He looked so berry poorly." "Eh? What? Ah, yes. Upon the whole, I think you had better not be too severe with the poor fellow. Don't flog him, Jupiter. He can't very well stand it. But can you form no idea of what has occasioned this illness, or rather this change of conduct? Has anything unpleasant happened since I saw you?" "No, massa, dey ain't been nuffin unpleasant since den. 'Twas 'fore den, I'm feared. 'Twas de berry day you was dare." How do you mean?" "Why, massa, I mean de bug dare now." The what?" "De bug. I berry sartin dat Massa Will been bit somewhere 'bout de head by dat goole bug." "And what cause have you, Jupiter, for such a supposition?" "Claws enough, massa, and mouf too. I neber did see sech a deuced bug. He kick and he bite eberything what come near him. Massa Will cotch him fuss, but had for to let him go 'gin mighty quick, I tell you. Den was de time he must a got de bite. I didn't like de look ob de bug mouf myself nohow, so I wouldn't take hold ob him wid my finger, but I cotch him wid a piece of paper dat I found. I wrap him up in de paper, and stuff a piece of it in his mouf. Dat was de way." "And you think, then, that your master was really bitten by the beetle, and that the bite made him sick?" "I don't think nuffin about it. I knows it. What make him dream about de gold so much, if 'tain't 'cause he bit by the gold bug? I's heerd about dem gold bugs 'fore dis." "But how do you know he dreams about gold?" "How do I know? Why, 'cause he talk about it in he sleep. Dat's how I knows." "Well, Jupe, perhaps you're right. But to what fortunate circumstance am I to attribute the honor of a visit from you to day?" "What de matter, massa?" "Did you bring any message from Mr. Legrand?" "No, massa, I bring dis here pissel." And here Jupiter handed me a note, which ran thus: "My dear friend, why have I not seen you for so long a time? I hope you have not been so foolish as to take offence at any little brusquerie of mine. But no, that is improbable. Since I saw you, I have had great cause for anxiety. I have something to tell you, yet scarcely know how to tell it, or whether I should tell it at all. I have not been quite well for some days past, and poor old Jupe annoys me almost beyond endurance by his well-meant intentions. Would you believe it? He had prepared a huge stick the other day, with which to chastise me for giving him the slip, and spending the day, solus, among the hills on the mainland. I verily believe that my ill looks alone saved me from a flogging. I have made no addition to my cabinet since we met. If you can in any way make it convenient, come over with Jupiter. Do come. I wish to see you to-night upon business of importance. I assure you that it is of the highest importance. Ever yours, William Legrand. There was something in the tone of this note which gave me great uneasiness. Its whole style differed materially from that of Legrand. What could he be dreaming of? What new crotchet possessed his excitable brain? What business of the highest importance could he possibly have to transact? Jupiter's account of him boded no good. I dreaded lest the continued pressure of misfortune had at length fairly unsettled the reason of my friend. Without a moment's hesitation, therefore, I prepared to accompany the negro. Upon reaching the wharf, I noticed a scythe and 3 spades, all apparently new, lying in the bottom of the boat in which we were to embark. "What is the meaning of all this, Jupe?" I inquired. "Him scythe, massa, and spade." "Very true, but what are they doing here?" "Him de scythe and de spade what Massa Will sis pon my buying for him in de town, and de debil's own lot of money I had to give for him." "But what in the name of all that is mysterious is your Massa Will going to do with scythes and spades?" "Dat's more dan I know, and debbil take me if I don't believe 'tis more dan he know too. But it's all come ob de bug." Finding that no satisfaction was to be obtained of Jupiter, whose whole intellect seemed to be absorbed by "de bug," I now stepped into the boat and made sail. With a fair and strong breeze we soon ran into the little cove to the northward of Port Moultrie, and a walk of some 2 miles brought us to the hut. It was about 3 in the afternoon when we arrived. Legrand had been awaiting us in eager expectation. He grasped my hand with a nervous empressement which alarmed me, and strengthened the suspicions already entertained. His countenance was pale even to ghastliness, and his deep-set eyes glared with an unnatural lustre. After some inquiries respecting his health, I asked him, not knowing what better to say, if he had yet obtained the scarabaeus from Lieutenant Gunn. "Oh, yes," he replied, coloring violently. "I got it from him the next morning. Nothing should tempt me to part with that scarabaeus. Do you know that Jupiter is quite right about it?" "In what way?" I asked, with a sad foreboding at heart. "In supposing it to be a bug of real gold." He said this with an air of profound seriousness, and I felt inexpressibly shocked. "This bug is to make my fortune," he continued, with a triumphant smile, "to reinstate me in my family possessions. Is it any wonder, then, that I prize it? Since fortune has thought fit to bestow it upon me, I have only to use it properly, and I shall arrive at the gold of which it is the index. Jupiter, bring me that scarabaeus." "What, de bug, massa? I'd rudder not go for trouble dat bug. You must get him for your own self." Hereupon Legrand arose, and with a grave and stately air brought me the beetle from a glass case in which it was enclosed. It was a beautiful scarabaeus, and at that time unknown to naturalists. Of course a great prize in a scientific point of view. There were 2 round black spots near one extremity of the back, and a long one near the other. The scales were exceedingly hard and glossy, with all the appearance of burnished gold. The weight of the insect was very remarkable, and taking all things into consideration, I could hardly blame Jupiter for his opinion respecting it. But what to make of Legrand's concordance with that opinion I could not for the life of me tell. "I sent for you," said he in a grandiloquent tone, "when I had completed my examination of the beetle. I sent for you that I might have your counsel and assistance in furthering the views of fate and of the frag—" "My dear Legrand," I cried, interrupting him, "you are certainly unwell, and had better use some little precautions. You shall go to bed, and I will remain with you a few days, until you get over this. You are feverish, and—" "Feel my pulse," said he. I felt it, and, to say the truth, found not the slightest indication of fever. "But you may be ill and yet have no fever. Allow me this once to prescribe for you. In the first place, go to bed. In the next—" "You are mistaken," he interposed. "I am as well as I can expect to be under the excitement which I suffer. If you really wish me well, you will relieve this excitement." "And how is this to be done?" "Very easily. Jupiter and myself are going upon an expedition into the hills upon the mainland, and in this expedition we shall need the aid of some person in whom we can confide. You are the only one we can trust. Whether we succeed or fail, the excitement which you now perceive in me will be equally allayed." "I am anxious to oblige you in any way," I replied. "But do you mean to say that this infernal beetle has any connection with your expedition into the hills?" "It has." "Then, Legrand, I can become a party to no such absurd proceeding." "I am sorry, very sorry, for we shall have to try it by ourselves." "Try it by yourselves! The man is surely mad. But stay, how long do you propose to be absent?" "Probably all night. We shall start immediately, and be back at all events by sunrise." "And will you promise me, upon your honor, that when this freak of yours is over, and the bug business, good God, settled to your satisfaction, you will then return home and follow my advice implicitly as that of your physician?" "Yes, I promise. And now let us be off, for we have no time to lose." With a heavy heart I accompanied my friend. We started about 4 o'clock. Legrand, Jupiter, the dog, and myself. Jupiter had with him the scythe and spades, the whole of which he insisted upon carrying, more through fear, it seemed to me, of trusting either of the implements within reach of his master, than for any excessive industry or complaisance. His demeanor was dogged in the extreme, and "dat deuced bug" were the sole words which escaped his lips during the journey. For my own part, I had charge of a couple of dark lanterns, while Legrand contented himself with the scarabaeus, which he carried attached to the end of a bit of whipcord, twirling it to and fro with the air of a conjurer as he went. When I observed this last plain evidence of my friend's aberration of mind, I could scarcely refrain from tears. I thought it best, however, to humor his fancy, at least for the present, or until I could adopt some more energetic measures. In the meantime I endeavored, but all in vain, to sound him in regard to the object of the expedition. Having succeeded in inducing me to accompany him, he seemed unwilling to hold conversation upon any topic of minor importance, and to all my questions vouchsafed no other reply than "We shall see." We crossed the creek at the head of the island by means of a skiff, and, ascending the high grounds on the shore of the mainland, proceeded in a northwesterly direction through a tract of country excessively wild and desolate, where no trace of a human footstep was to be seen. Legrand led the way with decision, pausing only for an instant here and there to consult what appeared to be certain landmarks of his own contrivance upon a former occasion. In this manner we journeyed for about 2 hours, and the sun was just setting when we entered a region infinitely more dreary than any yet seen. It was a species of table land, near the summit of an almost inaccessible hill, densely wooded from base to pinnacle, and interspersed with huge crags that appeared to lie loosely upon the soil, and in many cases were prevented from precipitating themselves into the valleys below merely by the support of the trees against which they reclined. Deep ravines in various directions gave an air of still sterner solemnity to the scene. The natural platform to which we had clambered was thickly overgrown with brambles, through which we soon discovered that it would have been impossible to force our way but for the scythe, and Jupiter, by direction of his master, proceeded to clear for us a path to the foot of an enormously tall tulip tree, which stood, with some 8 or 10 oaks, upon the level, and far surpassed them all, and all the other trees which I had then ever seen, in the beauty of its foliage and form, in the wide spread of its branches, and in the general majesty of its appearance. When we reached this tree, Legrand turned to Jupiter and asked him if he thought he could climb it. The old man seemed a little staggered by the question, and for some moments made no reply. At length he approached the huge trunk, walked slowly around it, and examined it with minute attention. When he had completed his scrutiny, he merely said, "Yes, massa, Jupe climb any tree he ever see in he life." "Then up with you as soon as possible, for it will soon be too dark to see what we are about." "How far must go up, massa?" inquired Jupiter. "Get up the main trunk first, and then I will tell you which way to go. And here, stop, take this beetle with you." "De bug, Massa Will? De gold bug?" cried the negro, drawing back in dismay. "What for must tote de bug way up de tree? Darn if I do." "If you are afraid, Jupe, a great big negro like you, to take hold of a harmless little dead beetle, why, you can carry it up by this string. But if you do not take it up with you in some way, I shall be under the necessity of breaking your head with this shovel." Section 4. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 5. The Gold Bug, by Edgar Allan Poe, Part 2. "What's de matter now, massa?" said Jupe, evidently shamed into compliance. "Always want for to raise fuss with old nigger. Was only funnin' anyhow. Me feared de bug. What I care for de bug?" Here he took a cautious hold of the extreme end of the string, and maintaining the insect as far from his person as circumstances would permit, prepared to ascend the tree. In youth, the tulip tree, or Liriodendron tulipiferum, the most magnificent of American foresters, has a trunk peculiarly smooth, and often rises to a great height without lateral branches. But in its riper age the bark becomes gnarled and uneven, while many short limbs make their appearance on the stem. Thus the difficulty of ascension in the present case lay more in semblance than in reality. Embracing the huge cylinder as closely as possible with his arms and knees, seizing with his hands some projections, and resting his naked toes upon others, Jupiter, after one or two narrow escapes from falling, at length wriggled himself into the first great fork, and seemed to consider the whole business as virtually accomplished. The risk of the achievement was, in fact, now over, although the climber was some 60 or 70 feet from the ground. "Which way must go now, Massa Will?" he asked. "Keep up the largest branch, the one on this side," said Legrand. The negro obeyed him promptly, and apparently with but little trouble, ascending higher and higher, until no glimpse of his squat figure could be obtained through the dense foliage which enveloped it. Presently his voice was heard in a sort of halloo. "How much furder I's got to go?" "How high up are you?" asked Legrand. "Eber so fur," replied the negro. "Can see de sky fru de top ob de tree." "Never mind the sky, but attend to what I say. Look down the trunk, and count the limbs below you on this side. How many limbs have you passed?" "1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I done pass 5 big limb, massa, pon dis side." "Then go 1 limb higher." In a few minutes the voice was heard again, announcing that the 7th limb was attained. "Now, Jupe, cried Legrand, evidently much excited. "I want you to work your way out upon that limb as far as you can. If you see anything strange, let me know." By this time, what little doubt I might have entertained of my poor friend's insanity was put finally at rest. I had no alternative but to conclude him stricken with lunacy, and I became seriously anxious about getting him home. While I was pondering upon what was best to be done, Jupiter's voice was again heard. "Mos feared for to venture pon dis limb berry far. 'Tis dead limb putty much all de way." "Did you say it was a dead limb, Jupiter?" cried Legrand in a quavering voice. "Yes, massa, him dead as de doornail. Done up for sartin. Done departed dis here life." "What in the name of heaven shall I do?" asked Legrand, seemingly in the greatest distress. "Do?" said I, glad of an opportunity to interpose a word. "Why, come home and go to bed. Come now, that's a fine fellow. It's getting late, and besides, you remember your promise." "Jupiter," cried he, without heeding me in the least, "do you hear me?" "Yes, Massa Will, hear you ever so plain." "Try the wood well, then, with your knife, and see if you think it very rotten." "Him rotten, massa, sure enough," replied the negro in a few moments, "but not so berry rotten as mought be. Mought venture out little way pon de limb by myself, that's true." "By yourself? What do you mean?" "Why, I mean de bug. 'Tis berry hebby bug. Suppose I drop him down fust, and den de limb won't break wid just de weight of one nigger." "You infernal scoundrel!" cried Legrand, apparently much relieved. "What do you mean by telling me such nonsense as that?" "As sure as you drop that beetle, I'll break your neck. Look here, Jupiter, do you hear me?" "Yes, massa, needn't hollo at poor nigger dat style." "Well, now listen. If you will venture out on the limb as far as you think safe, and not let go the beetle, I'll make you a present of $1 as soon as you get down." "I'm gwine, Massa Will, 'deed I is," replied the negro very promptly. "Mos out to the end now." "Out to the end!" here fairly screamed Legrand. "Do you say you're out to the end of that limb?" "Soon be to the end, massa. Oh, Lord gol a mercy, what is this here pon de tree?" "Well!" cried Legrand, highly delighted, "what is it?" "Why, 'tain't nothing but a skull. Somebody bin lef him head up de tree, and de crows done gobble ebery bit ob de meat off." "A skull, you say? Very well. How is it fastened to the limb? What holds it on?" "Sure enough, massa. Mus look." "Why, dis berry curious sarcumstance. 'Pon my word, dere's a great big nail in de skull, what fastens ob it on to de tree." "Well, now, Jupiter, do exactly as I tell you. Do you hear?" "Yes, massa." "Pay attention, then. Find the left eye of the skull." "Ho, that's good. Why, dey ain't no eye lef at all." "Curse your stupidity! Do you know your right hand from your left?" "Yes, I knows dat, knows all about dat. 'Tis my left hand what I chops de wood wid." "To be sure, you're left-handed, and your left eye is on the same side as your left hand. Now, I suppose you can find the left eye of the skull, or the place where the left eye has been. Have you found it?" Here was a long pause. At length the negro asked, "Is de left eye of de skull pon de same side as de left hand of de skull too? Cause de skull ain't got not a bit of hand at all. Nebber mind, I got de left eye now. Here de left eye. What must do with it?" "Let the beetle drop through it as far as the string will reach, but be careful and not let go your hold of the string." "All dat done, Massa Will. Mighty easy ting for to put de bug fru de hole. Look out for him dare below." During this colloquy no portion of Jupiter's person could be seen, but the beetle, which he had suffered to descend, was now visible at the end of the string, and glistened like a globe of burnished gold in the last rays of the setting sun, some of which still faintly illumined the eminence upon which we stood. The scarabaeus hung quite clear of any branches, and, if allowed to fall, would have fallen at our feet. Legrand immediately took the scythe, and cleared with it a circular space 3 or 4 yards in diameter just beneath the insect, and having accomplished this, ordered Jupiter to let go the string, and come down from the tree. Driving a peg with great nicety into the ground at the precise spot where the beetle fell, my friend now produced from his pocket a tape measure. Fastening one end of this at that point of the trunk of the tree which was nearest the peg, he unrolled it till it reached the peg, and thence further unrolled it in the direction already established by the 2 points of the tree and the peg, for the distance of 50 feet, Jupiter clearing away the brambles with the scythe. At the spot thus attained, a second peg was driven, and about this, as a center, a rude circle about 4 feet in diameter described. Taking now a spade himself, and giving one to Jupiter and one to me, Legrand begged us to set about digging as quickly as possible. To speak the truth, I had no especial relish for such amusement at any time, and at that particular moment would willingly have declined it, for the night was coming on, and I felt much fatigued with the exercise already taken. But I saw no mode of escape, and was fearful of disturbing my poor friend's equanimity by a refusal. Could I have depended indeed upon Jupiter's aid, I would have had no hesitation in attempting to get the lunatic home by force. But I was too well assured of the old negro's disposition to hope that he would assist me under any circumstances in a personal contest with his master. I made no doubt that the latter had been infected with some of the innumerable southern superstitions about money buried, and that his fantasy had received confirmation by the finding of the scarabaeus, or perhaps by Jupiter's obstinacy in maintaining it to be a bug of real gold. A mind disposed to lunacy would readily be led away by such suggestions, especially if chiming in with favorite preconceived ideas. And then I called to mind the poor fellow's speech about the beetle's being the index of his fortune. Upon the whole, I was sadly vexed and puzzled, but at length I concluded to make a virtue of necessity, to dig with a good will, and thus the sooner to convince the visionary by ocular demonstration of the fallacy of the opinion he entertained. The lanterns having been lit, we all fell to work with a zeal worthy of a more rational cause, and as the glare fell upon our persons and implements, I could not help thinking how picturesque a group we composed, and how strange and suspicious our labours must have appeared to any interloper who by chance might have stumbled upon our whereabout. We dug very steadily for 2 hours. Little was said, and our chief embarrassment lay in the yelping of the dog, who took exceeding interest in our proceedings. He at length became so obstreperous that we grew fearful of his giving the alarm to some stragglers in the vicinity, or rather this was the apprehension of Legrand. For myself, I should have rejoiced at any interruption which might have enabled me to get the wanderer home. The noise was at length very effectually silenced by Jupiter, who, getting out of the hole with a dogged air of deliberation, tied the brute's mouth up with one of his suspenders, and then returned with a grave chuckle to his task. When the time mentioned had expired, we had reached a depth of 5 feet, and yet no signs of any treasure became manifest. A general pause ensued, and I began to hope that the farce was at an end. Legrand, however, although evidently much disconcerted, wiped his brow thoughtfully, and recommenced. We had excavated the entire circle of 4 feet diameter, and now we slightly enlarged the limit, and went to the further depth of 2 feet. Still nothing appeared. The gold seeker, whom I sincerely pitied, at length clambered from the pit with the bitterest disappointment imprinted upon every feature, and proceeded slowly and reluctantly to put on his coat, which he had thrown off at the beginning of his labour. In the meantime I made no remark. Jupiter, at a signal from his master, began to gather up his tools. This done, and the dog having been unmuzzled, we turned in profound silence toward home. We had taken perhaps a dozen steps in this direction, when, with a loud oath, Legrand strode up to Jupiter and seized him by the collar. The astonished negro opened his eyes and mouth to the fullest extent, let fall the spades, and fell upon his knees. "You scoundrel!" said Legrand, hissing out the syllables from between his clenched teeth. You infernal black villain! Speak, I tell you! Answer me this instant, without prevarication. Which is your left eye?" "Oh, my golly, Massa Will! Ain't dis here my lef eye for a taint?" roared the terrified Jupiter, placing his hand upon his right organ of vision, and holding it there with a desperate pertinacity, as if in immediate dread of his master's attempt at a gouge. "I thought so! I knew it! Hurrah!" vociferated Legrand, letting the negro go, and executing a series of curvets and caracoles, much to the astonishment of his valet, who, arising from his knees, looked mutely from his master to myself, and then from myself to his master. "Come, we must go back," said the latter. "The game's not up yet." And he again led the way to the tulip tree. "Jupiter," said he, when we reached its foot, "come here. Was the skull nailed to the limb with the face outward, or with the face to the limb?" "De face was out, massa, so dat de crows could get at de eyes good, without any trouble." "Well, then, was it this eye or that through which you dropped the beetle?" Here Legrand touched each of Jupiter's eyes. "'Twas dis eye, massa, de lef eye, just as you tell me." And here it was his right eye that the negro indicated. "That will do. We must try it again." Here my friend, about whose madness I now saw, or fancied that I saw, certain indications of method, removed the peg which marked the spot where the beetle fell, to a spot about 3 inches to the westward of its former position, taking now the tape measure from the nearest point of the trunk to the peg as before, and continuing the extension in a straight line to the distance of 50 feet, a spot was indicated, removed by several yards from the point at which we had been digging. Around the new position a circle, somewhat larger than in the former instance, was now described, and we again set to work with the spade. I was dreadfully weary, but scarcely understanding what had occasioned the change in my thoughts, I felt no longer any great aversion from the labor imposed. I had become most unaccountably interested, nay, even excited. Perhaps there was something amid all the extravagant demeanor of Legrand, some air of forethought or of deliberation, which impressed me. I dug eagerly, and now and then caught myself actually looking with something that very much resembled expectation for the fancied treasure, the vision of which had demented my unfortunate companion. At a period when such vagaries of thought most fully possessed me, and when we had been at work perhaps an hour and a half, we were again interrupted by the violent howlings of the dog. His uneasiness in the first instant had been evidently but the result of playfulness or caprice, but he now assumed a bitter and serious tone. Upon Jupiter's again attempting to muzzle him, he made furious resistance, and leaping into the hole, tore up the mold frantically with his claws. In a few seconds he had uncovered a mass of human bones, forming 2 complete skeletons. Intermingled with several buttons of metal, and what appeared to be the dust of decayed woolen, 1 or 2 strokes of a spade upturned the blade of a large Spanish knife, and as we dug further, 3 or 4 loose pieces of gold and silver coin came to light. At sight of these the joy of Jupiter could scarcely be restrained, but the countenance of his master wore an air of extreme disappointment. He urged us, however, to continue our exertions, and the words were hardly uttered when I stumbled and fell forward, having caught the toe of my boot in a large ring of iron that lay half buried in the loose earth. We now worked in earnest. Never did I pass 10 minutes of more intense excitement. During this interval we had fairly unearthed an oblong chest of wood, which, from its perfect preservation and wonderful hardness, had plainly been subjected to some mineralizing process, perhaps that of the bichloride of mercury. This box was 3 feet and a half long, 3 feet broad, and 2½ feet deep. It was firmly secured by bands of wrought iron, riveted and forming a kind of open trellis work over the whole. On each side of the chest, near the top, were 3 rings of iron, 6 in all, by means of which a firm hold could be obtained by 6 persons. Our utmost united endeavors served only to disturb the coffer very slightly in its bed. We at once saw the impossibility of removing so great a weight. Luckily, the sole fastenings of the lid consisted of 2 sliding bolts. These we drew back, trembling and panting with anxiety. In an instant a treasure of incalculable value lay gleaming before us. As the rays of the lantern fell within the pit, there flashed upward a glow and a glare from a confused heap of gold and of jewels that absolutely dazzled our eyes. I shall not pretend to describe the feelings with which I gazed. Amazement was, of course, predominant. Legrand appeared exhausted with excitement, and spoke very few words. Jupiter's countenance wore for some minutes as deadly a pallor as is possible, in the nature of things, for any negro's visage to assume. He seemed stupefied, thunder-stricken. Presently he fell upon his knees in the pit, and burying his naked arms up to the elbows in gold, left them there remain, as if enjoying the luxury of a bath. At length, with a deep sigh, he exclaimed, as if in a soliloquy, "And dis all come ob de gold bug, de putty gold bug, de poor little gold bug, what I boozed in that sabish kind of style. Ain't you 'shamed of yourself, nigger? Answer me dat." It became necessary at last that I should arouse both master and valet to the expediency of removing the treasure. It was growing late, and it behooved us to make exertion, that we might get everything housed before daylight. It was difficult to say what should be done, and much time was spent in deliberation, so confused were the ideas of all. We finally lightened the box by removing 2/3 of its contents, when we were enabled, with some trouble, to raise it from the hole. The articles taken out were deposited among the brambles, and the dog left to guard them, with strict orders from Jupiter neither upon any pretence to stir from the spot, nor to open his mouth until our return. We then hurriedly made for home with the chest, reaching the hut in safety. But after excessive toil, at 1 o'clock in the morning, worn out as we were, it was not in human nature to do more immediately. We rested until 2, and had supper, starting for the hills immediately afterward, armed with 3 stout sacks, which by good luck were upon the premises. A little before 4 we arrived at the pit, divided the remainder of the booty as equally as might be among us, and leaving the holes unfilled, again set out for the hut, at which for the second time we deposited our golden burdens. Just as the first faint streaks of the dawn gleamed from over the tree tops in the east. We were now thoroughly broken down, but the intense excitement of the time denied us repose. After an unquiet slumber of some 3 or 4 hours' duration, we arose, as if by preconcert, to make examination of our treasure. The chest had been full to the brim, and we spent the whole day and the greater part of the next night in a scrutiny of its contents. There had been nothing like order or arrangement. Everything had been heaped in promiscuously. Having assorted all with care, we found ourselves possessed of even vaster wealth than we had at first supposed. In coin there was rather more than $450,000, estimating the value of the pieces as accurately as we could by the tables of the period. There was not a particle of silver. All was gold of antique date and of great variety, French, Spanish, and German money, with a few English guineas, and some counters of which we had never seen specimens before. There were several very large and heavy coins, so worn we could make nothing of their inscriptions. There was no American money. The value of the jewels we found more difficulty in estimating. There were diamonds, some of them exceedingly large and fine, 110 in all, and not one of them small. 18 rubies of remarkable brilliancy, 310 emeralds, all very beautiful, and 21 sapphires with an opal. These stones had all been broken from their settings and thrown loose in the chest. The settings themselves, which we picked out from among the other gold, appeared to have been beaten up with hammers, as if to prevent identification. Besides all this, there was a vast quantity of solid gold ornaments, nearly 200 massive finger and ear rings, rich chains, 30 of these if I remember, 83 very large and heavy crucifixes, 5 gold censers of great value, a prodigious golden punch bowl ornamented with richly chased vine leaves and bacchanalian figures, with 2 sword handles exquisitely embossed, and many other smaller articles which I cannot recollect. The weight of these valuables exceeded 350 pounds avoirdupois, and in this estimate I have not included 197 superb gold watches, 3 of the number being worth each $500 if one. Many of them were very old, and as timekeepers valueless, the works having suffered more or less from corrosion, but all were richly jeweled and in cases of great worth. We estimated the entire contents of the chest that night at $1.5 million, and upon the subsequent disposal of the trinkets and jewels, a few being retained for our own use, it was found that we had greatly undervalued the treasure. When at length we had concluded our examination, and the intense excitement of the time had in some measure subsided, Legrand, who saw that I was dying with impatience for a solution of this most extraordinary riddle, entered into a full detail of all the circumstances connected with it. "You remember," said he, "that night when I handed you the rough sketch I had made of the scarabaeus? You recollect also that I became quite vexed at you for insisting that my drawing resembled a death's head. When you first made this assertion, I thought you were jesting, but afterward I called to mind the peculiar spots on the back of the insect, and admitted to myself that your remark had some little foundation in fact. Still, the sneer at my graphic powers irritated me, for I am considered a good artist, and therefore, when you handed me the scrap of parchment, I was about to crumple it up and throw it angrily into the fire. 'The scrap of paper, you mean,' said I. 'No. It had much of the appearance of paper, and at first I supposed it to be such, but when I came to draw upon it, I discovered it at once to be a piece of very thin parchment. It was quite dirty, you remember. Well, as I was in the very act of crumpling it up, my glance fell upon the sketch at which you had been looking, and you may imagine my astonishment when I perceived, in fact, the figure of a death's head just where it seemed to me I had made the drawing of the beetle. For a moment I was too much amazed to think with accuracy. I knew that my design was very different in detail from this, although there was a certain similarity in general outline. Presently I took a candle, and seating myself at the other end of the room, proceeded to scrutinize the parchment more closely. Upon turning it over, I saw my own sketch upon the reverse, just as I had made it. My first idea now was mere surprise at the really remarkable similarity of outline, at the singular coincidence involved in the fact that, unknown to me, there should have been a skull upon the other side of the parchment, immediately beneath my figure of the scarabaeus, and that this skull, not only in outline but in size, should so closely resemble my drawing. I say the singularity of this coincidence absolutely stupefied me for a time. This is the usual effect of such coincidences. The mind struggles to establish a connection, a sequence of cause and effect, and being unable to do so, suffers a species of temporary paralysis. But when I recovered from this stupor, there dawned upon me gradually a conviction which startled me even far more than the coincidence. I began distinctly, positively to remember that there had been no drawing upon the parchment when I made my sketch of the scarabaeus. I became perfectly certain of this, for I recollected turning up first one side and then the other in search of the cleanest spot. Had the skull been there, of course I could not have failed to notice it. Here was indeed a mystery which I felt it impossible to explain. But even at that early moment there seemed to glimmer faintly within the most remote and secret chambers of my intellect a glow worm-like conception of that truth which last night's adventure brought to so magnificent a demonstration. I arose at once, and putting the parchment securely away, dismissed all further reflection until I should be alone. End of section 5. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 6. The Gold Bug, by Edgar Allan Poe, Part 3. When you had gone, and when Jupiter was fast asleep, I betook myself to a more methodical investigation of the affair. In the first place, I considered the manner in which the parchment had come into my possession. The spot where we discovered the scarabaeus was on the coast of the mainland, about a mile eastward of the island, and but a short distance above the high-water mark. Upon my taking hold of it, it gave me a sharp bite, which caused me to let it drop. Jupiter, with his accustomed caution, before seizing the insect, which had flown toward him, looked about him for a leaf, or something of that nature, by which to take hold of it. It was at this moment that his eyes, and mine also, fell upon the scrap of parchment, which I then supposed to be paper. It was lying half buried in the sand, a corner sticking up. Near the spot where we found it, I observed the remnants of the hull of what appeared to have been a ship's long-boat. The wreck seemed to have been there for a very great while, for the resemblance to boat timbers could scarcely be traced. Well, Jupiter picked up the parchment, wrapped the beetle in it, and gave it to me. Soon afterward we turned to go home, and on the way met Lieutenant Gunn. I showed him the insect, and he begged me to let him take it to the fort. Upon my consenting, he thrust it forthwith into his waistcoat pocket, without the parchment in which it had been wrapped, and which I had continued to hold in my hand during his inspection. Perhaps he dreaded my changing my mind, and thought it best to make sure of the prize at once. You know how enthusiastic he is on all subjects connected with natural history. At the same time, without being conscious of it, I must have deposited the parchment in my own pocket. You remember that, when I went to the table for the purpose of making a sketch of the beetle, I found no paper where it was usually kept. I looked in the drawer and found none there. I searched my pockets, hoping to find an old letter, when my hand fell upon the parchment. I thus detail the precise mode in which it came into my possession, for the circumstances impressed me with peculiar force. No doubt you will think me fanciful, but I had already established a kind of connection. I had put together two links of a great chain. There was a boat lying upon a sea-coast, and not far from the boat was a parchment, not a paper, with a skull depicted upon it. You will of course ask, where is the connection? I reply that the skull or death's head is the well-known emblem of the pirate. The flag of the death's head is hoisted in all engagements. I have said that the scrap was parchment, and not paper. Parchment is durable, almost imperishable. Matters of little moment are rarely consigned to parchment, since for the mere ordinary purposes of drawing or writing it is not nearly so well adapted as paper. This reflection suggested some meaning, some relevancy in the death's head. I did not fail to observe also the form of the parchment. Although one of its corners had been by some accident destroyed, it could be seen that the original form was oblong. It was just such a slip, indeed, as might have been chosen for a memorandum, for a record of something to be long remembered and carefully preserved. "But," I interposed, "you say that the skull was not upon the parchment when you made the drawing of the beetle. How then do you trace any connection between the boat and the skull, since this latter, according to your own admission, must have been designed, God only knows how or by whom, at some period subsequent to your sketching the scarabaeus?" Ah, hereupon turns the whole mystery, although the secret at this point I had comparatively little difficulty in solving. My steps were sure, and could afford but a single result. I reasoned, for example, thus. When I drew the scarabaeus, there was no skull apparent upon the parchment. When I had completed the drawing, I gave it to you, and observed you narrowly until you returned it. You, therefore, did not design the skull, and no one else was present to do it. Then it was not done by human agency, and nevertheless it was done. At this stage of my reflections I endeavored to remember, and did remember with entire distinctness, every incident which occurred about the period in question. The weather was chilly. Oh, rare and happy accident! And a fire was blazing upon the hearth. I was heated with exercise, and sat near the table. You, however, had drawn a chair close to the chimney. Just as I placed the parchment in your hand, and as you were in the act of inspecting it, Wolf, the Newfoundland, entered and leaped upon your shoulders. With your left hand you caressed him and kept him off, while your right, holding the parchment, was permitted to fall listlessly between your knees and in close proximity to the fire. At one moment I thought the blaze had caught it, and was about to caution you, but before I could speak you had withdrawn it, and were engaged in its examination. When I considered all these particulars, I doubted not for a moment that heat had been the agent in bringing to light upon the parchment the skull which I saw designed upon it. You are well aware that chemical preparations exist, and have existed time out of mind, by means of which it is possible to write upon either paper or vellum, so that the characters shall become visible only when subjected to the action of fire. Zafar, digested in aqua regia, and diluted with 4 times its weight of water, is sometimes employed. A green tint results. The regulus of cobalt, dissolved in a spirit of nitre, gives a red. These colors disappear at longer or shorter intervals after the material written upon it cools, but again becomes apparent upon the reapplication of heat. I now scrutinized the death's head with care. Its outer edges, the edges of the drawing nearest the edge of the vellum, was far more distinct than the others. It was clear that the action of the caloric had been imperfect or unequal. I immediately kindled a fire, and subjected every portion of the parchment to a glowing heat. At first the only effect was the strengthening of the faint lines in the skull, but upon persevering in the experiment, there became visible at the corner of the slip, diagonally opposite to the spot in which the death's head was delineated, the figure of what I had first supposed to be a goat. A closer scrutiny, however, satisfied me that it was intended for a kid. "Ha, ha!" said I. "To be sure, I have no right to laugh at you. $1.5 million of money is too serious a matter for mirth. But you're not about to establish a third link in your chain. You will not find any special connection between your pirates and a goat. Pirates, you know, have nothing to do with goats. They appertain to the farming interest." "But I have just said that the figure was not that of a goat." "Well, a kid, then. Pretty much the same thing." "Pretty much, but not altogether," said Legrand. "You may have heard of one Captain Kidd." I at once looked upon the figure of the animal as a kind of punning or hieroglyphical signature. I say signature because its position upon the vellum suggested this idea. The death's head at the corner diagonally opposite had in the same manner the air of a stamp or seal. But I was sorely put out by the absence of all else, of the body to my imagined instrument, of the text for my context. "I presume you expected to find a letter between the stamp and the signature?" "Something of that kind. The fact is, I felt irresistibly impressed with the presentiment of some vast good fortune impending. I can scarcely say why. Perhaps, after all, it was rather a desire than an actual belief. But do you know that Jupiter's silly words about the bug being of solid gold had a remarkable effect upon my fancy? And then the series of accidents and coincidences, these were so very extraordinary. Do you observe how mere an accident it was that these events should have occurred upon the sole day of all the year in which it has been, or may be, sufficiently cool for foe, and that without the fire, or without the intervention of the dog at the precise moment in which he appeared, I should never have become aware of the death's head, and so never the possessor of the treasure? But proceed. I am all impatience." "Well, you have heard, of course, the many stories current, the 1,000 vague rumors afloat about money buried somewhere upon the Atlantic coast by Kidd and his associates. These rumors must have had some foundation in fact, and that the rumors have existed so long and so continuously could have resulted, it appeared to me, only from the circumstance of the buried treasures still remaining entombed. Had Kidd concealed his plunder for a time, and afterward reclaimed it, the rumors would scarcely have reached us in their present unvarying form. You will observe that the stories told are all about money seekers, not about money finders. Had the pirate recovered his money, there the affair would have dropped. It seemed to me that some accident, say the loss of a memorandum indicating its locality, had deprived him of the means of recovering it, and that this accident had become known to his followers, who otherwise might never have heard that the treasure had been concealed at all, and who, busying themselves in vain, because unguided attempts to regain it had given first birth and then universal currency to the reports which are now so common. Have you ever heard of any important treasure being unearthed along the coast? Never. But that Kidd's accumulations were immense is well known. I took it for granted, therefore, that the earth still held them, and you will scarcely be surprised when I tell you that I felt a hope nearly amounting to certainty that the parchment so strangely found involved a lost record of the place of deposit. But how did you proceed? I held the vellum again to the fire, after increasing the heat, but nothing appeared. I now thought it possible that the coating of dirt might have something to do with the failure, so I carefully rinsed the parchment by pouring warm water over it, and having done this, I placed it in a tin pan with the skull downward, and put the pan upon a furnace of lighted charcoal. In a few minutes, the pan having become thoroughly heated, I removed the slip, and to my inexpressible joy found it spotted in several places with what appeared to be figures arranged in lines. Again I placed it in the pan, and suffered it to remain another minute. Upon taking it off, the whole was just as you see it now. Here Legrand, having reheated the parchment, submitted it to my inspection. There were many and confusing characters, rudely traced in a red tint, between the death's head and the goat. "But," said I, returning him the slip, "I am as much in the dark as ever. Were all the jewels of Golconda awaiting me upon my solution of this enigma, I am quite sure that I should be unable to earn them." "And yet," said Legrand, "the solution is by no means so difficult as you might be led to imagine from the first hasty inspection of the characters. These characters, as any one might readily guess, form a cipher. That is to say, they convey a meaning, but then from what is known of Kidd, I could not suppose him capable of constructing any of the more abstruse cryptographs. I made up my mind at once that this was of a simple species, such, however, as would appear to the crude intellect of the sailor absolutely insoluble without the key." "And you readily solved it?" "Readily. I have solved others of an abstruseness 10,000 times greater. Circumstances and a certain bias of mind have led me to take interest in such riddles, and it may well be doubted whether human ingenuity can construct an enigma of the kind which human ingenuity may not, by proper application, resolve. In fact, having once established connected and legible characters, I scarcely gave a thought to the mere difficulty of developing their import. In the present case, indeed, in all cases of secret writing, the first question regards the language of the cipher. For the principles of solution, so far especially as the more simple ciphers are concerned, depend upon, and are varied by, the genius of the particular idiom. In general, there is no alternative but experiment, directed by probabilities of every tongue known to him who attempts the solution, until the true one be attained. But with the cipher now before us, all difficulty was removed by the signature. The pun upon the word Kidd is appreciable in no other language than that of English. But for this consideration I should have begun my attempts with Spanish and French, as the tongues in which a secret of this kind would most naturally have been written by a pirate of the Spanish main. As it was, I assumed the cryptograph to be English. You observe there are no divisions between the words. Had there been divisions, the task would have been comparatively easy. In such cases I should have commenced with a collation and analysis of the shorter words, and, had a word of a single letter occurred, as is most likely, A or I, for example, I should have considered the solution as assured. But there being no division, my first step was to ascertain the predominant letters as well as the least frequent. Counting all, I constructed a table. Thus, of the characters 8, there are 33. 26 semicolons, 19 fours, 16 stars, 13 double daggers and parentheses, 14 fives, 11 sixes, 8 single daggers and ones, 6 O's, 5 92s, 4 colons and threes, 3 question marks, 2 staffs, and 1 double dash and 1 period. Now in English, the letter which most frequently occurs is E. Afterward, the succession runs thus: A, O, I, D, H, N, R, S, T, U, Y, C, F, G, L, M, W, B, K, P, Q, X, Z. E predominates so remarkably that an individual sentence of any length is rarely seen in which it is not the prevailing character. Here then we have in the very beginning the groundwork for something more than just a mere guess. The general use which may be made of the table is obvious, but in this particular cipher we shall only very partially require its aid. As our predominant character is 8, we will commence by assuming it as the E of the natural alphabet. To verify the supposition, let us observe if the 8 be seen often in couples, for E is doubled with great frequency in English, in such words, for example, as meet, fleet, speed, seen, been, agree, etc. In the present instance we see it doubled no less than 5 times, although the cryptograph is brief. Let us assume 8 then as E. Now of all words in the language, the is most usual. Let us see therefore whether there are not repetitions of any 3 characters in the same order of collocation, the last of them being 8. If we discover repetitions of such letters so arranged, they will most probably represent the word the. Upon inspection we find no less than 7 such arrangements, the characters being semicolon 48 period. We may therefore assume that a semicolon represents T, 4 represents H, and 8 represents E, the last being now well confirmed. Thus a great step has been taken. But having established a single word, we are enabled to establish a vastly important point, that is to say, several commencements and terminations of other words. Let us refer, for example, to the last instance but one, in which the combination semicolon 48 occurs, not far from the end of the cipher. We know that the semicolon immediately ensuing is the commencement of a word, and of 6 characters succeeding this, the. We are cognizant of no less than 5. Let us set these characters down thus by the letters we know them to represent, leaving a space for the unknown. T-E-E-T-H, period. Here we are enabled at once to discard the th, as forming no portion of the word commencing with the first T semicolon, since by experiment of the entire alphabet for a letter adapted to the vacancy, we perceive that no word can be formed of which this th can be a part. We are thus narrowed into T space E-E, comma, and, going through the alphabet, if necessary, as before, we arrive at the word tree as the sole possible reading. We thus gain another letter, R, represented by parentheses, with the words the tree in juxtaposition. Looking beyond these words for a short distance, we again see the combination semicolon 4-8, and employ it by way of termination to what immediately precedes. We have thus this arrangement: the tree, semicolon 4 dagger, question mark 3 4, the, or substituting the natural letters where known, it reads thus: the tree, THR double dagger, question mark 3 H, the. Now, If in the place of the unknown characters we leave blank spaces or substitute dots, we read thus: the tree, THR ... HTHE, when the word through makes itself evident at once. But this discovery gives us 3 new letters, O, U, and G, represented by double dagger, question mark, and 3. Looking now narrowly through the cipher for combinations of known characters, we find not very far from the beginning this arrangement: 83 88 or EGREE, which plainly is the conclusion of the word degree, and gives us another letter, D, represented by dagger. 4 letters beyond the word degree we perceive the combination semicolon 46 semicolon 88. Translating the known characters and representing the unknown by dots as before, we read thus: TH.RTEE, an arrangement immediately suggestive of the word 13, and again furnishing us with 2 new characters, I and N, represented by 6 and star. Referring now to the beginning of the cryptograph, we find the combination 53 double dagger dagger. Translating as before, we obtain good, GOOD, which assures us that the first letter is A, and that the first 2 words are A good. It is now time that we arrange our key as far as discovered in a tabular form to avoid confusion. It will stand thus: 5 represents A, single dagger D, 8 E, 3 G, 4 H, 6 I, star N, double dagger O, parentheses R, colon T, question mark U. We have therefore no less than 11 of the most important letters represented, and it will be unnecessary to proceed with the details of the solution. I have said enough to convince you that ciphers of this nature are readily soluble, and to give you some insight into the rationale of their development. But be assured that the specimen before us appertains to the very simplest species of cryptograph. It now only remains to give you the full translation of the characters upon the parchment as unriddled, and here it is: a good glass in the bishop's hostel, in the devil's seat, 41 degrees and 13 minutes northeast, and by north main branch, 7th limb, east side, shoot from the left eye of the death's head, a bee line from the tree through the shot, 50 feet out. But, said I, the enigma seems still in as bad a condition as ever. How is it possible to extort a meaning from all this jargon about devil's seats, death's head, and bishops' hotels? I confess, replied Legrand, that the matter still wears a serious aspect when regarded with a casual glance. My first endeavor was to divide the sentence into the natural division intended by the cryptographist. You mean to punctuate it? Something of that kind. But how is it possible to effect this? I reflected that it had been a point with the writer to run his words together without division, so as to increase the difficulty of solution. Now, a not over acute man, in pursuing such an object, would be nearly certain to overdo the matter. When, in the course of his composition, he arrived at a break in his subject which would naturally require a pause or a point, he would be exceedingly apt to run his characters at this place more than usually close together. If you will observe the MS in the present instance, you will easily detect 5 such cases of unusual crowding. Acting upon this hint, I made the division thus: a good glass in the bishop's hostel, in the devil's seat, 41 degrees and 13 minutes northeast, and by north, main branch, 7th limb, east side, shoot from the left eye of the death's head, a bee line from the tree through the shot, 50 feet out. Even this division, said I, leaves me still in the dark. It left me also in the dark, replied Legrand, for a few days. during which I made diligent inquiry in the neighborhood of Sullivan's Island for any building which went by the name of the Bishop's Hotel, for of course I dropped the obsolete word hostel. Gaining no information on the subject, I was on the point of extending my sphere of search and proceeding in a more systematic manner, when one morning it entered into my head quite suddenly that this Bishop's Hostel might have some reference to an old family of the name of Bessop, which time out of mind had held possession of an ancient manor house about 4 miles to the northward of the island. I accordingly went over to the plantation and reinstituted my inquiries among the older negroes of the place. At length one of the most aged of the women said that she had heard of such a place as Bessop's Castle, and thought that she could guide me to it, but that it was not a castle nor a tavern, but a high rock. I offered to pay her well for her trouble, and after some demur she consented to accompany me to the spot. We found it without much difficulty, when, dismissing her, I proceeded to examine the place. The castle consisted of an irregular assemblage of cliffs and rocks, one of the latter being quite remarkable for its height as well as for its insulated and artificial appearance. I clambered to its apex, and then felt much at a loss as to what should be next done. While I busied in reflection, my eyes fell upon a narrow ledge in the eastern face of the rock, perhaps a yard below the summit upon which I stood. This ledge projected about 18 inches, and was not more than a foot wide, while a niche in the cliff just above it gave it a rude resemblance to one of the hollow-backed chairs used by our ancestors. I made no doubt that here was the Devil's Seat alluded to in the MS, and now I seemed to grasp the full secret of the riddle. The good glass, I knew, could have reference to nothing but a telescope, for the word glass is rarely employed in any other sense by seamen. Now here, I at once saw, was a telescope to be used, and a definite point of view, admitting no variation from which to use it. Nor did I hesitate to believe that the phrases 41 degrees and 13 minutes and northeast and by north were intended as directions for the leveling of the glass. Greatly excited by these discoveries, I hurried home, procured a telescope, and returned to the rock. I let myself down to the ledge, and found that it was impossible to retain a seat upon it except in one particular position. This fact confirmed my preconceived idea. I proceeded to use the glass. Of course the 41 degrees and 13 minutes could allude to nothing but elevation above the visible horizon, since the horizontal direction was clearly indicated by the words northeast and by north. This latter direction I at once established by means of a pocket compass. Then, pointing the glass as nearly at an angle of 41 degrees of elevation as I could do it by guess, I moved it cautiously up or down until my attention was arrested by a circular rift or opening in the foliage of a large tree that overtopped its fellows in the distance. In the center of this rift I perceived a white spot, but could not at first distinguish what it was. Adjusting the focus of the telescope, I again looked, and now made it out to be a human skull. Upon this discovery I was so sanguine as to consider the enigma solved, for the phrase main branch, seventh limb, east side, could refer only to the position of the skull upon the tree, while shoot from the left eye of the death's head admitted also of but one interpretation. In regard to a search for buried treasure, I perceived that the design was to drop a bullet from the left eye of the skull, and that a bee-line, or, in other words, a straight line drawn from the nearest point of the trunk through the shot, or the spot where the bullet fell, and thence extended to a distance of 50 feet, would indicate a definite point, and beneath this point I thought it at least possible that a deposit of value lay concealed. All this, I said, is exceedingly clear, and although ingenious, still simple and explicit. When you left the Bishop's Hotel, what then? Why, having carefully taken the bearings of the tree, I turned homeward. The instant that I left the Devil's Seat, however, the circular rift vanished, nor could I get a glimpse of it afterward, turn as I would. What seems to me the chief ingenuity in this whole business is the fact, for repeated experiment has convinced me it is a fact, that the circular opening in question is visible from no other attainable point of view than that afforded by the narrow ledge upon the face of the rock. In this expedition to the Bishop's Hotel I had been attended by Jupiter, who had no doubt observed for some weeks past the abstraction of my demeanor, and took especial care not to leave me alone. But on the next day, getting up very early, I contrived to give him the slip, and went into the hills in search of the tree. After much toil I found it. When I came home at night, my valet proposed to give me a flogging. With the rest of the adventure I believe you are as well acquainted as myself. "I suppose," said I, "you missed the spot in the first attempt at digging, through Jupiter's stupidity in letting the bug fall through the right instead of through the left eye of the skull?" "Precisely. This mistake made a difference of about 2.5 inches in the shot, that is to say, in the position of the peg nearest the tree, and had the treasure been beneath the shot, the error would have been of little moment. But the shot, together with the nearest point of the tree, were merely 2 points for the establishment of a line of direction. Of course the error, however trivial in the beginning, increased as we proceeded with the line, and by the time we had gone 50 feet threw us quite off the scent. But for my deep-seated impressions that treasure was here somewhere actually buried, we might have had all our labor in vain. But your grandiloquence and your conduct in swinging the beetle, how excessively odd! I was sure you were mad. And why did you insist upon letting fall the bug instead of a bullet from the skull?" "Why, to be frank, I felt somewhat annoyed by your evident suspicions touching my sanity, and so resolved to punish you quietly, in my own way, by a little bit of sober mystification. For this reason I swung the beetle, and for this reason I let it fall from the tree. An observation of yours was about its great weight suggested the latter idea." "Yes, I perceive. But now there is only one point which puzzles me. What are we to make of the skeletons found in the hole?" "That is a question I am no more able to answer than yourself. There seems, however, only one plausible way of accounting for them, and yet it is dreadful to believe in such atrocity as my suggestion would imply. It is clear that Kidd, if Kidd indeed secreted this treasure, which I doubt not, it is clear that he must have had assistance in the labor. But this labor concluded, he may have thought it expedient to remove all participants in his secret. Perhaps a couple of blows with a mattock were sufficient, while his coadjutors were busy in the pit. Perhaps it required a dozen. Who shall tell? End of section 6.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 7. Corporal Flint's Murder by F. Fenimore Cooper. Half an hour passed after the execution of the missionary before the chiefs commenced their proceeding with the corporal. The delay was owing to a consultation in which the Weasel had proposed dispatching a party to the castle to bring in the family, and thus make a common destruction of the remaining pale faces known to be in that part of the openings. Peter did not dare to oppose this scheme himself, but he so managed as to get Crow's Feather to do it without bringing himself into the foreground. The influence of the Potawatomi prevailed, and it was decided to torture this one captive and to secure his scalp before they proceeded to work their will on the others. Hanqui, who had gained ground rapidly by his late success, was once more commissioned to state to the captive the intention of his captors. "Brother," commenced the weasel, placing himself directly in front of the corporal, "I am about to speak to you. A wise warrior opens his ears when he hears the voice of his enemy. He may learn something it will be good for him to know. It will be good for you to know what I am about to say. Brother, you are a pale-face, and we are Indians. You wish to get our hunting grounds, and we wish to keep them. To keep them, it has become necessary to take your scalp. I hope you are ready to let us have it." The corporal had but an indifferent knowledge of the Indian language, but he comprehended all that was uttered on this occasion. Interest quickened his faculties, and no part of what was said was lost. The gentle, slow, deliberate manner in which the weasel delivered himself contributed to his means of understanding. He was, fortunately, prepared for what he heard, and the announcement of his approaching fate did not disturb him to the degree of betraying weakness. This last was a triumph in which the Indians delighted, though they ever showed the most profound respect for such of their victims as manifested a manly fortitude. It was necessary to reply, which the corporal did in English, knowing that several present could interpret his words. With a view to render this the more easy, he spoke in fragments of sentences and with great deliberation. "Injins," returned the corporal, "you surrounded me, and I have been taken prisoner. Had there been a platoon on us, you might not have made out quite so well. It's no great victory for 300 warriors to overcome a single man. I count Parson Amen as worse than nothing, for he looked to neither rear nor flank. If I could have half an hour's work upon you with only half of your late company, I think we should lower your conceit, but that is impossible, and so you may do just what you please with me. I ask no favors." Although his answer was very imperfectly translated, it awakened a good deal of admiration. A man who could look death so closely in the face with so much steadiness became a sort of hero in Indian eyes, and with the North American savage, fortitude is a virtue not inferior to courage. Murmurs of approbation were heard, and Unque was privately requested to urge the captive further, in order to see how far present appearances were likely to be maintained. "Brother, I have said that we are Indians," resumed the vessel with an air so humble and a voice so meek that a stranger might have supposed he was consoling instead of endeavoring to intimidate the prisoner. "It is true. We are nothing but poor ignorant Indians. We can only torment our prisoners after the Indian fashion. If we were pale faces we might do better. We did not torment the medicine priest. We were afraid he would laugh at our mistakes. He knew a great deal. We know but little. We do as well as we know how. Brother, when Indians do as well as they know how, a warrior should forget their mistakes. We wish to torment you in a way to prove that you are all over man. We wish so to torment you that you will stand up under the pain in such a way that it will make our young men think your mother was not a squaw, that there is no woman in you. We do this for our own honor as well as for yours. It will be an honor to us to have such a captive. It will be an honor to you to be such a captive. We shall do as well as we know how. Brother, it is most time to begin. The tormenting will last a long time. We must not let the medicine priest get too great a start on the path to the happy hunting grounds of your—" Here a most unexpected interruption occurred that effectually put a stop to the eloquence of Unquay. In his desire to make an impression, the savage approached within reach of the captive's arm, while his own mind was intent on the words that he hoped would make the prisoner quail. The corporal kept his eye on that of the speaker, charming him, as it were, into a riveted gaze in return. Watching his opportunity, he caught the tomahawk from the wizard's belt, and, by a single blow, felled him dead at his feet. Not content with this, the old soldier now bounded forward, striking right and left, inflicting 6 or 8 wounds on others before he could be again arrested, disarmed, and bound. While the last was doing, Peter withdrew unobserved. Many were the hues and other explanations of admiration that succeeded this display of desperate manhood. The body of the weasel was removed and interred, while the wounded withdrew to attend to their hurts, leaving the arena to the rest assembled there. As for the corporal, he was pretty well blown, and, in addition to being now bound hand and foot, his recent exertions, which were terrific while they lasted, effectually incapacitated him from making any move so long as he was thus exhausted and confined. A council was now held by the principal chiefs. Unquay had few friends. In this he shared the fate of most demagogues, who are commonly despised even by those they lead and deceive. No one regretted him much, and some were actually glad at his fate. But the dignity of the conquerors must be vindicated. It would never do to allow a pale-face to obtain so great an advantage, and to take a signal vengeance for his deed. After a long consultation, it was determined to subject the captive to the trial by Sapiens, and thus see if he could bear the torture without complaining. As some of our readers may not understand what this fell mode of tormenting is, it may be necessary to explain. There is scarcely a method of inflicting pain that comes within the compass of their means that the North American Indians have not essayed on their enemies. When the infernal ingenuity that is exercised on this occasion fails of its effect, the captives themselves have been heard to suggest other means of torturing that they have known practised successfully by their own people. There is often a strange strife between the tormentors and the tormented, the one to manifest skill in inflicting pain, and the other to manifest fortitude in enduring it. As has just been said, quite as much renown is often acquired by the warrior in setting all the devices of his conquerors at defiance, while subject to their hellish attempts, as in deeds of arms. It might be more true to say that such was the practice among the Indians, than to say at the present time that such is. For it is certain that civilization in its approaches, while it has in many particulars even degraded the red man, has had a silent effect in changing and mitigating many of his fiercer customs. This, perhaps, among the rest. It is probable that the more distant tribes still resort to all these ancient usages, but it is both hoped and believed that those nearer to the wilds do not. The torture by saplings is one of those modes of inflicting pain that would naturally suggest themselves to savages. Young trees that do not stand far apart are trimmed of their branches, and brought nearer to each other by bending their bodies. The victim is then attached to both trunks, sometimes by his extended arms, at others by his legs, or by whatever part of the frame cruelty can suggest, when the saplings are released and permitted to resume their upright positions. Of course, the sufferer is lifted from the earth and hangs suspended by these limbs, with a strain on them that soon produces the most intense anguish. The celebrated punishment of the knout partakes of a good deal of the same character of suffering. Bow of the Oak now approached the corporal to let him know how high an honor was in reserve for him. "Brother," said this ambitious orator, "you are a brave warrior. You have done well. Not only have you killed one of our chiefs, but you have wounded several of our young men. No one but a brave could have done this. You have forced us to bind you, lest you might kill some more. It is not often that captives do this. Your courage has caused us to consult how we might best torture you, in a way most to manifest your manhood. After talking together, the chiefs have decided that a man of your firmness ought to be hung between two young trees. We have found the trees, and have cut off their branches. You can see them. If they were a little larger, their force would be greater, and they would give you more pain, would be more worthy of you. But these are the largest saplings we could find. Had there been any larger, we would have let you have them. We wished to do you honor, for you are a bold warrior, and worthy to be well tormented. Brother, look at these saplings. They are tall and straight. When they are bent by many hands, they will come together. Take away the hands, and they will become straight again. Your arms must then keep them together. We wish we had some papooses here, that they might shoot arrows into your flesh. That would help much to torment you. You cannot have this honor, for we have no papooses. We are afraid to let our young men shoot arrows into your flesh. They are strong and might kill you. We wish you to die between the saplings, as is your right, being so great a brave. Brother, we think much better of you since you killed the weasel and hurt our young men. If all your warriors at Chicago had been as bold as you, Blackbird would not have taken that fort. You would have saved many scalps. This encourages us. It makes us think the Great Spirit means to help us, and that we shall kill all the pale faces. When we get further into your settlements, we do not expect to meet many such braves as you. They tell us we shall then find men who will run and screech like women. It will not be a pleasure to torment such men. We had rather torment a bold warrior like you, who makes us admire him for his manliness. We love our squaws, but not in the war path. They are best in the lodges. Here we want nothing but men. You are a man, a brave. We honor you. We think, notwithstanding, we shall yet make you weak. It will not be easy, yet we hope to do it. We shall try. We may not think quite so well of you if we do it, but we shall always call you a brave. A man is not a stone. We can all feel, and when we have done all that is in our power, no one can do more. It is so with Indians. We think it must be so with pale faces. We mean to try and see how it is. The corporal understood very little of his harangue, though he perfectly comprehended the preparation of the saplings, and Bough of the Oak's allusions to them. He was in a cold sweat at the thought, for resolute as he was, he foresaw sufferings that human fortitude could hardly endure. In this state of the case, and in the frame of mind he was in, he had recourse to an expedient of which he had often heard, and which he thought might now be practised to some advantage. It was to open up upon the savages with abuse, and to exasperate them by taunts and sarcasm to such a degree as might induce some of the weaker members of the tribe to dispatch him on the spot. As the corporal, with the perspective of the sapling before his eyes, manifested a good deal of ingenuity on this occasion, we shall record some of his efforts. "Do you call yourselves chief and warriors?" he began, upon a pretty high key. "I call you squaws. There is not a man among ye. Dogs will be the best name. You are poor Injins. A long time ago the pale faces came here in 2 or 3 little canoes. There were but a handful, and you were plentier than prairie wolves. Your bark could be heard throughout the land. Well, what did this handful of pale faces? He drove your fathers before them, until they got all the best of the hunting grounds. Not an Injin of you all, now, ever get down on the shores of the Great Salt Lake, unless to sell brooms and baskets, and then he goes sneaking like a wolf after the sheep. You have forgotten how clams and oysters taste. Your fathers had as many of them as they could eat, but not one of you ever tasted them. The pale faces eat them all. If an Injun asked for one, they would throw the shell at his head and call him a dog. Do you think that my chiefs would hang one of you between 2 such miserable saplings as these? No! They would scorn to practice such pitiful torture. They would bring the tops of 2 tall pines together, trees 150 feet high, and put their prisoner on the topmost boughs, for the crows and ravens to pick his eyes out. But you are miserable Injins. You know nothing. If you knew any better, would you act such poor torment against a great brave? I spit upon ye, and call you squaws. The pale faces have made women of ye. They have taken out your hearts, and put pieces of dog's flesh in their places." Here the corporal, who delivered himself with an animation suited to his language, was obliged to pause, literally for want of breath. Singular as it may seem, this tirade excited great admiration among the savages. It is true that very few understood what was said. Perhaps no one understood at all, but the manner was thought to be admirable. When some of the language was interpreted, a deep but smothered resentment was felt, more especially at the taunts touching the manner in which the whites had overcome the red men. Truth is hard to be borne, and the individual or people who will treat 1,000 injurious lives with contempt feel all their ire aroused at one reproach that has its foundation in fact. Nevertheless, the anger that the corporal's words did, in truth, awaken, was successfully repressed, and he had the disappointment of seeing that his life was spared for the torture. "Brother," said Bough of the Oak, again placing himself before the captive, "you have a stout heart. It is made of stone, and not of flesh. If our hearts be of dog's meat, yours is of stone. What you say is true. The pale faces did come at first in 2 or 3 canoes, and there were but few of them. We are ashamed, for it is true. A few pale faces drove toward the setting sun many Injuns. But we cannot be driven any further. We mean to stop here, and begin to take all the scalps we can. The great chief, who belongs to no one tribe, but belongs to all tribes, who speaks all tongues, has been sent by the Great Spirit to arouse us. He has done it. You know him. He came from the head of the lake with you, and kept his eye on your scalp. He meant to take it from the first. He waited only for an opportunity. That opportunity has come, and we now mean to do as he had told us we ought to do. This is right. Squaws are in a hurry. Warriors know how to wait. We would kill you at once, and hang your scalp on our pole, but it would not be right. We wish to do what is right. If we are poor Indians, and know but little, we know what is right. It is right to torment so great a brave, and we mean to do it. It is only just to you to do so. An old warrior who has seen so many enemies, and who has so big a heart, ought not to be knocked on the head like a papoose or a squaw. It is his right to be tormented. We are getting ready, and shall soon begin. If my brother can tell us a new way of tormenting, we are willing to try it. Should we not make out as well as pale faces, my brother will remember who we are. We mean to do our best, and we hope to make this heart soft. If we do this, great will be our honor. Should we not do it, we cannot help it. We shall try. It was now the corporal's turn to put in a rebuttal. This he did without any failure in will or performance. By this time he was so well warmed as to think or care very little about the saplings, and to overlook the pain they might occasion. Dogs can do little but bark, especially Injun dogs, he said. Injun themselves are little better than their own dogs. They can bark, but they don't know how to bite. You have many great chiefs here. Some are panthers, and some bears, and some buffaloes. But where are your weasels? I've fed you now these 20 years, and never have I known ye to stand up to the bayonet. It's not Injun nature to do that. Here the corporal, without knowing it, made some such reproach to the aboriginal warriors of America as the English used to throw into the teeth of ourselves, that of not standing up to a weapon which neither party possessed. It was matter of great triumph that the Americans would not stand the charge of the bayonet at the renowned fight on Breed's, for instance, when it is well known that not one man in 5 among the colonists had any such weapon at all to stand up with. A different story was told at Guilford, and Stony Point, and Utah, and Bennington, and Bemis Heights, and 50 other places that might be named after the troops were furnished with bayonets. Then it was found that the Americans could use them as well as others, and so might it have proved with the red men, though their discipline or mode of fighting scarce admitted of such systematic charges. All this, however, the corporal overlooked, much as if he were a regular historian who was writing to make out a case. "Harkee, brother, since you will call me brother, though heaven be praised, not a drop of nigger or Indian blood runs in my veins," resumed the corporal. "Hearken, friendly Redskin, answer me one thing. Did you ever hear of such a man as Mad Anthony? He was the tickler for your infernal tribes. You pulled no saplings together for him. He put you up with the long knives and leather stockings, and you outrun his fleetest horses. I was with him, and saw more naked back than naked faces among your people that day. Your great bear got a rap on his nose that sent him to his village, yelping like a cur." Again was the corporal compelled to stop to take breath. The allusion to Wayne and his defeat of the Indians exacted so much ire that several hands grasped knives and tomahawks, and one arrow was actually drawn nearly to the head. But the frown of Belial's meat prevented any outbreak or actual violence. It was deemed prudent, however, to put an end to this scene, lest the straightforward corporal, who led it on heavily, and who had so much to say about Indian defeats, might actually succeed in touching some festering wound that would bring him to his death at once. It was accordingly determined to proceed with the torture of the saplings without further delay. The corporal was removed accordingly, and placed between two bended trees, which were kept together by withes around their tops. An arm of the captive was bound tightly at the wrist to the top of each tree, so that his limbs were to act as the only tie between the saplings as soon as the withes should be cut. The Indians now worked in silence, and the matter was getting to be much too serious for the corporal to indulge in any more words. The cold sweat returned, and many an anxious glance was cast by the veteran on the fell preparation. Still he maintained appearances, and while all was ready, not a man there was aware of the agony of dread which prevailed in the breast of the victim. It was not death that he feared as much as suffering. A few minutes, the corporal knew, would make the pain intolerable, while he saw no hope of putting a speedy end to his existence. A man might live hours in such a situation. Then it was that the teachings of childhood were revived in the bosom of this ardent man, and he remembered the being that died for him in common with the rest of the human race on the tree. The seeming similarity of his own execution struck his imagination, and brought a tardy but faint recollection of those lessons that had lost most of their efficacy in the wickedness and piety of camps. His soul struggled for relief in that direction, but the present scene was too absorbing to admit of its lifting itself so far above his humanity. "Warrior of the pale faces," said Bough of the Oak, "we are going to cut the withes. You will then be where a brave man will want all his courage. If you are firm, we will do you honor. If you faint and screech, our young men will laugh at you. This is the way with Indians. They honor braves. They point the finger at cowards." Here a sign was made by Bear's Meat, and a warrior raised the tomahawk that was to separate the fastenings. His hand was in the very act of descending, when the crack of a rifle was heard, and a little smoke rose out of the thicket near the spot where the bee hunter and the corporal himself had remained so long hid, on the occasion of the council first held in that place. The tomahawk fell, however, the withes were parted, and up flew the saplings with a violence that threatened to tear the arms of the victim out of their sockets. The Indians listened, expecting the screeches and groans. They gazed, hoping to witness the writhings of their captives. But they were disappointed. There hung the body, its arm distended, still holding the top of the sapling's bough, but not a sign of life was seen. A small line of blood trickled down the forehead, and above it was the nearly imperceptible hole made by the passage of a bullet. The head itself had fallen forward, and a little on one shoulder. The corporal had escaped the torments reserved for him by this friendly blow. End of section 7.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 8. Uncle Jim and Uncle Billy, by Bret Harte. Part 1. They were partners. The avuncular title was bestowed on them by Cedar Camp, possibly in recognition of a certain matured good humor, quite distinct from the spasmodic, exuberant spirits of its other members, and possibly from what to its youthful sense seemed their advanced ages, which must have been at least 40. They had also set habits even in their improvidence, lost incalculable and unpayable sums to each other over euchre regularly every evening, and inspected their sluice boxes punctually every Saturday for repairs, which they never made. They even got to resemble each other, after the fashion of old married couples, or rather, as in matrimonial partnerships, were subject to the domination of the stronger character. Although in their case it is to be feared that it was the feminine Uncle Billy, enthusiastic, imaginative, and loquacious, who swayed the masculine, steady-going, and practical Uncle Jim. They had lived in the camp since its foundation in 1849, and there seemed to be no reason why they should not remain there until its inevitable evolution into a mining town. The younger members might leave through restless ambition or a desire for change or novelty. They were subject to no such trifling mutation. Yet Cedar Camp was surprised one day to hear that Uncle Billy was going away. The rain was softly falling on the bark thatch of the cabin with a muffled murmur, like a sound heard through sleep. The southwest trades were warm even at that altitude, as the open door testified, although a fire of pine bark was flickering on the adobe hearth and striking out answering fires from the freshly scoured culinary utensils on the rude sideboard, which Uncle Jim had cleaned that morning with his usual serious persistency. Their best clothes, which were interchangeable and worn alternately by each other on festal occasions, hung on the walls, which were covered with a coarse sailcloth canvas instead of lath and plaster, and were diversified by pictures from illustrated papers and stains from the exterior weather. 2 bunks, like ship's berths, an upper and lower one, occupied the gable end of this single apartment, and on beds of coarse sacking filled with dry moss were carefully rolled their respective blankets and pillows. They were the only articles not used in common, and whose individuality was respected. Uncle Jim, who had been sitting before the fire, rose as the square bulk of his partner appeared at the doorway with an armful of wood for the evening stove. By that sign he knew it was 9 o'clock. For the last 6 years Uncle Billy had regularly brought in the wood at that hour, and Uncle Jim had as regularly closed the door after him and set out their single table, containing a greasy pack of cards taken from its drawer, a bottle of whiskey, and 2 tin drinking cups. To this was added a ragged memorandum book and a stick of pencil. The 2 men drew their stools to the table. "Hold on a minute," said Uncle Billy. His partner laid down the cards as Uncle Billy extracted from his pocket a pill box, and, opening it, gravely took a pill. This was clearly an innovation on their regular proceedings, for Uncle Billy was always in perfect health. "What's this for?" asked Uncle Jim, half scornfully. "Agin ager." "You ain't got no ager," said Uncle Jim, with the assurance of intimate cognizance of his partner's physical condition. "But it's a powerful preventive. Quinine. Saw this box at Riley's store and laid out a quarter on it. We can keep it here comfortable for evenings. It's mighty soothin' arter a man's done a hard day's work on the river bar. Take one." Uncle Jim gravely took a pill and swallowed it, and handed the box back to his partner. "We'll leave it on the table, sociable like, in case any of the boys come in," said Uncle Billy, taking up the cards. "Well, how d'ye we stand?" Uncle Jim consulted the memorandum book. "You were owing me $62,000 on the last game, and the limit's $75,000. "Gee whillikins!" ejaculated Uncle Billy. "Let me see." He examined the book, feebly attempted to challenge the additions, but with no effect on the total. "We ought to have made the limit $100,000," he said seriously. "$75,000 is only triflin' in a game like ours, and you've set down my claim at Angel's," he continued. "I allowed you $10,000 for that," said Uncle Jim, with equal gravity, "and it's a fancy price, too." The claim in question being an unprospected hillside 10 miles distant, which Uncle Jim had never seen, and Uncle Billy had not visited for years, the statement was probably true. Nevertheless, Uncle Billy retorted, "You can never tell how these things will pan out. Why, only this morning I was taking a turn round Shot Up Hill, that you know is just rotten with quartz and gold, and I couldn't help thinking how much it was like my old claim at Angel's. I must take a day off to go on there and strike a pick in it, if only for luck." Suddenly he paused and said, "Strange, ain't it, you should speak of it to-night? Now I call that queer." He laid down his cards and gazed mysteriously at his companion. Uncle Jim knew perfectly that Uncle Billy had regularly once a week for many years declared his final determination to go over to Angel's and prospect his claim. Yet nevertheless he half responded to his partner's suggestion of mystery, and a look of fatuous wonder crept into his eyes. But he contented himself by saying cautiously, "You spoke of it first." "That's the more sing'lar," said Uncle Billy confidently, "and I've been thinking about it, and kinder seeing myself thar all day. It's mighty queer." He got up and began to rummage among some torn and coverless books in the corner. "Where's that dream book gone to?" "The Carson boys borrowed it," replied Uncle Jim. "Anyhow, yours wasn't no dream, only a kind of vision, and the book don't take no stock in visions." Nevertheless, he watched his partner with some sympathy, and added, "That reminds me that I had a dream the other night of being in 'Frisco at a small hotel with heaps of money, and all the time being sort of scared and bewildered over it." "No?" queried his partner, eagerly yet reproachfully. "You never let on anything about it to me. It's mighty queer you having these strange feelin's, for I've had 'em myself. And only to-night, coming up from the spring, I saw 2 crows hopping in the trail, and I says, if I sees another, it's luck sure. And you'll think I'm lying, but when I went to the woodpile just now, there was the 3rd one sitting up on a log as plain as I see you. Tell you what, folks can laugh, but that's just what Jim Filgry saw the night before he made that big strike." They were both smiling, yet with an underlying credulity and seriousness as singularly pathetic as it seemed incongruous to their years and intelligence. Small wonder, however, that in their occupation and environment, living daily in an atmosphere of hope, expectation, and chance, looking forward each morning to the blind stroke of a pick that might bring fortune, they should see signs in nature and hear mystic voices in the trackless woods that surrounded them. Still less strange that they were peculiarly susceptible to the more recognized diversions of chance, and were gamblers on the turning of a card who trusted to the revelation of a shovelful of upturned earth. It was quite natural, therefore, that they should return from their abstract form of divination to the table and their cards. But they were scarcely seated before they heard a crackling step in the brush outside, and the free latch of their door was lifted. A younger member of the camp entered. He uttered a peevish "Hallo," which might have passed for a greeting, or might have been a slight protest at finding the door closed, drew the stool from which Uncle Jim had just risen before the fire, shook his wet clothes like a Newfoundland dog, and sat down. Yet he was by no means churlish nor coarse-looking, and this act was rather one of easy-going, selfish, youthful familiarity than of rudeness. The cabin of Uncles Billy and Jim was considered a public right, or common, of the camp. Conferences between individual miners were appointed there. "I'll meet you at Uncle Billy's" was a common tryst. Added to this was a tacit claim upon the partners' arbitrative powers, or the equal right to request them to step outside if the interviews were of a private nature. Yet there was never any objection on the part of the partners, and to-night there was not a shadow of resentment of this intrusion in the patient, good-humored, tolerant eyes of Uncles Jim and Billy as they gazed at their guest. Perhaps there was a slight gleam of relief in Uncle Jim's when he found that the guest was unaccompanied by anyone, and that it was not a tryst. It would have been unpleasant for the 2 partners to have stayed out in the rain while their guests were exchanging private confidences in their cabin. While there might have been no limit to their goodwill, there might have been some to their capacity for exposure. Uncle Jim drew a huge log from beside the hearth, and sat on the driest end of it, while their guest occupied the stool. The young man, without turning away from his discontented, peevish brooding over the fire, vaguely reached backward for the whiskey bottle and Uncle Billy's tin cup, to which he was assisted by the latter's hospitable hand. But on setting down the cup, his eye caught sight of the pill-box. "What's that?" he said with gloomy scorn. "Rat poison?" "Quinine pills. Agin ager," said Uncle Jim. "The newest thing out. Keeps out damp like Injun rubber. Take one to follow your whiskey. Me and Uncle Billy wouldn't think of settin' down quiet like in the evening, out of work, without 'em. Take one. You're welcome. We keep 'em out here for the boys." Accustomed as the partners were to adopt and wear each other's opinions before folks, as they did each other's clothing, Uncle Billy was nevertheless astonished and delighted at Uncle Jim's enthusiasm over his pills. The guest took one and swallowed it. "Mighty bitter," he said, glancing at his hosts with the quick Californian suspicion of some practical joke. But the honest faces of the partners reassured him. "That bitterness ye taste," said Uncle Jim quickly, "is whar the thing's gettin' its work. Sort o' sickening the malaria and kind o' waterproofing the insides all to onct and at the same lick. Don't you see? Put another in your vest pocket. You'll be crying for 'em like a child afore you get home. Thar. Well, how's things a-goin' on your claim, Dick? Boomin', eh?" The guest raised his head and turned it sufficiently to fling his answer back over his shoulder at his hosts. "I don't know what you'd call boomin'," he said gloomily. "I suppose you two men sitting here comfortably by the fire, without caring whether school keeps or not, would call 2 feet of backwater over one's claim boomin'. I reckon you'd consider 150 feet of sluicing carried away and drifting to thunder down the South Fork something in the way of advertising to your old camp. I suppose you'd think it was an inducement to investors. I shouldn't wonder," he added still more gloomily, as a sudden dash of rain down the wide-throated chimney dropped in his tin cup. "And it would be just like you two chaps, sitting there gormandizing over your quinine, if yer said this rain that lasted 3 weeks was something to be proud of." It was the cheerful and the satisfying custom of the rest of the camp, for no reason whatever, to hold Uncle Jim and Uncle Billy responsible for its present location, its vicissitudes, the weather, or any convulsion of nature. And it was equally the partners' habit, for no reason whatever, to accept these animadversions and apologize. "It's a rain that's soft and mellowin'," said Uncle Billy gently, "and supplin' to the sinews and muscles. Did you ever notice, Jim," ostentatiously to his partner, "did you ever notice that you get inter a kind of sweaty lather workin' in it, sort o' openin' to the pores? Fetches 'em every time," said Uncle Billy. "Better nor fancy soap." Their guest laughed bitterly. "Well, I'm goin' to leave it to you. I reckon to cut the whole concern to morrow and light out for something new. It can't be worse than this." The two partners looked grieved, albeit they were accustomed to these outbursts. Everybody who thought of getting away from Cedar Camp used it first as a threat to these patient men, after the fashion of runaway nephews, or made an exemplary scene of their going. "Better think twice afore you go," said Uncle Billy. "I've seen worse weather afore you came," said Uncle Jim slowly. "Water all over the bar, the mud so deep ye couldn't get to Angel's for a sack of flour, and we had to grub on pine nuts and jackass rabbits. And yet we stuck by the camp, and here we are." The mild answer apparently goaded their guest to fury. He rose from his seat, threw back his long dripping hair from his handsome but querulous face, and scattered a few drops on the partners. "Yes, that's just it. That's what gets me. Here you stick, and here you are, and here you'll stick and rust until you starve or drown. Here you are, 2 men who ought to be out in the world playing your part as grown men, stuck here like children playing house in the woods, playing work in your wretched mud pie ditches, and content. 2 men not so old that you mightn't be taking your part in the fun of the world, going to balls or theatres or paying attention to girls, and yet old enough to have married and have your families around you, content to stay in this God-forsaken place. Old bachelors pigging together like poorhouse paupers. That's what gets me. Say you like it. Say you expect by hanging on to make a strike, and what does that amount to? What are your chances? How many of us have made or are making more than grub wages? Say you're willing to share and share alike as you do. Have you got enough for two? Aren't you actually living off each other? Aren't you grinding each other down, choking each other's struggles, as you sink together deeper and deeper in the mud of this cussed camp? And while you're doing this, aren't you, by your age and position here, holding out hopes to others that you know cannot be fulfilled? Accustomed as they were to the half-querulous, half-humorous, but always extravagant criticism of the others, there was something so new in this arraignment of themselves that the partners for a moment sat silent. There was a slight flush on Uncle Billy's cheek, and there was a slight paleness on Uncle Jim's. He was the first to reply, but he did so with a certain dignity which neither his partner nor their guest had ever seen on his face before. "As it's our fire that's warmed ye up like this, Dick Bullen," he said, slowly rising, with his hand resting on Uncle Billy's shoulder, "and as it's our whiskey that's loosened your tongue, I reckon we must put up with what you're saying, just as we've managed to put up with our own way of living, and not quarrel with ye under our roof." The young fellow saw the change in Uncle Jim's face, and quickly extended his hand, with an apologetic backward shake of his long hair. "Hang it all, old man," he said, with a laugh of mingled contrition and amusement, "you mustn't mind what I said just now. I've been so worried thinking of things about myself, and maybe a little about you, that I quite forgot I hadn't a call to preach to anybody, least of all to you. So we part friends, Uncle Jim, and you too, Uncle Billy, and you'll forget what I said. In fact, I don't know why I spoke at all, only I was passing your claim just now, and wondering how much longer your old sluice boxes would hold out, and where in thunder you'd get others when they've caved in. I reckon that sent me off, that's all, old chap." Uncle Billy's face broke into a beaming smile of relief, and it was his hand that first grasped his guest's. Uncle Jim quickly followed with as honest a pressure, but with eyes that did not seem to be looking at Bullen, though all trace of resentment had died out of them. He walked to the door with him, again shook hands, but remained looking out in the darkness some time after Dick Bullen's tangled hair and broad shoulders had disappeared. Meantime Uncle Billy had resumed his seat and was chuckling and reminiscent as he cleaned out his pipe. "Kind o' reminds me of Joe Sharp when he was cleaned out at poker by his own partners in his own cabin, coming up here and bedeviling us about it. What was it you lent him?" But Uncle Jim did not reply, and Uncle Billy, taking up the cards, began to shuffle them, smiling vaguely, yet at the same time somewhat painfully. "Arter all, Dick was mighty cut up about what he said, and I felt kinder sorry for him. And you know I rather cotton to a man that speaks his mind. Sort of clears him out, you know, of all the slumgullion that's in him. It's like washing out a pan of prospecting. You pour in the water and keep slushing it around and round, and out comes first the mud and dirt, and then the gravel, and then the black sand, and then it's all out and there's a speck of gold glistening at the bottom." "Then you think there was something in what he said?" said Uncle Jim, facing about slowly. An odd tone in his voice made Uncle Billy look up. "No," he said quickly, shying with the instinct of an easy, pleasure-loving nature from a possible grave situation. "No, I don't think he ever got the color. But what are we mooning about for? Ain't you going to play? It's more'n 9:30 now." Thus adjured, Uncle Jim moved up to the table and sat down, while Uncle Billy dealt the cards, turning up the jack or right bower, but without that exclamation of delight which always accompanied his good fortune, nor did Uncle Jim respond with the usual corresponding simulation of deep disgust. Such a circumstance had not occurred before in the history of their partnership. They both played in silence, a silence only interrupted by a larger splash of raindrops down the chimney. "We ought to put a couple of stones on the chimney top, edgewise, like Jack Curtis does. It keeps out the rain without interfering with the draft," said Uncle Billy musingly. "What's the use if—" "If what?" said Uncle Billy quietly. "If we don't make it broader," said Uncle Jim half wearily. They both stared at the chimney, but Uncle Jim's eye followed the wall around to the bunks. There were many discolorations on the canvas, and a picture of the Goddess of Liberty from an illustrated paper had broken out in a kind of damp, measly eruption. "I'll stick that funny handbill of the washin' soda I got at the grocery store the other day right over the Liberty gal. It's a mighty purty woman washin' with short sleeves," said Uncle Billy. "That's the comfort of them pictures. You kin always get something new, and it adds thickness to the wall." Uncle Jim went back to the cards in silence. After a moment he rose again and hung his overcoat against the door. "Wind's comin' in," he said briefly. "Yes," said Uncle Billy cheerfully, "but it wouldn't seem natural if there wasn't that crack in the door to let the sunlight in o' mornin's. Makes a kind of sundial, you know. When the streak o' light's in that corner, I says 6 o'clock. When it's across the chimney, I say 7. And so 'tis." It certainly had grown chilly, and the wind was rising. The candle guttered and flickered. The embers on the hearth brightened occasionally, as if trying to dispel the gathering shadows, but always ineffectually. The game was frequently interrupted by the necessity of stirring the fire. After an interval of gloom, in which each partner successively drew the candle to his side to examine his cards, Uncle Jim said, "Say." "Well," responded Uncle Billy. "Are you sure you saw that third crow on the wood pile?" "Sure as I see you now, and a dern sight plainer. Why?" "Nothin'. I was just thinkin'. Look here, how do we stand now?" Uncle Billy was still losing. "Nevertheless," he said cheerfully, "I'm owing you a matter of $60,000. Uncle Jim examined the book abstractedly. "Suppose," he said slowly, but without looking at his partner, "suppose, as it's getting late now, we play for my half share of the claim agin the limit. 70,000 to square up." "Your half share?" repeated Uncle Billy with amused incredulity. "My half share of the claim. All of this, your house, you know, one half of all that Dick Bullen calls our rotten starvation property," reiterated Uncle Jim with a half smile. Uncle Billy laughed. It was a novel idea. It was, of course, all in the air, like the rest of their game, yet even then he had an odd feeling that he would have liked Dick Bullen to have known it. "Wade in, old pard," he said. "I'm on it." Uncle Jim lit another candle to reinforce the fading light, and the deal fell to Uncle Billy. He turned up Jack of clubs. He also turned a little redder as he took up his cards, looked at them, and glanced hastily at his partner. "It's no use playing," he said. "Look here." He laid down his cards on the table. They were the ace, king, and queen of clubs, and jack of spades, or left bower, which, with the turned up jack of clubs, or right bower, comprised all the winning cards. "By jingo, if we'd been playing four-handed, say you and me agin some other ducks, we'd have made 4 in that deal, and h'isted some money, eh?" And his eyes sparkled. Uncle Jim also had a slight tremulous light in his own. "Oh, no, I didn't see no 3 crows this afternoon," added Uncle Billy gleefully, as his partner in turn began to shuffle the cards with laborious and conscientious exactitude. Then dealing, he turned up a heart for trumps. Uncle Billy took up his cards one by one, but when he had finished his face had become as pale as it had been red before. "What's the matter?" said Uncle Jim quickly, his own face growing white. Uncle Billy slowly and with breathless awe laid down his cards face up on the table. It was exactly the same sequence in hearts, with a knave of diamonds added. He could again take every trick. They stared at each other with vacant faces and a half-drawn smile of fear. They could hear the wind moaning in the trees beyond. There was a sudden rattling at the door. Uncle Billy started to his feet, but Uncle Jim caught his arm. "Don't leave the cards. It's only the wind. Sit down," he said in a low, awe-hushed voice. "It's your deal. You were 2 before and 2 now. That makes you 4. You've only one point to make to win the game. Go on." They both poured out a cup of whiskey, smiling vaguely, yet with a certain terror in their eyes. Their hands were cold. The cards slipped from Uncle Billy's benumbed fingers. When he had shuffled them, he passed them to his partner to shuffle them also, but did not speak. When Uncle Jim had shuffled them methodically, he handed them back fatefully to his partner. Uncle Billy dealt them with a trembling hand. He turned up a club. "If you're sure of these tricks, you know you've won," said Uncle Jim in a voice that was scarcely audible. Uncle Billy did not reply, but tremulously laid down the ace and right and left bowers. He had won. A feeling of relief came over each, and they laughed hysterically and discordantly. Ridiculous and childish as their contest might have seemed to a looker-on, to each the tension had been as great as that of the greatest gambler, without the gambler's trained restraint, coolness, and composure. Uncle Billy nervously took up the cards again. "Don't," said Uncle Jim gravely. "It's no use. The luck's gone now." "Just one more deal," pleaded his partner. Uncle Jim looked at the fire. Uncle Billy hastily dealt, and threw the two hands face up on the table. They were the ordinary average cards. He dealt again, with the same result. "I told you so," said Uncle Jim, without looking up. It certainly seemed a tame performance after their wonderful hands, and after another trial Uncle Billy threw the cards aside and drew his stool before the fire. "Mighty queer, weren't it?" he said, with reminiscent awe. "3 times running. Do you know, I felt a kind of creepy feeling down my back all the time. Crikey, what luck! None of the boys would believe it if we told 'em, least of all that Dick Bullen, who don't believe in luck anyway. Wonder what he'd have said, and Lord, how he'd have looked. Wall, what are you staring so for?" Uncle Jim had faced around and was gazing at Uncle Billy's good-humored, simple face. "Nothin'," he said briefly, and his eyes again sought the fire. "Then don't look as if you was seein' suthin'. You give me the creeps," returned Uncle Billy a little petulantly. "Let's turn in afore the fire goes out." The fateful cards were put back into the drawer, the table shoved against the wall. The operation of undressing was quickly got over, the clothes they wore being put on top of their blankets. Uncle Billy yawned. "I wonder what kind of a dream I'll have to night. It ought to be suthin' to explain that luck." This was his good night to his partner. In a few moments he was sound asleep. Not so Uncle Jim. He heard the wind gradually go down, and in the oppressive silence that followed could detect the deep breathing of his companion and the far-off yelp of a coyote. His eyesight, becoming accustomed to the semi-darkness, broken only by the scintillation of the dying embers of their fire, he could take in every detail of their sordid cabin and the rude environment in which they had lived so long. The dismal patches on the bark roof, the wretched makeshifts of each day, the dreary prolongation of discomfort, were all plain to him now, without the sanguine hope that had made them bearable. And when he shut his eyes upon them, it was only to travel in fancy down the steep mountain side that he had trodden so often, to the dreary claim on the overflowed river, to the heaps of tailings that encumbered it, like empty shells of the hollow, profitless days spent there, which they were always waiting for the stroke of good fortune to clear away. He saw again the rotten sluicing, through whose hopeless rifts and holes even their scant daily earnings had become scantier. At last he arose, and with infinite gentleness let himself down from his berth without disturbing his sleeping partner, and wrapping himself in his blanket, went to the door, which he noiselessly opened. From the position of a few stars that were glittering in the northern sky, he knew that it was yet scarcely midnight. There were still long restless hours before the day. In the feverish state into which he had gradually worked himself, it seemed to him impossible to wait for the coming of the dawn. But he was mistaken, for even as he stood there, all nature seemed to invade his humble cabin with its free and fragrant breath, and invest him with its great companionship. He felt again in that breath that strange sense of freedom, that mystic touch of partnership with the birds and beasts, the shrubs and trees, in this greater home before him. It was this vague communion that had kept him there, that still held these world-sick, weary workers in their rude cabins on the slopes around him. And he felt upon his brow that balm that had nightly lulled him and them to sleep and forgetfulness. He closed the door, turned away, crept as noiselessly as before into his bunk again, and presently fell into a profound slumber. But when Uncle Billy awoke the next morning, he saw it was late, for the sun, piercing the crack of the closed door, was sending a pencil of light across the cold hearth, like a match to rekindle its dead embers. His first thought was of his strange luck the night before, and of disappointment that he had not had the dream of divination that he had looked for. He sprang to the floor, but as he stood upright his glance fell on Uncle Jim's bunk. It was empty. Not only that, but his blankets, Uncle Jim's own particular blankets, were gone. A sudden revelation of his partner's manner the night before struck him now with the cruelty of a blow. A sudden intelligence, perhaps the very divination that he had sought, flashed upon him like lightning. He glanced wildly around the cabin. The table was drawn out from the wall a little ostentatiously, as if to catch his eye. On it was lying the stained chamois-skin purse in which they had kept the few grains of gold remaining from their last week's clean-up. The grains had been carefully divided, and half had been taken. But near it lay the little memorandum book, open, with a stick of pencil lying across it. A deep line was drawn across the page on which was recorded their imaginary extravagant gains and losses, even to the entry of Uncle Jim's half share of the claim, which he had risked and lost. Underneath were hurriedly scrawled the words, "Settled by your luck last night, old pard, James Foster." End of section 8. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 9, Uncle Jim and Uncle Billy, by Bret Harte. Part 2. It was nearly a month before Cedar Camp was convinced that Uncle Billy and Uncle Jim had dissolved partnership. Pride had prevented Uncle Billy from revealing his suspicions of the truth, or of relating the events that preceded Uncle Jim's clandestine flight, and Dick Bullen had gone to Sacramento by stagecoach the same morning. He briefly gave out that his partner had been called to San Francisco on important business of their own, and that indeed might necessitate his own removal there later. In this he was singularly assisted by a letter from the absent Jim, dated at San Francisco, begging him not to be anxious about his success, as he had hopes of presently entering a profitable business, but with no further allusions to his precipitate departure, nor any suggestion of a reason for it. For 2 or 3 days Uncle Billy was staggered and bewildered. In his profound simplicity he wondered if his extraordinary good fortune that night had made him deaf to some explanation of his partner's, or, more terrible, if he had shown some low and incredible intimation of taking his partner's extravagant bet as real and binding. In this distress he wrote to Uncle Jim an appealing and apologetic letter, albeit somewhat incoherent and inaccurate, and bristling with misspelling, camp slang, and old partnership jibes. But to this elaborate epistle he received only Uncle Jim's repeated assurances of his own bright prospects, and his hopes that his old partner would be more fortunate single-handed on the old claim. For a whole week or 2 Uncle Billy sulked, but his invincible optimism and good humor got the better of him, and he thought only of his old partner's good fortune. He wrote him regularly, but always to one address, a box at the San Francisco post office, which, to the simple-minded Uncle Billy, suggested a certain official importance. To these letters Uncle Jim responded regularly but briefly. From a certain intuitive pride in his partner and his affection, Uncle Billy did not show these letters openly to the camp, although he spoke freely of his former partner's promising future, and even read them short extracts. It is needless to say that the camp did not accept Uncle Billy's story with unsuspecting confidence, and on the contrary, 100 surmises, humorous or serious, but always extravagant, were afloat in Cedar Camp. The partners had quarreled over their clothes. Uncle Jim, who was taller than Uncle Billy, had refused to wear his partner's trousers. They had quarreled over cards. Uncle Jim had discovered that Uncle Billy was in possession of a cold deck, or marked pack. They had quarreled over Uncle Billy's carelessness in grinding up half a box of bilious pills in the morning's coffee. A gloomily imaginative mule driver had darkly suggested that as no one had really seen Uncle Jim leave the camp, he was still there, and his bones would yet be found in one of the ditches, while a still more credulous miner averred that what he had thought was the cry of a screech owl the night previous to Uncle Jim's disappearance might have been the agonized utterance of that murdered man. It was highly characteristic of that camp, and indeed of others in California, that nobody, not even the ingenious theorists themselves, believed their story, and that no one took the slightest pains to verify or disprove it. Happily, Uncle Billy never knew it, and moved all unconsciously in this atmosphere of burlesque suspicion. And then a singular change took place in the attitude of the camp towards him and the disrupted partnership. Hitherto, for no reason whatever, all had agreed to put the blame upon Billy, possibly because he was present to receive it. But as days passed, that slight reticence and dejection in his manner, which they had at first attributed to remorse and a guilty conscience, now began to tell as absurdly in his favor. Here was Uncle Billy toiling through the ditches, while his selfish partner was lolling in the lap of luxury in San Francisco. Uncle Billy's glowing accounts of Uncle Jim's success only contributed to the sympathy now fully given in his behalf, and their execration of the absconding partner. It was proposed at Big Store that a letter expressing the indignation of the camp over his heartless conduct to his late partner, William Fall, should be forwarded to him. Condolences were offered to Uncle Billy, and uncouth attempts were made to cheer his loneliness. A procession of half a dozen men twice a week to his cabin, carrying their own whiskey, and winding up with a stag dance before the premises, was sufficient to lighten his eclipsed gaiety and remind him of a happier past. Surprise working parties visited his claim with spasmodic essays towards helping him, and great good humor and hilarity prevailed. It was not an unusual thing for an honest miner to arise from an idle gathering in some cabin and excuse himself with a remark that he reckoned he'd put in an hour's work in Uncle Billy's tailings. And yet, as before, it was very improbable if any of these reckless benefactors really believed in their own earnestness or in the gravity of the situation. Indeed, a kind of hopeful cynicism ran through their performances. Like as not, Uncle Billy is still in cahoots, i.e., shares, with his old pard, and is just laughing at us as he's sending him accounts of our tomfooling. And so the winter passed, and the rains, and the days of cloudless skies and chill starlit nights began. There were still freshets from the snow reservoirs piled high in the Sierran passes, and the bar was flooded, but that passed too, and only the sunshine remained. Monotonous as the seasons were, there was a faint movement in the camp with the stirrings of the sap in the pines and cedars. And then one day there was a strange excitement on the bar. Men were seen running hither and thither, but mainly gathering in a crowd on Uncle Billy's claim, that still retained the old partners' names in the Fall and Foster. To add to the excitement, there was the quickly repeated report of a revolver, to all appearance aimlessly exploded in the air by someone on the outskirts of the assemblage. As the crowd opened, Uncle Billy appeared pale, hysterical, breathless and staggering a little under the back-slapping and hand-shaking of the whole camp. For Uncle Billy had struck it rich, had just discovered a pocket, roughly estimated to be worth $15,000. Although in that supreme moment he missed the face of his old partner, he could not help seeing the unaffected delight and happiness shining in the eyes of all who surrounded him. It was characteristic of that sanguine but uncertain life that success and good fortune brought no jealousy nor envy to the unfortunate, but was rather a promise and prophecy of the fulfillment of their own hopes. The gold was there, nature but yielded up her secret. There was no prescribed limit to her bounty. So strong was this conviction that a long-suffering but still hopeful miner, in the enthusiasm of the moment, stooped down and patted a large boulder with the apostrophic, "Good old gal." Then followed a night of jubilee, a next morning of hurried consultation with a mining expert and speculator lured to the camp by the good tidings, and then, the very next night, to the utter astonishment of Cedar Camp, Uncle Billy, with a draft for $20,000 in his pocket, started for San Francisco and took leave of his claim and the camp forever. When Uncle Billy landed at the wharves of San Francisco he was a little bewildered. The Golden Gate beyond was obliterated by the incoming sea fog, which had also roofed in the whole city, and lights already glittered along the gray streets that climbed the grayer sand hills. As a Western man, brought up by inland rivers, he was fascinated and thrilled by the tall-masted sea-going ships, and he felt a strange sense of the remoter, mysterious ocean, which he had never seen. But he was impressed and startled by smartly dressed men and women, the passing of carriages, and a sudden conviction that he was strange and foreign to what he saw. It had been his cherished intention to call upon his old partner in his working clothes, and then clap down on the table before him a draft for $10,000 as his share of their old claim. But in the face of these brilliant strangers, a sudden and unexpected timidity came upon him. He had heard of a cheap popular hotel, much frequented by the returning gold miner who entered its hospitable doors, but which held an easy access to shops, and emerged in a few hours a gorgeous butterfly of fashion, leaving his old chrysalis behind him. Thence he inquired his way. Hence he afterwards issued in garments glaringly new and ill-fitting. But he had not sacrificed his beard, and there was still something fine and original in his handsome, weak face that overcame the cheap convention of his clothes. Making his way to the post office, he was again discomfited by the great size of the building, and bewildered by the array of little square letter boxes behind glass which occupied one whole wall, and an equal number of opaque and locked wooden ones legibly numbered. His heart leaped. He remembered the number, and before him was a window with a clerk behind it. Uncle Billy leaned forward. "Can you tell me if the man that box 690B 'longs to is in?" The clerk stared, made him repeat the question, and then turned away. But he returned almost instantly with 2 or 3 grinning heads besides his own, apparently set behind his shoulders. Uncle Billy was again asked to repeat his question, and he did so. "Why don't you go and see if 690 is in the box?" said the first clerk, turning with affected asperity to one of the others. That clerk went away, returned, and said with singular gravity, "He was there a moment ago, but he's gone out to stretch his legs. It's rather cramping at first, and he can't stand it more than 10 hours at a time, you know." But simplicity has its limits. Uncle Billy had already guessed his real error in believing his partner was officially connected with the building. His cheek had flushed and then paled again. The pupils of his blue eyes had contracted into suggestive black points. "If you'll let me in at that window, young fellers," he said with equal gravity, "I'll show you how I can make you small enough to go into a box without crampin'. But I only wanted to know where Jim Foster lived." At which the first clerk became perfunctory again, but civil. "A letter left in his box would get you that information," he said, and here's paper and pencil to write it now." Uncle Billy took the paper and began to write. "Just got here. Come and see me at—" and he paused. A brilliant idea had struck him. He could impress both his old partner and the upstarts at the window. He would put in the name of the latest "swell" hotel in San Francisco, said to be a fairy dream of opulence. He added, "The Oriental," and without folding the paper shoved it in the window. "Don't you want an envelope?" asked the clerk. "Put a stamp on the corner of it," responded Uncle Billy, laying down a coin, "and she'll go through." The clerk smiled, but affixed the stamp, and Uncle Billy turned away. But it was a short-lived triumph. The disappointment at finding Uncle Jim's address conveyed no idea of his habitation seemed to remove him farther away, and lose his identity in the great city. Besides, he must now make good his own address, and seek rooms at the Oriental. He went thither. The furniture and decorations, even in these early days of hotel building in San Francisco, were extravagant and overstrained, and Uncle Billy felt lost and lonely in his strange surroundings. But he took a handsome suite of rooms, paid for them in advance on the spot, and then, half frightened, walked out of them to ramble vaguely through the city in the feverish hope of meeting his old partner. At night his inquietude increased. He could not face the long row of tables in the pillared dining room, filled with smartly dressed men and women. He evaded his bedroom with its brocaded satin chairs and its gilt bedstead, and fled to his modest lodgings at the Good Cheer House, and appeased his hunger at its cheap restaurant, in the company of retired miners and freshly arrived Eastern immigrants. 2 or 3 days passed thus in this quaint double existence. 3 or 4 times a day he would enter the gorgeous Oriental with affected ease and carelessness, demand his key from the hotel clerk, ask for the letter that did not come, go to his room and gaze vaguely from his window on the passing crowd below for the partner he could not find, and then return to the Good Cheer House for rest and sustenance. On the 4th day he received a short note from Uncle Jim. It was couched in his usual sanguine but brief and businesslike style. He was very sorry, but important and profitable business took him out of town, but he trusted to return soon and welcome his old partner. He was also for the first time jocose, and hoped that Uncle Billy would not see all the sights before he, Uncle Jim, returned. Disappointing as this procrastination was to Uncle Billy, a gleam of hope irradiated it. The letter had bridged over that gulf which seemed to yawn between them at the post office. His old partner had accepted his visit to San Francisco without question, and had alluded to a renewal of their old intimacy. For Uncle Billy, with all his trustful simplicity, had been tortured by 2 harrowing doubts. One, whether Uncle Jim, in his new-fledged smartness as a city man, such as he saw in the streets, would care for his rough companionship. The other, whether he, Uncle Billy, ought not to tell him at once of his changed fortune. But like all weak, unreasoning men, he clung desperately to a detail. He could not forego his old idea of astounding Uncle Jim by giving him his share of the strike as his first intimation of it, and he doubted, with more reason perhaps, if Jim would see him after he had heard of his good fortune. For Uncle Billy had still a frightened recollection of Uncle Jim's sudden stroke for independence, and that rigid punctiliousness which had made him doggedly accept the responsibility of his extravagant stake at euchre. With a view of educating himself for Uncle Jim's company, he saw the sights of San Francisco as an overgrown and somewhat stupid child might have seen them, with great curiosity, but little contamination or corruption. But I think he was chiefly pleased with watching the arrival of the Sacramento and Stockton steamers at the wharves, in the hope of discovering his old partner among the passengers on the gangplank. Here, with his old superstitious tendency and gambler's instinct, he would augur great success in his search that day if any one of the passengers bore the least resemblance to Uncle Jim. If a man or woman stepped off first, or if he met a single person's questioning eye. Indeed, this got to be the real occupation of the day, which he would on no account have omitted, and to a certain extent revived each day in his mind the morning's work of their old partnership. He would say to himself, "It's time to go and look up Jim," and put off what he was pleased to think were his pleasures until this act of duty was accomplished. In this singleness of purpose he made very few and no entangling acquaintances, nor did he impart to anyone the secret of his fortune, loyally reserving it for his partner's first knowledge. To a man of his natural frankness and simplicity this was a great trial, and was perhaps a crucial test of his devotion. When he gave up his rooms at the Oriental as not necessary after his partner's absence, he sent a letter with his humble address to the mysterious lock box of his partner, without fear or false shame. He would explain it all when they met, but he sometimes treated unlucky and returning miners to a dinner and a visit to the gallery of some theatre. Yet while he had an active sympathy with and understanding of the humblest, Uncle Billy, who for many years had done his own and his partner's washing, scrubbing, mending, and cooking, and saw no degradation in it, was somewhat inconsistently irritated by menial functions in men, and although he gave extravagantly to waiters and threw $1 to the crossing sweeper, there was always a certain shy avoidance of them in his manner. Coming from the theatre one night, Uncle Billy was, however, seriously concerned by one of these crossing sweepers turning hastily before them and being knocked down by a passing carriage. The man rose and limped hurriedly away, but Uncle Billy was amazed and still more irritated to hear from his companion that this kind of menial occupation was often profitable, and that at some of the principal crossings the sweepers were already rich men. But a few days later brought a more notable event to Uncle Billy. One afternoon in Montgomery Street he recognized in one of its smartly dressed frequenters a man who had a few years before been a member of Cedar Camp. Uncle Billy's childish delight at this meeting, which seemed to bridge over his old partner's absence, was, however, only half responded to by the ex-miner, and then somewhat satirically. In the fullness of his emotion, Uncle Billy confided to him that he was seeking his old partner, Jim Foster, and, reticent of his own good fortune, spoke glowingly of his partner's brilliant expectations, but deplored his inability to find him. And just now he was away on important business. "I reckon he's got back," said the man dryly. "I didn't know he had a lock box at the post office, but I can give you his other address. He lives at the Presidio at Washerwoman's Bay." He stopped and looked with a satirical smile at Uncle Billy, but the latter, familiar with the Californian mining camp nomenclature, saw nothing strange in it, and merely repeated his companion's words. "You'll find him there. Good-bye. So long. Sorry, I'm in a hurry," said the ex-miner, and hurried away. Uncle Billy was too delighted with the prospect of a speedy meeting with Uncle Jim to resent his former associate's supercilious haste, or even to wonder why Uncle Jim had not informed him that he had returned. It was not the first time that he had felt how wide was the gulf between himself and these others, and the thought drew him closer to his old partner, as well as his old idea, as it was now possible to surprise him with a draught. But as he was going to surprise him in his own boarding house, probably a handsome one, Uncle Billy reflected that he would do so in a certain style. He accordingly went to a livery stable and ordered a landau and pair, with a negro coachman. Seated in it, in his best and most ill-fitting clothes, he asked the coachman to take him to the Presidio, and leaned back in the cushions as they drove through the streets with such an expression of beaming gratification on his good-humored face that the passers-by smiled at the equipage and its extravagant occupant. To them it seemed not the unusual sight of the successful miner on a spree. To the unsophisticated Uncle Billy their smiling seemed only a natural and kindly recognition of his happiness, and he nodded and smiled back to them with unsuspecting candor and innocent playfulness. "These yer 'Frisco fellers ain't all slouches, you bet," he added to himself half aloud, at the back of the grinning coachman. Their way led through well-built streets to the outskirts, or rather to that portion of the city which seemed to have been overwhelmed by shifting sand dunes, from which half-submerged fences and even low houses barely marked the foe of highway. The resistless trade winds which had marked this change blew keenly in his face and slightly chilled his ardor. At a turn in the road the sea came in sight, and sloping toward it the great cemetery of Lone Mountain, with white shafts and marbles that glittered in the sunlight like the sails of ships waiting to be launched down that slope into the eternal ocean. Uncle Billy shuddered. What if it had been his fate to seek Uncle Jim there? "Dar's your Presidio," said the negro coachman a few moments later, pointing with his whip. "And dar's yar washwoman's bay." Uncle Billy stared. The huge quadrangular fort of stone, with a flag flying above its battlements, stood at a little distance, pressing against the rocks, as if beating back the encroaching surges, between him and the fort. But further inland was a lagoon, with a number of dilapidated, rudely patched cabins or cottages, like stranded driftwood, around its shore. But there was no mansion, no block of houses, no street, not another habitation or dwelling to be seen. Uncle Billy's first shock of astonishment was succeeded by a feeling of relief. He had secretly dreaded a meeting with his old partner in the haunts of fashion. Whatever was the cause that made Uncle Jim seek this obscure retirement affected him but slightly. He even was thrilled with a vague memory of the old shiftless camp they had both abandoned. A certain instinct, he knew not why, or less still that it might be one of delicacy, made him alight before they reached the first house. Bidding the carriage wait, Uncle Billy entered, and was informed by a blowsy Irish laundress at a tub that Jim Foster, or Arkansas Jim, lived at the fourth shanty beyond. He was at home, for he'd sprained his foot. Uncle Billy hurried on, stopped before the door of a shanty scarcely less rude than their old cabin, and half timidly pushed it open. A growling voice from within, a figure that rose hurriedly, leaning on a stick with an attempt to fly, but in the same moment sank back in a chair with an hysterical laugh, and Uncle Billy stood in the presence of his old partner. But as Uncle Billy darted forward, Uncle Jim rose again, and this time with outstretched hands. Uncle Billy caught them, and in one supreme pressure seemed to pour out and transfuse his whole simple soul into his partner's. And there they swayed each other backward and forward and sideways by their still clasped hands, until Uncle Billy, with a glance at Uncle Jim's bandaged ankle, shoved him by sheer force down into his chair. Uncle Jim was first to speak. "Caught, b'gosh! I might 'a known you'd be as big a fool as me. Look you, Billy Fall, do you know what you've done? You've druv me out of the streets where I was making an honest living by day on Three Crossin's. Yes," he laughed forgivingly, "you druv me out of it by day just because I reckoned that sometime I might run into your darned fool face." Another laugh and a grasp of the hand, and then, "B'gosh, not content with ruining my business by day, when I took to it at night, you took to going out at nights too, and so put a stopper on me there. Shall I tell you what else you did? Well, by the holy poker, I owe this sprained foot to your darned foolishness and my own, for it was getting away from you one night after the theater that I got run into and run over. You see," he went on, unconscious of Uncle Billy's paling face, and with a naivete, though perhaps not a delicacy, equal to Uncle Billy's own, "I had to play roots on you with that lock box business and these letters, because I didn't want you to know what I was up to, for you might not like it, and might think it was lowerin' to the old firm, don't you see? I wouldn't have gone into it, but I was played out, and I don't mind telling you now, old man, that when I wrote you that first chipper letter from the lock box, I hadn't eat anything for 2 days. But it's all right now," with a laugh. "Then I got into this business, thinking it nothing, just the very last thing, and do you know, old pard, I couldn't tell anybody but you, and in fact I kept it just to tell you. I've made $956. Yes, sir, $956, solid money, in Adam and Company's bank, just outer my trade." "What trade?" asked Uncle Billy. Uncle Jim pointed to the corner, where stood a large, heavy crossing sweeper's broom. "That trade?" "Certingly," said Uncle Billy, with a quick laugh. "It's an outdoor trade," said Uncle Jim gravely, but with no suggestion of awkwardness or apology in his manner. "And thar ain't much difference between sweepin' a crossin' with a broom and rakin' over tailing with a rake, only what ye get with a broom you have handed to ye, and you don't have to pick it up and fish it out er the wet rocks and sluice gushin', and it's a heap less tirin' to the back." "Certingly, you bet," said Uncle Billy enthusiastically, and yet with a certain nervous abstraction. "I'm glad ye say so, for you see I didn't know at first how you'd tumble to my doing it, until I'd made my pile, and ef I hadn't made it I wouldn't have set eyes on ye agin, old pard, never." "Do you mind my runnin' out a minute?" said Uncle Billy, rising. "You see, I got a friend waitin' for me outside, and I reckon," he stammered, "I'll just run out and send him off so I can talk comfortable to ye." "Ye ain't got anybody yer owin' money to," said Uncle Jim earnestly. "Anybody followin' you to get paid, eh? For I can jest set down right here and write ye off a check on the bank." "No," said Uncle Billy. He slipped out of the door and ran like a deer to the waiting carriage. Thrusting a $20 gold piece into the coachman's hand, he said hoarsely, "I ain't wantin' that carriage just now. You kin drive around and have a private jamboree all by yourself the rest of the afternoon, and then come and wait for me at the top of the hill yonder." Thus quit of his gorgeous equipage, he hurried back to Uncle Jim, grasping his $10,000 draft in his pocket. He was nervous, he was frightened, but he must get rid of the draft and his story and have it over. But before he could speak, he was unexpectedly stopped by Uncle Jim. "Now look yer, Billy boy," said Uncle Jim, "I got suthin' to say to ye, and I might as well clear it off my mind at once, and then we can start fair agin. Now," he went on with a half laugh, "wasn't it enough for me to go on pertendin' I was rich and doin' a big business, and gettin' up that lock box dodge so ye couldn't find out whar I hung out and what I was doin'? Wasn't it enough for me to go on with all this play actin', but you long legged ornery cuss, must get up and go to lyin' and play acting too?" "Me play actin'? Me lyin'?" gasped Uncle Billy. Uncle Jim leaned back in his chair and laughed. "Do you think you could fool me? Do you think I didn't see through your little game of going to that swell Oriental, but jest rastlin' your hash and havin' a roll down at the Good Cheer? Do you think I didn't spy on ye and find that out? Oh, you long-eared jackass rabbit!" He laughed until the tears came into his eyes, and Uncle Billy laughed too, albeit until the laugh on his face became quite fixed, and he was fain to bury his head in his handkerchief. "And yet," said Uncle Jim, with a deep breath, "gosh, I was frightened. Just for a minute I thought maybe you had made a big strike, when I got your first letter, and I made up my mind what I'd do. And then I remembered you was just that kind of an open sluice that couldn't keep anything to yourself, and you'd have been sure to have yelled it out to me the first thing. So I waited, and I found you out, you old sinner." He reached forward and dug Uncle Billy in the ribs. "What would you have done?" said Uncle Billy after a hysterical collapse. Uncle Jim's face grew grave again. I'd have cleared out of Frisco, out of Californy, out of Ameriky. I couldn't have stood it. Don't think I would have begrudged ye your luck. No man would have been gladder than me." He leaned forward again and laid his hand caressingly upon his partner's arm. "Don't think I'd have wanted to take a penny of it, but I couldn't have stood up under it. To have had you that I left behind, comin' down here rollin' in wealth and new partners and friends, and arrive upon me in this shanty, and he threw towards the corner of the room a terrible gesture, none the less terrible that it was illogical and inconsequent to all that had gone before, and that broom." There was a dead silence in the room. With it Uncle Billy seemed to feel himself again transported to the homely cabin at Cedar Camp, and that fateful night, with his partner's strange, determined face before him as then. He even fancied that he heard the roaring of the pines without, and did not know that it was the distant sea. But after a minute Uncle Jim resumed. "Of course you've made a little raise somehow, or you wouldn't be here." "Yes," said Uncle Billy eagerly. "Yes, I've got—" He stopped and stammered. "I've got a few hundreds." "Oh," said Uncle Jim cheerfully. He paused and then added earnestly, "I say, you ain't got left, over and above your foolishness at the Oriental, as much as $500. "I've got," said Uncle Billy, blushing a little over his first deliberate and affected lie, "I've got at least $572. Yes," he added tentatively, gazing anxiously at his partner, "I've got at least that." "Gee Willikins!" said Uncle Jim with a laugh, and then eagerly, "Look here, pard, then we're on velvet. I've got 900. Put your 5 with that, and I know a little ranch that we can get for 1200. That's what I've been saving up for. That's my little game. No more mining for me. It's got a shanty twice as big as our old cabin, nigh on 100 acres, and 2 mustangs. We can run it with 2 Chinamen and just make it howl. What you say, eh?" He extended his hand. "I'm in," said Uncle Billy, radiantly grasping Uncle Jim's. But his smile faded, and his clear, simple brow wrinkled in 2 lines. Happily, Uncle Jim did not notice it. "Now then, old pard," he said brightly, "we'll have a gay old time to night, one of our jamborees. I've got some whiskey here and a deck of cards, and we'll have a little game, you understand, but not for keeps now. No, siree, we'll play for beans." A sudden light illuminated Uncle Billy's face again, but he said with a grim desperation, "Not to night. I've got to go into town. That friend of mine expects me to go to the Thader, don't you see? But I'll be out to morrow at sunup, and we'll fix up this thing of the ranch." "Seems to me you're kind of stuck on this friend," grunted Uncle Jim. Uncle Billy's heart bounded at his partner's jealousy. "No, but I must, you know," he returned with a faint laugh. "I say, it ain't a her, is it?" said Uncle Jim. Uncle Billy achieved a diabolical wink and a creditable blush at his lie. "Billy! Jim!" And under cover of this festive gallantry Uncle Billy escaped. He ran through the gathering darkness and toiled up the shifting sands to the top of the hill, where he found the carriage waiting. "What," said Uncle Billy in a low, confidential tone to the coachman, "what do you Frisco fellows allow to be the best, biggest, and riskiest gambling saloon here? Suthin' high toned, you know." The negro grinned. It was the usual case of the extravagant spendthrift miner, though perhaps he had expected a different question and order. "Dey is de poker, de El Dorado, and de Arcade Saloon, boss," he said, flicking his whip meditatively. "Most gents from de mines prefer de poker, for dey is dancing wid de gals fro'n in. But de real prima facie place for gents who go for bucking agin de tiger and straight out gambling is de Arcade." "Drive there like thunder," said Uncle Billy, leaping into the carriage. True to his word, Uncle Billy was at his partner's shanty early the next morning. He looked a little tired, but happy, and had brought a draft with him for $575, which he explained was the total of his capital. Uncle Jim was overjoyed. They would start for Napa that very day and conclude the purchase of the ranch. Uncle Jim's sprained foot was a sufficient reason for his giving up his present vocation, which he could also sell at a small profit. His domestic arrangements were very simple. There was nothing to take with him. There was everything to leave behind. And that afternoon at sunset the 2 reunited partners were seated on the deck of the Napa boat as she swung into the stream. Uncle Billy was gazing over the railing with a look of abstracted relief towards the Golden Gate, where the sinking sun seemed to be drawing towards him in the ocean, a golden stream that was forever pouring from the bay, and the 3-hilled city beside it. What Uncle Billy was thinking of, or what the picture suggested to him, did not transpire, for Uncle Jim, who, emboldened by his holiday, was luxuriating in an evening paper, suddenly uttered a long-drawn whistle, and moved closer to his abstracted partner. "Look here," he said, pointing to a paragraph he had evidently just read. "Just you listen to this, and see if we ain't lucky, you and me, to be jest what we air, trusting to our own hard work, and not thinking of strikes and fortins." Just unbutton your ears, Billy, while I reel off this yer thing I've just struck in the paper, and see what dang fools some men can make of themselves, and that there reporter what wrote it must have seed it really." Uncle Jim cleared his throat, and holding the paper close to his eyes, read aloud slowly. "A scene of excitement that recalled the palmy days of '49 was witnessed last night at the Arcade Saloon. A stranger, who might have belonged to that reckless epoch, and who bore every evidence of being a successful Pike County miner out on a spree, appeared at one of the tables with a negro coachman bearing 2 heavy bags of gold. Selecting a faro bank as his base of operations, he began to bet heavily and with apparent recklessness, until his play excited the breathless attention of every one. In a few moments he had won a sum variously estimated at from $80,000 to $100,000. A rumor went round the room that it was a concerted attempt to break the bank, rather than the drunken freak of a Western miner dazzled by some successful strike. To this theory the man's careless and indifferent bearing toward his extraordinary gains lent great credence. The attempt, if such it was, however, was unsuccessful. After winning 10 times in succession, the luck turned, and the unfortunate bucket was cleared out, not only of his gains, but of his original investment, which may be placed roughly at $20,000. This extraordinary play was witnessed by a crowd of excited players, who were less impressed by even the magnitude of the stakes than the perfect sang-froid and recklessness of the player who, it is said, at the close of the game tossed a $20 gold piece to the banker and smilingly withdrew. The man was not recognized by any of the habitués of the place. "There," said Uncle Jim, as he hurriedly slurred over the French substantive at the close, "did ye ever see such God forsaken foolishness?" Uncle Billy lifted his abstracted eyes from the current, still pouring its unreturning gold into the sulking sun, and said with a deprecatory smile, "Never." Nor even in the days of prosperity that visited the great wheat ranch of Fall and Foster did he ever tell his secret to his partner. End of section 9.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Green in Tampa, Florida. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 10. The Notary of Périgueux, by H.W. Longfellow. Do not trust thy body with a physician. He'll make thy foolish bones go without flesh in a fortnight, and thy soul walk without a body in a sennight after. Shirley. You must know, gentlemen, that there lived some years ago in the city of Périgueux an honest notary public, the descendant of a very ancient and broken-down family, and the occupant of one of those old weather-beaten tenements which remind you of the times of your great-grandfather. He was a man of an unoffending, quiet disposition, the father of a family, though not the head of it, for in that family the hen overcrowed the cock, and the neighbors, when they spake of the notary, shrugged their shoulders and exclaimed, "Poor fellow, his spurs want sharpening." In fine, you understand me, gentlemen, he was henpecked. Well, finding no peace at home, he sought it elsewhere, as was very natural for him to do, and at length discovered a place of rest far beyond the cares and clamors of domestic life. This was a little café estaminet, a short way out of the city, whither he repaired every evening to smoke his pipe, drink sugar water, and play his favorite game of domino. There he met the boon companions he most loved, heard all the floating chit-chat of the day, laughed when he was in a merry mood, found consolation when he was sad, and at all times gave vent to his opinions without fear of being snubbed short by a flat contradiction. Now the notary's bosom friend was a dealer in claret and cognac, who lived about a league from the city, and always passed his evenings at the estaminet. He was a gross corpulent fellow, raised from a full-blooded Gascon breed, and sired by a comic actor of some reputation in his way. He was remarkable for nothing but his good humor, his love of cards, and a strong propensity to test the quality of his own liquors by comparing them with those sold at other places. As evil communications corrupt good manners, the bad practices of the wine dealer won insensibly upon the worthy notary, and before he was aware of it, he found himself weaned from domino and sugar water, and addicted to piquet and spiced wine. Indeed, it not infrequently happened that, after a long session at the estaminet, the two friends grew so urbane that they would waste a full half-hour at the door in friendly dispute which should conduct the other home. Though this course of life agreed well enough with the sluggish, phlegmatic temperament of the wine dealer, it soon began to play the very deuce with the more sensitive organization of the notary, and finally put his nervous system completely out of tune. He lost his appetite, became gaunt and haggard, and could get no sleep. Legions of blue devils haunted him by day, and by night strange faces peeped through his bed curtains, and the nightmare snorted in his ear. The worse he grew, the more he smoked and tippled, and the more he smoked and tippled, why, as a matter of course, the worse he grew. His wife alternately stormed, remonstrated, entreated, but all in vain. She made the house too hot for him. He retreated to the tavern. She broke his long-stemmed pipes upon the andirons. He substituted a short-stemmed one, which for safe-keeping he carried in his waistcoat pocket. Thus the unhappy notary ran gradually down at the heel. What with his bad habits and his domestic grievances, he became completely hipped. He imagined that he was going to die, and suffered in quick succession all the diseases that ever beset mortal man. Every shooting pain was an alarming symptom, every uneasy feeling after dinner a sure prognostic of some mortal disease. In vain did his friends endeavor to reason, and then to laugh him out of his strange whims. For when did ever jest or reason cure a sick imagination? His only answer was, "Do let me alone. I know better than you what ails me." Well, gentlemen, things were in this state when, one afternoon in December, as he sat moping in his office, wrapped in an overcoat, with a cap on his head, and his feet thrust into a pair of furred slippers, a cabriolet stopped at the door, and a loud knocking without aroused him from his gloomy reverie. It was a message from his friend, the wine dealer, who had been suddenly attacked with a violent fever, and growing worse and worse, bad now sent in the greatest haste for the notary to draw up his last will and testament. The case was urgent, and admitted neither excuse nor delay, and the notary, tying a handkerchief round his face, and buttoning up to the chin, jumped into the cabriolet, and suffered himself, though not without some dismal presentiments and misgivings of heart, to be driven to the wine dealer's house. When he arrived, he found everything in the greatest confusion. On entering the house, he ran against the apothecary, who was coming downstairs with a face as long as your arm. And a few steps farther he met the housekeeper, for the wine dealer was an old bachelor, running up and down and wringing her hands for fear that the good man should die without making his will. He soon reached the chamber of his sick friend, and found him tossing about in a paroxysm of fever, and calling out loud for a draught of cold water. The notary shook his head. He thought this a fatal symptom. For 10 years back, the wine dealer had been suffering under a species of hydrophobia, which seemed suddenly to have left him. When the sick man saw who stood by his bedside, he stretched out his hand and exclaimed, "Ah, my dear friend, have you come at last? You see, it is all over with me. You have arrived just in time to draw up that passport of mine." "Ah, grand diable! How hot it is here! Water! 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 Will nobody give me a drop of cold water?" As the case was an urgent one, the notary made no delay in getting his papers in readiness, and in a short time the last will and testament of the wine dealer was drawn up in due form, the notary guiding the sick man's hand as he scrawled his signature at the bottom. As the evening wore away, the wine dealer grew worse and worse, and at length became delirious, mingling in his incoherent ravings the phrases of the Credo and Pater Noster with the shibboleth of the dram-shop and the card-table. "Take care, take care! There now, Credo in! Pop! Ding-a-ling-a-ling! Give me some of that! Sancte Dies! Why, you old publican, this wine is poisoned! I know your tricks, sanctum ecclesiam catholicam! Well, well, we shall see, imbecile! To have a tierce major and a 7 of hearts, and discard the 7! By St. Anthony, capo! You are lurched! Ha, ha! I told you so! I knew very well. There, there! Don't interrupt me! Carnis resurrectionum e vita aeternam." With these words upon his lips, the poor wine-dealer expired. Meanwhile, the notary sat cowering over the fire, aghast at the fearful scene that was passing before him, and now and then striving to keep up his courage by a glass of cognac. Already his fears were on the alert, and the idea of contagion flitted to and fro through his mind. In order to quiet these thoughts of evil import, he lighted his pipe, and began to prepare for returning home. At that moment the apothecary turned round to him and said, "Dreadful sickly time this. The disorder seems to be spreading." "What disorder?" exclaimed the notary, with a movement of surprise. "2 died yesterday, and 3 today," continued the apothecary, without answering the question. "Very sickly time, sir, very." "But what disorder is it? What disease has carried off my friend here so suddenly?" "What disease? Why, scarlet fever, to be sure." "And is it contagious?" "Certainly." "Then I am a dead man," exclaimed the notary, putting his pipe into his waistcoat pocket, and beginning to walk up and down the room in despair. "I am a dead man! Now, don't deceive me. Don't, will you? What are the symptoms?" "A sharp burning pain in the right side," said the apothecary. "Oh, what a fool I was to come here!" In vain did the housekeeper and the apothecary strive to pacify him. He was not a man to be reasoned with. He answered that he knew his own constitution better than they did, and insisted upon going home without delay. Unfortunately, the vehicle he came in had returned to the city, and the whole neighborhood was abed and asleep. What was to be done? Nothing in the world but to take the apothecary's horse, which stood hitched at the door, patiently waiting his master's will. Well, gentlemen, as there was no remedy, our notary mounted his raw-boned steed, and set forth upon his homeward journey. The night was cold and gusty, and the wind right in his teeth. Overhead the leaden clouds were beating to and fro, and through them the newly risen moon seemed to be tossing and drifting along like a cockboat in the surf, now swallowed up in a huge billow of cloud, and now lifted upon its bosom and dashed with silvery spray. The trees by the roadside groaned with a sound of evil omen, and before him lay 3 mortal miles, beset with 1,000 imaginary perils. Obedient to the whip and spur, the steed leaped forward by fits and starts, now dashing away in a tremendous gallop, and now relaxing into a long, hard trot, while the rider, filled with symptoms of disease and dire presentiments of death, urged him on as if he were fleeing before the pestilence. In this way, by dint of whistling and shouting and beating right and left, 1 mile of the fatal 3 was safely passed. The apprehensions of the notary had so far subsided that he even suffered the poor horse to walk uphill. But these apprehensions were suddenly revived again, with tenfold violence, by a sharp pain in the right side, which seemed to pierce him like a needle. "It is upon me at last," groaned the fear-stricken man. "Heaven be merciful to me, the greatest of sinners, and must I die in a ditch after all? Hey, get out, get out!" And away went horse and rider at full speed, hurry-scurry, up hill and down, panting and blowing like a whirlwind. At every leap the pain in the rider's side seemed to increase. At first it was a little point like the prick of a needle. Then it spread to the size of a half-franc piece. Then covered a place as large as the palm of your hand. It gained upon him fast. The poor man groaned aloud in agony. Faster and faster sped the horse over the frozen ground. Farther and farther spread the pain over his side. To complete the dismal picture, the storm commenced. Snow mingled with rain. But snow and rain and cold were naught to him, for, though his arms and legs were frozen to icicles, he felt it not. The fatal symptom was upon him. He was doomed to die, not of cold, but of scarlet fever. At length, he knew not how, more dead than alive, he reached the gate of the city. A band of ill-bred dogs that were serenading at the corner of the street, seeing the notary dash by, joined in the hue and cry, and ran barking and yelping at his heels. It was now late at night, and only here and there a solitary lamp twinkled from an upper story. But on went the notary, down this street and up that, till at last he reached his own door. There was a light in his wife's bedchamber. The good woman came to the window, alarmed at such a knocking and howling and clattering at her door so late at night, and the notary was too deeply absorbed in his own sorrows to observe that the lamp cast the shadow of two heads in the window curtain. "Let me in! Let me in! Quick! Quick!" he exclaimed, almost breathless from terror and fatigue. "Who are you that come to disturb a lone woman at this hour of the night?" cried a sharp voice from above. "Begone about your business, and let quiet people sleep." "Oh, diable, diable! Come down and let me in. I am your husband. Don't you know my voice? Quick, I beseech you, for I am dying here in the street." After a few moments of delay, and a few more words of parley, the door was opened, and the notary stalked into his domicile, pale and haggard in aspect, and as stiff and straight as a ghost. Cased from head to heel in an armor of ice, as the glare of the lamp fell upon him, he looked like a knight-errant mailed in steel. But in one place his armor was broken. On his right side was a circular spot as large as the crown of your hat, and about as black. "My dear wife," he exclaimed, with more tenderness than he had exhibited for many years, "reach me a chair. My hours are numbered. I am a dead man." Alarmed at these exclamations, his wife stripped off his overcoat. Something fell from beneath it, and was dashed to pieces on the hearth. It was the notary's pipe. He placed his hand upon his side, and lo, it was bare to the skin. Coat, waistcoat, and linen were burnt through and through, and there was a blister on his side as large over as your head. The mystery was soon explained, symptom and all. The notary had put his pipe into his pocket without knocking out the ashes. And so my story ends. "Is that all?" asked the radical, when the storyteller had finished. "That is all." "Well, what does your story prove?" "That is more than I can tell. All I know is that the story is true." "And did he die?" asked the nice little man in the gosling green. "Yes, he died afterward," replied the storyteller, rather annoyed at the question. "And what did he die of?" continued the gosling green, following him up. "What did he die of? Why, he died of a sudden." End of section 10. Recording by Larry Green in Tampa, Florida.
International Short Stories Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. International Short Stories Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 11, The Widow's Cruise, by F. R. Stockton. The widow Ducket lived in a small village about 10 miles from the New Jersey seacoast. In this village she was born, here she had married and buried her husband, and here she expected somebody to bury her, but she was in no hurry for this, for she had scarcely reached middle age. She was a tall woman with no apparent fat in her composition, and full of activity, both muscular and mental. She rose at 6 o'clock in the morning, cooked breakfast, set the table, washed the dishes when the meal was over, milked, churned, swept, washed, ironed, worked in her little garden, attended to the flowers in the front yard, and in the afternoon knitted and quilted and sewed, and after tea she either went to see her neighbors or had them come to see her. When it was really dark she lighted the lamp in her parlor and read for an hour, and if it happened to be one of Miss Mary Wilkins's books that she read, she expressed doubts as to the realism of the characters therein described. These doubts she expressed to Dorcas Networthy, who was a small, plump woman with a solemn face, who had lived with the widow for many years, and who had become her devoted disciple. Whatever the widow did, that also did Dorcas. Not so well, for her heart told her she could never expect to do that, but with a yearning anxiety to do everything as well as she could. She rose at 5 minutes past 6, and in a subsidiary way she helped to get the breakfast, to eat it, to wash up the dishes, to work in the garden, to quilt, to sew, to visit and receive, and no one could have tried harder than she did to keep awake when the widow read aloud in the evening. All these things happened every day in the summer time, but in the winter the widow and Dorcas cleared the snow from their little front path instead of attending to the flowers, and in the evening they lighted a fire as well as a lamp in the parlor. Sometimes, however, something different happened, but this was not often, only a few times in the year. One of the different things occurred when Mrs. Ducket and Dorcas were sitting on their little front porch one summer afternoon, one on the little bench on one side of the door, and the other on the little bench on the other side of the door, each waiting until she should hear the clock strike 5 to prepare tea. But it was not yet 5:15 when a one-horse wagon containing 4 men came slowly down the street. Dorcas first saw the wagon, and she instantly stopped knitting. "Mercy on me!" she exclaimed. "Whoever those people are, they are strangers here, and they don't know where to stop, for first they go to one side of the street and then to the other." The widow looked around sharply. "Humph!" she said. "Those men are sailormen. You might see that in a twinkling of an eye. Sailormen always drive that way, because that is the way they sail ships. They first tack in one direction and then in another." "Mr. Ducket didn't like the sea?" remarked Dorcas, for about the 300th time. "No, he didn't," answered the widow, for about the 250th time, for there had been occasions when she thought Dorcas put this question inopportunely. "He hated it, and he was drowned in it through trustin' a sailorman, which I never did, nor shall. Do you really believe those men are coming here?" "Upon my word I do," said Dorcas, and her opinion was correct. The wagon drew up in front of Mrs. Ducket's little white house, and the two women sat rigidly, their hands in their laps, staring at the man who drove. This was an elderly personage with whitish hair, and under his chin a thin whitish beard which waved in the gentle breeze and gave Dorcas the idea that his head was filled with hair which was leaking out from below. "Is this the widow Ducket's?" inquired this elderly man, in a strong, penetrating voice. "That's my name," said the widow, and laying her knitting on the bench beside her, she went to the gate. Dorcas also laid her knitting on the bench beside her and went to the gate. "I was told," said the elderly man, "at a house we touched at about a quarter of a mile back, that the widow Ducket's was the only house in this village where there was any chance of me and my mates getting a meal. We are 4 sailors, and we are making from the bay over to Cuppertown, and that's 8 miles ahead yet, and we are all pretty sharp set for something to eat." "This is the place," said the widow, "and I do give meals if there is enough in the house and everything comes handy." "Does everything come handy to day?" said he. "It does," said she, "and you can hitch your horse and come in, but I haven't got anything for him." "Oh, that's all right," said the man. "We brought along stores for him, so we'll just make fast and then come in." The two women hurried into the house in a state of bustling preparation, for the furnishing of this meal meant $1 in cash. The 4 mariners, all elderly men, descended from the wagon, each one scrambling with alacrity over a different wheel. A box of broken ship biscuits was brought out and put on the ground in front of the horse, who immediately set himself to eating with great satisfaction. Tea was a little late that day, because there were 6 persons to provide for instead of 2, but it was a good meal, and after the 4 seamen had washed their hands and faces at the pump in the backyard, and had wiped them on 2 towels furnished by Dorcas, they all came in and sat down. Mrs. Ducket seated herself at the head of the table, with the dignity proper to the mistress of the house, and Dorcas seated herself at the other end with the dignity proper to the disciple of the mistress. No service was necessary, for everything that was to be eaten or drunk was on the table. When each of the elderly mariners had had as much bread and butter, quickly baked soda biscuit, dried beef, cold ham, cold tongue, and preserved fruit of every variety known, as his storage capacity would permit, the mariner in command, Captain Bird, pushed back his chair, whereupon the other mariners pushed back their chairs. "Madam," said Captain Bird, "we have all made a good meal, which didn't need to be no better nor more of it, and we're satisfied. But that horse out there has not had time to rest himself enough to go the 8 miles that lies ahead of us, so if it's all the same to you and this good lady, we'd like to sit on that front porch a while and smoke our pipes. I was a looking at that porch when I came in, and I bethought to myself what a rare good place it was to smoke a pipe in." "There's pipes been smoked there," said the widow, rising, "and it can be done again. Inside the house I don't allow tobacco, but on the porch neither of us minds." So the 4 captains betook themselves to the porch, 2 of them seating themselves on the little bench on one side of the door, and 2 of them on the little bench on the other side of the door, and lighted their pipes. "Shall we clear off the table and wash up the dishes," said Dorcas, "or wait until they are gone?" "We will wait until they are gone," said the widow, "for now that they are here we might as well have a bit of a chat with them. When a sailor man lights his pipe he is generally willin' to talk, but when he is eatin' you can't get a word out of him." Without thinking it necessary to ask permission, for the house belonged to her, the widow Ducket brought a chair and put it in the hall close to the open front door, and Dorcas brought another chair and seated herself by the side of the widow. "Do all you sailormen belong down there at the bay?" asked Mrs. Ducket. Thus the conversation began, and in a few minutes it had reached a point at which Captain Bird thought it proper to say that a great many strange things happen to seamen sailing on the sea which lands people never dream of. "Such as anything in particular?" asked the widow, at which remark Dorcas clasped her hands in expectancy. At this question each of the mariners took his pipe from his mouth and gazed upon the floor in thought. "There's a good many strange things happened to me and my mates at sea. Would you and that other lady like to hear any of them?" asked Captain Bird. "We would like to hear them if they are true," said the widow. "There's nothing happened to me and my mates that isn't true," said Captain Bird, "and here is something that once happened to me. I was on a whalin' voyage when a big sperm whale, just as mad as a fiery bull, came at us, head on, and struck the ship at the stern with such tremendous force that his head crashed right through her timbers, and he went nearly half his length into her hull. The hold was mostly filled with empty barrels, for we was just beginning our voyage, and when he had made kindlin' wood of these there was room enough for him. We all expected that it wouldn't take 5 minutes for the vessel to fill and go to the bottom, and we made ready to take to the boats, but it turned out we didn't need to take to no boats, for as fast as the water rushed into the hold of the ship, that whale drank it and squirted it up through the 2 blow holes in the top of his head, and as there was an open hatchway just over his head, the water all went into the sea again, and that whale kept working day and night pumping the water out until we beached the vessel on the island of Trinidad, the whale helping us wonderful on our way over by the powerful working of his tail, which being outside in the water acted like a propeller. I don't believe anything stranger than that ever happened to a whaling ship." "No," said the widow, "I don't believe anything ever did." Captain Bird now looked at Captain Sanderson, and the latter took his pipe out of his mouth and said that in all his sailing around the world he had never known anything queerer than what happened to a big steamship he chanced to be on, which ran into an island in a fog. Everybody on board thought the ship was wrecked, but it had twin screws, and was going at such a tremendous speed that it turned the island entirely upside down and sailed over it, and he had heard tell that even now people sailing over the spot could look down into the water and see the roots of the trees and the cellars of the houses. Captain Sanderson now put his pipe back into his mouth, and Captain Burress took out his pipe. "I was once in an obelisk ship," said he, "that used to trade regular between Egypt and New York, carrying obelisks. We had a big obelisk on board. The way they ship obelisks is to make a hole in the stern of the ship and run the obelisk in pointed end foremost, and this obelisk filled up nearly the whole of that ship from stern to bow. We was about 10 days out, and sailing afore a northeast gale with the engines at full speed, when suddenly we spied breakers ahead, and our captain saw that we was about to run on a bank. Now, if we hadn't had an obelisk on board, we might have sailed over that bank, but the captain knew that with an obelisk on board we drew too much water for this, and that we'd be wrecked in about 55 seconds if something wasn't done quick. So he had to do something quick, and this is what he did. He ordered all steam on and drove slam bang on that bank. Just as he expected, we stopped so sudden that big obelisk bounced forward, its pointed end foremost, and went clean through the bow and shot out into the sea. The minute it did that, the vessel was so lightened that it rose in the water, and then we steamed over the bank. There was one man knocked overboard by the shock when we struck, but as soon as we missed him we went back after him, and we got him all right. You see, when that obelisk went overboard, its butt end, which was heaviest, went down first, and when it touched bottom it just stood there, and as it was such a big obelisk, there was about 5½ feet of it stuck out of the water. The man who was knocked overboard, he just swum for that obelisk, and he climbed up the hieroglyphics. It was a mighty fine obelisk, and the Egyptians had cut their hieroglyphics good and deep, so that the man could get a hand and foothold, and when we got to him and took him off, he was sitting high and dry on the pointed end of that obelisk. It was a great pity about the obelisk, for it was a good obelisk, but as I never heard the company tried to raise it, I expect it is standing there yet." Captain Burress now put his pipe back into his mouth and looked at Captain Jenkinson, who removed his pipe and said, "The queerest thing that ever happened to me was about a shark. We was off the banks, and the time of year was July, and the ice was coming down, and we got in among a lot of it. Not far away, off our weather bow, there was a little iceberg which had such a queerness about it that the captain and 3 men went in a boat to look at it. The ice was mighty clear ice, and you could see almost through it, and right inside of it, not more than 3 feet above the water line, and about 2 feet, or maybe 20 inches inside the ice, was a whopping big shark about 14 feet long, a regular man eater, frozen in there hard and fast. 'Bless my soul,' said the captain, 'this is a wonderful curiosity, and I'm going to get him out.' Just then one of the men said he saw that shark wink, but the captain wouldn't believe him, for he said that shark was frozen stiff and hard, and couldn't wink. You see, the captain had his own idees about things, and he knew that whales was warm-blooded and would freeze if they was shut up in ice, but he forgot that sharks was not whales, and that they're cold-blooded just like toads. And there is toads that has been shut up in rocks for thousands of years, and they stayed alive, no matter how cold the place was, because they was cold-blooded, and when the rocks was split, out hopped the frog. But as I said before, the captain forgot sharks was cold-blooded, and he determined to get that one out. Now you both know, being housekeepers, that if you take a needle and drive it into a hunk of ice, you can split it. The captain had a sail needle with him, and so he drove it into the iceberg right along the side of the shark and split it. Now the minute he did it, he knew that the man was right when he said he saw the shark wink, for it flopped out of that iceberg quicker nor a flash of lightning." "What a happy fish he must have been!" ejaculated Dorcas, forgetful of the precedent, so great was her emotion. "Yes," said Captain Jenkinson, "it was a happy fish enough, but it wasn't a happy captain. You see, that shark hadn't had anything to eat for perhaps 1,000 years, until the captain came along with his sail needle." "Surely you sailormen do see strange things, now," said the widow, "and the strangest thing about them is that they are true." "Yes, indeed," said Dorcas, "that is the most wonderful thing." "You wouldn't suppose," said the widow Ducket, glancing from one bench of mariners to the other, "that I have a sea story to tell, but I have, and if you like I will tell it to you." Captain Bird looked up a little surprised. "We would like to hear it, indeed we would, madam," said he. "Aye, aye," said Captain Burress, and the other 2 mariners nodded. "It was a good while ago," she said, "when I was living on the shore near the head of the bay, that my husband was away and I was left alone in the house. One morning my sister-in-law, who lived on the other side of the bay, sent me word by a boy on a horse that she hadn't any oil in the house to fill up the lamp that she always put in the window to light her husband home, who was a fisherman, and if I would send her some by the boy she would pay me back as soon as they bought oil. The boy said he would stop on his way home and take the oil to her, but he never did stop, or perhaps he never went back, and about 5 o'clock I began to get dreadfully worried, for I knew if that lamp wasn't in my sister-in-law's window by dark she might be a widow before midnight. So I said to myself, I've got to get that oil to her, no matter what happens or how it's done. Of course I couldn't tell what might happen, but there was only one way it could be done, and that was for me to get into the boat that was tied to the post down by the water and take it to her, for it was too far for me to walk around by the head of the bay. Now the trouble was I didn't know no more about a boat and the managing of it than any one of you sailormen knows about clear starching, but there wasn't no use of thinking what I knew and what I didn't know, for I had to take it to her, and there was no way of doing it except in that boat. So I filled a gallon can, for I thought I might as well take enough while I was about it, and I went down to the water and I unhitched that boat and I put the oil can into her, and then I got in, and off I started, and when I was about a quarter mile from the shore—" "Madam," interrupted Captain Bird, "did you row, or was there a sail to the boat?" The widow looked at the questioner for a moment. "No," said she, "I didn't row. I forgot to bring the oars from the house, but it didn't matter, for I didn't know how to use them, and if there had been a sail I couldn't have put it up, for I didn't know how to use it either. I used the rudder to make the boat go. The rudder was the only thing I knew anything about. I'd held a rudder when I was a little girl, and I knew how to work it. So I just took hold of the handle of the rudder and turned it round and round, and that made the boat go ahead, you know, and—" "Madam!" exclaimed Captain Bird, and the other elderly mariners took their pipes from their mouths. "Yes, that is the way I did it," continued the widow briskly. "Big steamships are made to go by a propeller turning round and round at their back ends, and I made the rudder work in the same way, and I got along very well too, until suddenly, when I was about a quarter of a mile from the shore, the most terrible and awful storm arose. There must have been a typhoon or a cyclone out at sea, for the waves came up the bay bigger than houses, and when they got to the head of the bay they turned around and tried to get out to sea again. So in this way they continually met, and made the most awful and roaring piling up of waves that was ever known. My little boat was pitched about as if it had been a feather in a breeze, and when the front part of it was cleaving itself down into the water, the hind part was sticking up until the rudder whizzed around like a patent churn with no milk in it. The thunder began to roar, and the lightning flashed, and 3 seagulls, so nearly frightened to death that they began to turn up the whites of their eyes, flew down and sat on one of the seats of my boat, forgetting, in that awful moment, that man was their natural enemy. I had a couple of biscuits in my pocket, because I thought I might want a bite in crossing, and I crumpled up one of these and fed the poor creatures. Then I began to wonder what I was going to do, for things were getting awfuller and awfuller every instant, and the little boat was a heaving and a pitching and a rolling and hoisting itself up, first on one end, then on the other, to such an extent that if I hadn't kept tight hold of the rudder handle, I'd slipped off the seat I was sitting on. All of a sudden I remembered the oil in the can, but just as I was putting my fingers on the cork, my conscience smote me. "Am I going to use this oil," I said to myself, "and let my sister-in-law's husband be wrecked for want of it?" And then I thought that he wouldn't want it at all that night, and perhaps they would buy oil the next day, and so I poured out about a tumbler full of it on the water, and I can just tell you sailormen that you never saw anything act as prompt as that did. In 3 seconds, or perhaps 5, the water all around me, for the distance of a small front yard, was just as flat as a table and as smooth as glass, and so inviting in appearance that the 3 gulls jumped out of the boat and began to swim about on it, priming their feathers and looking at themselves in the transparent depths, though I must say that one of them made an awful face as he dipped his bill into the water and tasted kerosene. Now I had time to sit quiet in the midst of the placid space I had made for myself, and rest from working of the rudder. Truly it was a wonderful and marvelous thing to look at. The waves was roaring and leaping up all around me, higher than the roof of this house, and sometimes their tops would reach over so that they nearly met and shut out all view of the stormy sky, which seemed as if it was being torn to pieces by blazing lightning, while the thunder pealed so tremendous that it almost drowned the roar of the waves. Not only above and all around me was everything terrific and fearful, but even under me it was the same, for there was a big crack in the bottom of the boat as wide as my hand, and through this I could see down into the water beneath, and there was— "Madam," ejaculated Captain Bird, the hand which had been holding his pipe a few inches from his mouth now dropping to his knee, and at this motion the hands which held the pipes of the 3 other mariners dropped to their knees. "Of course it sounds strange," continued the widow, "but I know that people can see down into clear water, and the water under me was clear, and the crack was wide enough for me to see through, and down under me was sharks and swordfishes and other horrible water creatures which I had never seen before, all driven into the bay, I haven't a doubt, by the violence of the storm out at sea. The thought of my being upset and fallen in among those monsters made my very blood run cold, and involuntary like I began to turn the handle of the rudder, and in a moment I shot into a wall of raging sea water that was towering around me. For a second I was fairly blinded and stunned, but I had the cork out of that oil can in no time, and very soon, you'd scarcely believe it if I told you how soon, I had another placid mill pond surrounding of me. I sat there a panting and fanning with my straw hat, for you better believe I was flustered, and then I began to think how long it would take me to make a line of mill ponds clean across the head of the bay, and how much oil it would need, and whether I had enough. So I sat and calculated that if a tumbler full of oil would make a smooth place about 7 yards across, which I should say was the width of the one I was in, which I calculated by a measure of my eye as to how many breadths of carpet it would take to cover it, and if the bay was 2 miles across betwixt our house and my sister-in-law's, and although I couldn't get the thing down to exact figures, I saw pretty soon that I wouldn't have oil enough to make a level cutting through all those mountainous billows, and besides, even if I had enough to take me across, what good would be the use of going if there wasn't any oil left to fill my sister-in-law's lamp? While I was thinking and calculating, a perfectly dreadful thing happened, which made me think if I didn't get out of this pretty soon, I'd find myself in a mighty risky predicament. The oil can, which I had forgotten to put the cork in, toppled over, and before I could grab it, every drop of the oil ran into the hind part of the boat, where it was soaked up by a lot of dry dust that was there. No wonder my heart sank when I saw this. Glancing wildly around me, as people will do when they are scared, I saw the smooth place I was in getting smaller and smaller, for the kerosene was evaporating as it will do even off woolen clothes if you give it time enough. The first pond I had come out of seemed to be covered up, and the great towerin', throbbing precipice of sea water was a closing around me. Casting down my eyes in despair, I happened to look through the crack in the bottom of the boat, and oh, what a blessed relief it was! For down there everything was smooth and still, and I could see the sand on the bottom, as level and hard, no doubt, as it was on the beach. Suddenly the thought struck me that the bottom would give me the only chance I had of getting out of the frightful fix I was in. If I could fill that oil can with air, and then putting it under my arm and taking a long breath, if I could drop down on that smooth bottom, I might run along toward shore as fast as I could, and then, when I felt my breath was giving out, I could take a pull at the oil can and take another run, and then take another pull and another run, and perhaps the can would hold air enough for me until I got near to shore away to dry land. To be sure, the sharks and other monsters were down there, but then they must have been awfully frightened, and perhaps they might not remember that man was their natural enemy. Anyway, I thought it would be better to try the smooth water passage down there than stay and be swallowed up by the raging waves on top. So I blew the can full of air and corked it, and then I tore up some of the boards from the bottom of the boat so as to make a hole big enough for me to get through. And you sailormen needn't wriggle so when I say that, for you all know a diving bell hasn't any bottom at all, and the water never comes in. And so when I got the hole big enough, I took the oil can under my arm and was just about to slip down through it when I saw an awful turtle a-walking through the sand at the bottom. Now, I might trust sharks and swordfishes and sea serpents to be frightened and forget about their natural enemies, but I never could trust a gray turtle as big as a cart, with a black neck a yard long, with yellow bags to its jaws, to forget anything or remember anything. I'd as lieve get into a bathtub with a live crab as go down there. It wasn't of no use so much as thinking of it, so I gave up that plan and didn't once look through that hole again." "And what did you do, madam?" asked Captain Bird, who was regarding her with a face of stone. "I used electricity," she said. "Now don't start as if you had a shock of it. That's what I used. When I was younger than I was then, and sometimes visited friends in the city, we often amused ourselves by rubbing our feet on the carpet until we got ourselves so full of electricity that we could put up our fingers and light the gas. So I said to myself that if I could get full electricity for the purpose of lighting the gas, I could get full of it for other purposes, and so, without losing a moment, I set to work. I stood up on one of the seats, which was dry, and rubbed the bottoms of my shoes backward and forward on it with such violence and swiftness that they pretty soon got warm, and I began filling with electricity, and when I was fully charged with it from my toes to the top of my head, I just sprang into the water and swam ashore. Of course I couldn't sink, being full of electricity." Captain Bird heaved a long sigh and rose to his feet, whereupon the other mariners rose to their feet. "Madam," said Captain Bird, "what's to pay for the supper and the rest of the entertainment?" "The supper is 25 cents apiece," said Widow Ducket, "and everything else is free, gratis." Whereupon each mariner put his hand into his trousers pocket, pulled out a silver quarter, and handed it to the widow. Then, with 4 solemn "good evenin's," they went out to the front gate. "Cast off, Captain Jenkinson," said Captain Bird, "and you, Captain Burress, clew him up for'ard. You can stay in the bow, Captain Sanderson, and take the sheet lines. I'll go aft." All being ready, each of the elderly mariners clambered over a wheel, and having seated themselves, they prepared to lay their course for Cuppertown. But just as they were about to start, Captain Jenkinson asked that they lay to a bit, and clambering down over his wheel, he re-entered the front gate and went up to the door of the house, where the widow and Dorcas were still standing. "Madam," said he, "I just came back to ask what became of your brother-in-law through his wife's not being able to put no light in the window." "The storm drove him ashore on our side of the bay," said she, "and the next morning he came up to our house, and I told him all that had happened to me. And when he took our boat and went home and told that story to his wife, she just packed up and went out west, and got divorced from him, and it served him right too." "Thank you, ma'am," said Captain Jenkinson, and going out of the gate he clambered up over the wheel, and the wagon cleared for Cuppertown. When the elderly mariners were gone, the widow Ducket, still standing in the door, turned to Dorcas. "Think of it," she said, "to tell all that to me in my own house, and after I had opened my one jar of brandied peaches that I've been keeping for special company." "In your own house!" ejaculated Dorcas, "and not one of them brandied peaches left." The widow jingled the 4 quarters in her hand before she slipped them into her pocket. "Anyway, Dorcas," she remarked, "I think we can now say we are square with all the world, and so let's go in and wash the dishes." "Yes," said Dorcas, "we're square." End of section 11.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 12. The Count and the Wedding Guest, by O. Henry. One evening, when Andy Donovan went to dinner at his Second Avenue boarding house, Mrs. Scott introduced him to a new boarder, a young lady, Miss Conway. Miss Conway was small and unobtrusive. She wore a plain, snuffy brown dress, and bestowed her interest, which seemed languid, upon her plate. She lifted her diffident eyelids and shot one perspicuous judicial glance at Mr. Donovan, politely murmured his name, and returned to her mutton. Mr. Donovan bowed with the grace and beaming smile that were rapidly winning for him social, business, and political advancement, and erased the snuffy brown one from the tablets of his consideration. 2 weeks later Andy was sitting on the front steps enjoying his cigar. There was a soft rustle behind and above him, and Andy turned his head, and had his head turned. Just coming out the door was Miss Conway. She wore a night black dress of oh, this thin black goods. Her hat was black, and from it dropped and fluttered an ebon veil, filmy as a spider's web. She stood on the top step and drew on black silk gloves. Not a speck of white or a spot of color about her dress anywhere. Her rich golden hair was drawn, with scarcely a ripple, into a shining smooth knot low on her neck. Her face was plain rather than pretty, but it was now illuminated and made almost beautiful by her large gray eyes that gazed above the houses across the street into the sky with an expression of the most appealing sadness and melancholy. Gather the idea, girls. All black, you know, with the preference for de crêpe de chine, that's it. All black, and that sad, far-away look, and the hair shining under the black veil. You have to be a blonde, of course, and try to look as if, although your young life had been blighted just as it was about to give a hop, skip, and a jump over the threshold of life, a walk in the park might do you good, and be sure to happen out the door at the right moment, and, oh, it'll fetch 'em every time. But it's fierce now, how cynical I am, ain't it, to talk about mourning costumes this way?" Mr. Donovan suddenly reinscribed Miss Conway upon the tablets of his consideration. He threw away the remaining inch and a quarter of his cigar, that would have been good for 8 minutes yet, and quickly shifted his centre of gravity to his low-cut patent leathers. "It's a fine clear evening, Miss Conway," he said, and if the Weather Bureau could have heard the confident emphasis of his tones, it would have hoisted the square white signal and nailed it to the mast. "To them that has the heart to enjoy it, it is, Mr. Donovan," said Miss Conway with a sigh. Mr. Donovan in his heart cursed fair weather, heartless weather. It should hail and blow and snow to be consonant with the mood of Miss Conway. "I hope none of your relatives—I hope you haven't sustained a loss," ventured Mr. Donovan. "Death has claimed," said Miss Conway, hesitating. "Not a relative, but one who—but I will not intrude my grief upon you, Mr. Donovan." "Intrude?" protested Mr. Donovan. "Why, say, Miss Conway, I'd be delighted—that is, I'd be sorry—I mean, I'm sure nobody could sympathize with you truer than I would." Miss Conway smiled a little smile, and oh, it was sadder than her expression in repose. "'Laugh, and the world laughs with you. Weep, and they give you the laugh,'" she quoted. "I have learned that, Mr. Donovan. I have no friends or acquaintances in this city, but you have been kind to me. I appreciate it highly." He had passed her the pepper twice at the table. "It's tough to be alone in New York, that's a cinch," said Mr. Donovan. "But say, whenever this little old town does loosen up and get friendly, it goes the limit. Say you took a little stroll in the park, Miss Conway. Don't you think it might chase away some of your mullygrubs? And if you'd allow me—" "Thanks, Mr. Donovan. I'd be pleased to accept of the escort if you think the company of one whose heart is filled with gloom could be anyways agreeable to you." Through the open gates of the iron-railed old downtown park, where the elect once took the air, They strolled and found a quiet bench. There is this difference between the grief of youth and that of old age. Youth's burden is lightened by as much of it as another shares. Old age may give and give, but the sorrow remains the same. "He was my fiancé," confided Miss Conway at the end of an hour. "We were going to be married next spring. I don't want you to think that I am stringing you, Mr. Donovan, but he was a real count. He had an estate and a castle in Italy. Count Fernando Mazzini was his name. I never saw the beat of him for elegance. Papa objected, of course, and once we eloped, but papa overtook us, and took us back. I thought sure papa and Fernando would fight a duel. Papa has a livery business in Poughkeepsie, you know. Finally, papa came around all right, and said we might be married next spring. Fernando showed him proofs of his title and wealth, and then went over to Italy to get the castle fixed up for us. Papa's very proud, and when Fernando wanted to give me several $1,000s for my trousseau, he called him down something awful. He wouldn't even let me take a ring or any presents from him. And when Fernando sailed, I came to the city and got a position as cashier in a candy store. 3 days ago I got a letter from Italy, forwarded from Poughkeepsie, saying that Fernando had been killed in a gondola accident. That is why I am in mourning. My heart, Mr. Donovan, will remain forever in his grave. I guess I am poor company, Mr. Donovan, but I cannot take any interest in no one. I should not care to keep you from gaiety and your friends who can smile and entertain you. Perhaps you would prefer to walk back to the house. Now, girls, if you want to observe a young man hustle out after a pick and shovel, just tell him that your heart is in some other fellow's grave. Young men are grave robbers by nature. Ask any widow. Something must be done to restore that missing organ to weeping girls in crêpe de chine. Dead men certainly got the worst of it from all sides. "I'm awful sorry," said Mr. Donovan, gently. "No, we won't walk back to the house just yet. And don't say you haven't got no friends in this city, Miss Conway. I'm awful sorry, and I want you to believe I'm your friend, and that I'm awful sorry." "I've got his picture here in my locket," said Miss Conway, after wiping her eyes with her handkerchief. "I never showed it to anybody, but I will to you, Mr. Donovan, because I believe you to be a true friend." Mr. Donovan gazed long and with much interest at the photograph in the locket that Miss Conway opened for him. The face of Count Mazzini was one to command interest. It was a smooth, intelligent, bright, almost a handsome face, the face of a strong, cheerful man who might well be a leader among his fellows. "I have a larger one framed in my room," said Miss Conway. "When we return I will show you that. They are all I have to remind me of Fernando. But he ever will be present in my heart, that's a sure thing." A subtle task confronted Mr. Donovan, that of supplanting the unfortunate Count in the heart of Miss Conway. This his admiration for her determined him to do. But the magnitude of the undertaking did not seem to weigh upon his spirits. The sympathetic but cheerful friend was the rôle he essayed, and he played it so successfully that the next half hour found him conversing pensively across 2 plates of ice cream, though there was no diminution in the sadness of Miss Conway's large gray eyes. Before they parted in the hall that evening, she ran upstairs and brought down the framed photograph wrapped lovingly in a white silk scarf. Mr. Donovan surveyed it with inscrutable eyes. "He gave me this the night he left for Italy," said Miss Conway. "I had one for the locket made from this." "A fine-looking man," said Mr. Donovan heartily. "How would it suit you, Miss Conway, to give me the pleasure of your company to Coney next Sunday afternoon?" A month later they announced their engagement to Mrs. Scott and the other boarders. Miss Conway continued to wear black. A week after the announcement the two sat on the same bench in the downtown park, while the fluttering leaves of the trees made a dim kinetoscopic picture of them in the moonlight. But Donovan had worn a look of abstracted gloom all day. He was so silent to-night that love's lips could not keep back any longer the questions that love's heart propounded. "What's the matter, Andy? You are so solemn and grouchy to-night." "Nothing, Maggie." "I know better. Can't I tell? You never acted this way before. What is it?" "It's nothing much, Maggie." "Yes, it is, and I want to know. I'll bet it's some other girl you are thinking about. All right. Why don't you go and get her if you want her? Take your arm away, if you please." "I'll tell you then," said Andy wisely, "but I guess you won't understand it exactly. You've heard of Mike Sullivan, haven't you? Big Mike Sullivan, everybody calls him." "No, I haven't," said Maggie, "and I don't want to, if he makes you act like this. Who is he?" "He's the biggest man in New York," said Andy, almost reverently. "He can do about anything he wants to with Tammany or any other old thing in the political line. He's a mile high and as broad as East River. You say anything against Big Mike and you'll have a million men on your collarbone in about 2 seconds. Why, he made a visit over to the old country a while back, and the kings took to their holes like rabbits. Well, Big Mike's a friend of mine. I ain't more than deuce high in this district as far as influence goes, but Mike's as good a friend to a little man or a poor man as he is to a big one. I met him to-day on the Bowery, and what do you think he does? Comes up and shakes hands. 'Andy,' he says, 'I've been keeping cases on you. You've been putting in some good licks over on your side of the street, and I'm proud of you. What'll you take to drink?' He takes a cigar, and I take a highball. I told him I was going to get married in 2 weeks. 'Andy,' says he, 'send me an invitation, so I'll keep in mind of it, and I'll come to the wedding.' That's what Big Mike says to me, and he always does what he says. You don't understand it, Maggie, but I'd have one of my hands cut off to have Big Mike Sullivan at our wedding. It would be the proudest day of my life. When he goes to a man's wedding, there's a guy being married that's made for life. Now, that's why I've maybe been looking sore to-night." "Why don't you invite him then, if he's so much to the mustard?" said Maggie lightly. "There's a reason why I can't," said Andy sadly. "There's a reason why he mustn't be there. Don't ask me what it is, for I can't tell you." "Oh, I don't care," said Maggie. "It's something about politics, of course, but it's no reason why you can't smile at me." "Maggie," said Andy presently, "do you think as much of me as you did of the Count Mazzini?" He waited a long time, but Maggie did not reply, and then suddenly she leaned against his shoulder and began to cry and shake with sobs, holding his arm tightly and wetting the crêpe de chine with tears. "There, there, there," soothed Andy, putting aside his own trouble. "And what is it now?" "Andy," sobbed Maggie, "I've lied to you, and you'll never marry me or love me any more, but I feel that I've got to tell. Andy, there never was so much as a little finger of a Count. I never had a beau in my life, but all the other girls had, and they talked about 'em, and that seemed to make the fellows like 'em more. And Andy, I look swell in black, you know I do, so I went out to a photograph store and bought that picture, and had a little one made for my locket, and made up all that story about the Count and about his being killed, so I could wear black. And nobody can love a liar, and you'll shake me, Andy, and I'll die for shame, and there never was anybody I liked but you, and that's all." But instead of being pushed away, she found Andy's arm folding her closely. She looked up and saw his face cleared and smiling. "Could you forgive me, Andy?" "Sure," said Andy. "It's all right about that. Back to the cemetery for the Count. You straightened everything out, Maggie. I was in hopes you would before the wedding day. Bully girl!" "Andy," said Maggie with a somewhat shy smile, after she had been thoroughly assured of forgiveness, "did you believe all that story about the Count?" "Well, not to any large extent," said Andy, reaching for his cigar case, "because it's Big Mike Sullivan's picture you've got in that locket of yours." End of section 12.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gertrude Durrett. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 13. Miss Tooker's Wedding Gift by John Kendrick Bangs. Van Buren tossed his gloves impatiently on the table, removed his overcoat, and sat down before the fire. He was apparently deeply concerned about something, for when Niki, his Japanese valet, entered the room and placed the whiskey and soda on the little table at his side, Van Buren paid no more attention to him than he would to a vagrant sunmote that crossed his path. Long and steadily he gazed into the broad fireplace, watching the dancing flames at play, pausing only to light his pipe, upon which he pulled fiercely. Finally he spoke, leaning forward, and to all intents and purposes addressing the andirons. "Confound the money," he said impatiently. "I wish to thunder the governor had left it to some orphan asylum, or to found a chair in Choctaw at some New England university, instead of to me. Then I might have made something of myself. Here I am, 27 years old, and all the fame I ever got came from leading cotillions at Newport, and my sole contribution to the commonweal has consisted of the fines I've paid into the public treasury for exceeding the speed limit. Life! I've seen a lot of it, haven't I, in this empty social shell I've been born into?" He paused for a moment and poured a stiff 4 fingers of whiskey into a glass at his side. "Bah!" he shuddered, as the odor of it greeted his nostrils. "You're a poor kind of fuel for such an engine as I might have been, if I'd been started on the right track. By Jove, Ethel is right. What good am I? What have I ever done to make myself worth while, or to show that I have any character in me that is a jot better than that of any of the rest of our poor stenciled gold-plated society?" He looked at the glass and made a wry face. "I'll cut you out anyhow," he said, pushing the liquor away from him. "That's something. Niki," he called. The inscrutable Niki obeyed the summons on the word. "Take that stuff away, and hereafter don't bring it unless I call for it," said Van Buren. "Any letters?" "One," said Niki. "A messenger brought him at 8 o'clock. I get it." Niki went to the escritoire and picked up the little square of blue envelope lying thereon and handed it to Van Buren. "Thank you, Niki. You may go now. I can get along without you until, well, say noon tomorrow. Good night." "Good night," said Niki, and withdrew noiselessly. "Humph!" ejaculated Van Buren. "Even he is worth more to the world than I am. He does something, even if it is only for me, which is more than I can do. I don't seem to be able to do anything, even for myself." With a sigh of discontent, Van Buren poked the fire for a moment, and then settled himself in the armchair, holding the letter before his eyes as he did so. "From Ethel," he said. "Probably my death warrant. Oh, well, why not? If she won't have me, she won't, that's all. Only one more drop of bitters in my cocktail. I may as well read it anyhow. It's like a cold plunge, and I hate to take it, but here goes." He tore open the envelope and, extracting the note, read it. "Dear Harry, I have been thinking things over since you left me this afternoon, and I have changed my mind." Van Buren's eyes lighted with hope. "I do care for you, but I cannot see much happiness ahead for either of us unless one or the other of us changes radically. It may be my fault, but I cannot forget that if I married a man I should want always to be proud of him and ambitious for his success in the world. If I were not ambitious, I could be proud of you just as you are, for I know you for the fine fellow that you are. While you do none of the things that I should love to have my future husband do, you at least do none of those other things that men make a practice of, and that means so much misery for their womankind, whether they show it or not. But, dear Harry, why can you not make yourself more of a man than you are? Why be content with just the splendid foundation, but let it lie, gradually disintegrating because you have failed to rear upon it some kind of a superstructure that would be in keeping with what rests beneath? You can, I know you can, and that is why I have decided to withdraw what appeared to be my final answer of this afternoon, and, if you want it, to give you another chance." "If I want it!" ejaculated Van Buren. "Lord knows how I want it. Come to me at the end of a year and show me the record of something accomplished that lifts you out of this awful social rut we have all managed to get into, and my no of this afternoon may be turned into a yes, and the misery of my heart be turned to joy. Of course you will say that it is all very easy for me to write this and to tell you to go out and do something, but that the hard thing would be to tell you what to go out and do, and you will be perfectly right. General advice is the easiest thing in the world, but the specific constructive suggestion is very different. So I will give you the specific suggestion, and it is this: why do you not write a novel? You used in your days at Harvard to write clever skits for the Lampoon, and one or two of your little stories in the Advocate showed that you at least know how to put words and sentences together in a pleasing way, even if the themes of your stories were slight and the plots not very intricate. Do this, Harry. Surely with your experience in life you can think of something to write about. Apply yourself to this work during the coming year, and when your book is published and has proven a success, come to me again, and maybe I shall have some good news to tell you. It may be, dear Harry, that you will not think it worth while. For myself, I hardly think the prize is worth the winning, but you seem to feel differently about that, if I may judge from what you said this afternoon, and you did seem to mean it all, every word of it, you poor boy. We shall meet, of course, as frequently as ever, but until the year is up, and that a year of achievement, you must not speak of this matter again, and must regard me as I shall hope in any event always to remain your devoted friend, Ethel Tooker. Van Buren laughed nervously as he finished the letter, and again lit his pipe, which had gone out, while he read. "Write a novel, eh?" he muttered with a grin. "A nice, easy task, that. 150,000 words, all meaning something. Ah me! Why the dickens wasn't I born in an age when knighthood was in flower, and my lady fair set Sir Hubert upon some easy task like putting on a tin suit and going out on the highway and swatting another potted Sir Bedivere on the head with an antique axe? The quest of the Golden Fleece was an easy stunt alongside of writing a novel these times, and I fear I'm more of a Jason than a Henry James." He turned to his desk, and the next 5 minutes were devoted to the writing of an acknowledgment of Miss Tooker's letter. "I thank you for your suggestion," he wrote, "and I truly think it will bear thinking over. Any suggestion that makes for the realization of my fondest hopes will bear thinking over, for I'm going to do what I can. I wish you had set me an easier task, however, like getting myself appointed ambassador to England or excise commissioner, for honestly I do not feel the call of the pen. Nevertheless, my dearest Ethel, just to prove to you how honestly devoted to you I am, I shall tomorrow lay in a stock of pads, a brand new pen, and a new Roosevelt dictionary to guide me into the shortcut to success via the reformed spelling route. I have already got my leading characters, my heroine and my hero. She is the sweetest, fairest, dearest girl in the world, and is to be named Ethel. The hero is to be a miserable, down-and-out young cub of a millionaire who, having been brought up in a hothouse atmosphere, never had a chance when exposed to the chilling blasts of the world. She, of course, will redeem poor Harry, that is to be my hero's name, from the pitfalls of bridge, Newport, and the demon rum. And, of course, she will marry him in the end. Ever your devoted Harry. P.S. As expressive of my real feelings, my story will be written in blue ink. Late one evening, 6 months later, Van Buren rose wearily from his desk, but with a light of triumph in his eye. "There," he said, "that is done. The City of Credit is at least en fait accompli. 137,567 words, and all about Newport, with a bit of the life of its thriving suburbs, New York and Boston, thrown in, to relieve the sordidness of it all." He gazed affectionately at the pile of manuscript before him. "It hasn't been half bad after all," he said. "The first 10,000 words came like water from a fire hose. The second 10,000 were pure dentistry, tooth-pulling extraordinary. And the rest of it, well, it is queer how when you get interested in shoveling coal, how easy it all seems. And now for the hardest end of the job, to find a publisher who is weak-minded enough to print it." This indeed proved much the hardest part of Van Buren's work, for the reluctance of the large publishing houses of New York and Boston to place their imprint upon the title page of the City of Credit became painfully evident to the youthful author. The manuscript came back to Van Buren with a frequency that was more than ominous. "I think," he remarked ruefully to himself upon the occasion of the 6th rejection, "that I have discovered the principle of perpetual motion. If there were only enough publishers in the world to last through all eternity, I could keep this manuscript going forever." Days passed, and with no glimpse of hope, until one morning, at a time when the City of Credit was about due for its 13th reappearance to his desk, Van Buren found in its stead a letter from Hutchins and Waterbury of Boston, apprising him of the fact that his novel had been read and was so well liked that our Mr. Waterbury will be pleased to have Mr. Van Buren call to discuss a possible arrangement under which the firm would be willing to undertake its publication. "Good Lord!" cried Van Buren as he read the letter over for the third time, even then barely crediting the possibilities of success that now loomed before him. "And Boston people, too. Will I call? Nicky, pack my suitcase at once and engage a seat for me on the Knickerbocker Limited." The following morning an interview between our Mr. Waterbury and Van Buren took place in the firm's private office on Tremont Street, Boston. It appeared that while the readers of the firm of Hutchins and Waterbury had unanimously condemned the book, Mr. Waterbury himself, having read it, rather thought it might have a living chance. "Some portions of your narrative are brilliant, and some of them are otherwise, Mr. Van Buren," said Mr. Waterbury frankly. "But considering the authorship of the book, and that it is a description of Newport life by one who is a part of its innermost circle, I am inclined to think it will prove interesting to the public. Your picture of the social wheels within wheels is so intimate, and I judge so accurate, that it would attract attention." "I'm glad you think so," said Van Buren with a dry throat. The idea that his book might be published after all was really overpowering. On the other hand, the judgment of our readers is so unanimously adverse that Mr. Hutchins and I feel the need of proceeding cautiously. Now, what would you say to our publishing the book on your account, as it were?" "You want me to," began Mr. Van Buren. "To pay for the plates and advertising," said Mr. Waterbury. "We will stand for the paper and the binding, and will act as your agents in the distribution of the book, accounting to you for every copy printed and sold. Is that quite en règle?" asked Van Buren dubiously. "It is quite customary," replied Mr. Waterbury. "In fact, 90% of our business is conducted upon that basis." "I see," said Van Buren. "You hand us your check for $2,500 to cover the expenses I have specified," continued the astute publisher, "and we will publish your book, allowing you a royalty of 50% on every copy sold." "I suppose the first edition would be," said Van Buren hesitatingly. "500 copies," said Waterbury. "The smaller your first edition, the sooner you are likely to go into a second. And, as you know, it is a great advantage for a book to go into a second edition quickly, if only for advertising purposes. Think it over, and let me know this afternoon if you can. I have to leave for Chicago tonight, and if we are to have the City of Credit ready for the autumn trade, we should begin on it right away." "I understand," said Van Buren. "Well, I guess it's all right. It's only the principle of the thing. But if, as you say, it is quite customary, why, yes, I'll give you my check now. Do you want it certified?" "That will not be at all necessary, Mr. Van Buren," said Waterbury magnanimously. "We are quite aware that your own signature to a check is a sufficient certification." The afternoon train for Newport carried Van Buren back to the social capital with a contract in his pocket, signed by Messrs. Hutchins and Waterbury, assuring the early publication of the City of Credit. But in view of certain of its financial stipulations, jubilant as he was over the success of his first real step toward fame, Van Buren did not show it to Miss Tooker, as he might have done had it contained no reference to a check on the 10th National Bank of New York calling for the payment of $2,500 to the Boston firm of publishers. In September, the City of Credit was published, and widely advertised by Messrs. Hutchins and Waterbury, and Van Buren took particular pains to secure the first copy from the press, and to send it by messenger with a suitable inscription and a note to Miss Tooker. "I send you my book," he wrote, "not because I think it is worth reading, but for the double purpose of showing you that I have tried my best to fulfill your wishes, and to assure the work of at least the circulation of one copy. It has all of my heart in it." For one reason or another, doubtless because there were quite 500 other novels of a similar character put forth about the same time, by the end of October the world had not yet been consumed by any conflagration of Van Buren's lighting. "The book hangs fire," said Mr. Waterbury, when Van Buren called upon him at his Boston office to inquire how things were going. "We printed 500 copies, and this morning's report shows 230 still on hand. 160 were sent for review. I wish they hadn't been, said Van Buren, with a rueful smile. They have provided just 160 separate pieces of fuel for the critics to roast me with. Have there been any favorable reviews of the book? None that I have seen, but don't you worry about that, replied Mr. Waterbury comfortingly. It's the counting room, not the critics, that tell the story. Something may happen yet to pull us out. What, for instance? Asked Van Buren. Oh, I don't know, said Waterbury. You might do something sensational and get it in the papers. That would help. It's up to you, Mr. Van Buren. I guess I'm all in, said Van Buren to himself as he walked down Tremont Street. Up to me to do something? By Jove! He interrupted himself abruptly. He had suddenly espied a copy of the City of Credit in a shop window. Up to me, is it? Well, I think I shall rise to the occasion, and not by doing anything sensational either. He entered the shop. I want 6 copies of the City of Credit, he said quietly to the salesman. It's a first-class story. Much of a demand for it? No, said the salesman. We have only the window copy, and we've had that over a month. I can get them for you, however. All right, said Van Buren. Just send them to Charles H. Harney, the Helicon Club, New York. I'll pay for them now. Van Buren paid his bill and, returning to the street, hailed a hansom. Take me to some good bookshop, he said to the cabby. Instanter, he was whirled around into Winter Street, where stands one of Boston's most famous literary distributing centers. Have you the City of Credit? He asked the salesman. I think we have a copy in stock, replied the latter. If we have it, we can get it for you. Do so, please, said Van Buren. I want a dozen copies. Send them by express to Charles H. Harney, the Helicon Club, New York. How much? It's $1.50 book, I think, said the clerk. The discount will make it $1.20. A dozen, did you say? 25 cents expressage. That will make it $14.65. Van Buren paid up without a whisper. Once in the hansom again, he called up through the little hole in the top. Isn't there any other bookshop in town where I can get what I want? He demanded. There's a dozen of them, replied the cabby. Then go to them all. That night, when Van Buren started for New York, he had purchased 150 copies of the City of Credit and had ordered them all to be addressed to the clerk at the Helicon Club, with whom, upon his arrival in town, he arranged for their immediate reshipment to the Harrison Safety Deposit Storage Company on 42nd Street. I'm going to have my happiness if I had to buy it, Van Buren muttered doggedly as he crept into bed shortly after midnight. And then, tossing sleeplessly in his bed, and at last rejoicing in the possession of his late father's millions to back him in his enterprise, he laid the foundations of a plan comparable only to that of the wheat king who corners the market, or the man of cotton who loads himself up with more bales of that useful commodity than all the fertile acres of the South could raise in 7 seasons. Orders were dispatched by wire and by mail to all the booksellers in the land whose names and addresses Van Buren could get hold of. Department stores were put under contribution and their stock commandeered, and one of the biggest booms in the whole history of literature set in. The City of Credit went into its 2nd, 5th, 20th, 50th large edition. Hutchins and Waterbury wrote Van Buren stating that a sudden turn in the market had made his book one of the 6 best sellers, not only of this century, but of all centuries. Their presses were seething to the point of white heat with the copies of the City of Credit needed to supply the demand. Their binders were working day and night with a double force, and their shipping department was pretty nearly swamped with the strain set upon it. "Your royalty check in January 1st will be the fattest in the land," wrote Waterbury in a moment of enthusiasm. "We are thinking of sending our staff of readers to the lunatic asylum and getting an entirely new set. An order for 4,000 has come in from Chicago this morning. St. Louis wants 1,500, and pretty nearly every other able-bodied town in the country is asking for from 1 to 150. By Christmas time, if the publisher's announcements were to be believed, the City of Credit had attained to the enormous sale of 350,000, and Van Buren was in receipt of a letter from a literary periodical asking for his photograph for publication in its February issue. This brought him a realization of the fact that he might now fairly claim to be considered a literary success. At any rate, he felt that he had now a right to approach Miss Tooker with a fair prospect of receiving from her a favorable answer to the question which she had, a year before, left an open one. And events showed that his feeling was justified, for 2 days later he enjoyed the blissful sensation of finding himself the accepted lover of the woman he had tried so hard to please. "Is it to be yes?" he whispered as they sat together in the conservatory of her father's city house. "It has always been yes," she replied softly, "and then what happened is not for your eyes or mine." Suffice it to say that Van Buren moved immediately from sordid old New York to become a dweller in the higher altitude of Elysium. Incidentally, the boom of the City of Credit stopped almost as suddenly as it had begun. There was nobody, apparently, who had felt called upon to throw in the necessary number of dollars to sustain an already stimulated market, which puzzled Messrs. Hutchins and Waterbury exceedingly. They had hoped to live for the balance of their days upon the profits of their world's best seller. As the spring approached and the day set for Miss Tooker's wedding to Van Buren came nearer, the latter found himself daily becoming more and more a prey to conscience. There was a decidedly large fly in the amber of his happiness, for as he viewed the part he had played in the forced success of the City of Credit, he began to see it in its true light. The 1st of March brought him his royalty check from Hutchins and Waterbury, and it was, as had been predicted, gratifyingly large, and reduced materially what he had called his campaign expenses. In the same mail, however, was a bill from the Storage Company, in one of whose spacious chambers there reposed more copies of his novel than he liked to think. Over 250,000. The actual sales had been 260,000, in spite of the published announcements of a higher figure. The firm had 30 or 40,000 on hand, printed in a moment of confident enthusiasm when the flurry was at its height. Both communications brought before Van Buren's mind's eye all too vividly the specter of his duplicity, and he was too much of a man of conscience to be able to put it lightly aside. He tried to console himself with the idea that all is fair in love and war, but he could not, and his remorse caused him many a sleepless night. Finally, it was on the eve of the posting of the wedding invitations, scruple overcame him, and he resolved that he could not honestly lead his bride to the altar with such a record of deceit upon his escutcheon, especially in view of the fact that it was through this deceit that his happiness had been won. "It is better to lose her before the ceremony than after it," he told himself. And bitter though the confidence might be, he made up his mind to tell Miss Tooker everything. Only I must break it gently, he observed. With this difficult errand in mind, he called upon his fiancée, and after the usual greeting, he started in on his confession. He had hardly begun it, however, when his courage failed him, and with the oozing of that, his words failed him also. He did have the courage, however, to seek to reveal the exact situation in another way. "Ethel, dear," he said, awkwardly fumbling his gloves, "I want to show you something. I have a little surprise for you." The girl eyed him narrowly. "For me?" she said. "Yes," he answered. "The fact is, it's a sort of wedding present I have for you, and I think you ought to see it before, well, now. Will you go?" Miss Tooker was interested at once, and, taking a hansom, they were driven to the Harrison Storage Warehouse on 42nd Street. Arrived there, Van Buren led her to the elevator and thence up to the small room in which lay the corroding and telltale packages, an enormous bulk, that were slowly but surely eating up his happiness. "Why, Harry," she cried, as she gazed in bewilderment at the huge pile of unopened bundles, "are these all for me?" "Yes," gulped Van Buren, his face flaming. "But what do they contain?" she asked. 250,000 copies of my book, The City of Credit," said Van Buren, his eyes cast down. "You mean that you—" she began. "Yes, it's exactly that, Ethel. I bought 'em all to boom the sales and to make a name for myself in the world," he said sheepishly. "Or rather for you, but I suppose now that you know—" "Then all this tremendous sale was arranged between you and your publishers to deceive me?" she asked. "Not at all," protested the unhappy Van Buren. "On the contrary, I did it all myself. Hutchins and Waterbury don't know any more about it than you did an hour ago. No one knows except you and I." Van Buren paused. "I could not let you marry me without knowing what I had done," he said. "It would not be fair to our future." "Tell me all about it," she said quietly, and Van Buren made his confession complete. He told her of his interview with Waterbury, how the latter had told him his book had fallen flat, how it was up to him to do something, how a sight of a single copy of The City of Credit in the Tremont Street shop window had tempted him first into a retail fall which had grown ultimately into a wholesale crime, as he put it. He did not spare himself in the least degree, humiliating as the narration of his story was to him. "I suppose it is all up with me now," he said ruefully, when he had finished. "I don't know," said Ethel quietly. "I don't know, Harry. Perhaps. Take me home, please. I want to show you something." The drive back to the Tooker mansion was taken in silence. Van Buren despised himself too strongly to be able to speak, and Miss Tooker had fallen into a deep reverie which the poor fellow at her side feared meant irrevocable ruin to his hopes. "Come in," said Miss Tooker gravely, as the cab drew up at the house. "I want to take you up into our attic storeroom, and then ask you a plain question, Harry, and then I want you to answer that question simply and truthfully." Marveling much, Van Buren permitted himself to be led to the topmost floor of Miss Tooker's house. "Look in there," said she, opening the door of the storeroom. "Do you see those packages?" "Yes," he said. "They look very much like mine, only they're fewer." "Do you know what they contain?" she asked. "Book?" queried Van Buren, entering the room and tapping one of the bundles. Yes, yours. Your books. 5,310 copies of The City of Credit. Harry, she said, with a rueful smile. You, he ejaculated hoarsely. Yes, I bought them all. Some in Newport, some in New York, some at Lenox. Oh, everywhere. Now, tell me this, she interrupted. Do you suppose that I would condemn you for doing on a large scale what I have been doing on a smaller scale ever since last November? A ray of hope dawned in Van Buren's eyes. Ethel, he cried, seizing her by the hand, you bought all those for me? I certainly did, Harry, she said quietly, with my pin money and my bridge money and all the other kinds of money that I could wheedle out of my dear old daddy. But answer me, have I the right to sit in judgment on you? Not by a long shot, cried Van Buren. It would be an act of the most consummate hypocrisy. That is the way I look at it, dear, she whispered. And then, well, all I have to say is that I don't believe anything like what happened at that precise moment ever happened in an attic storeroom before. And the wedding invitations were mailed that very evening. End of section 13.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessica. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 14. The Fable of the Two Mandolin Players and the Willing Performer, by George Ade. A very attractive debutante knew two young men, who called on her every Thursday evening and brought their mandolins along. They were conventional young men, of the kind that you see wearing spring overcoats in the clothing advertisements. One was named Fred, and the other was Eustace. The mothers of the neighborhood often remarked, "What perfect manners Fred and Eustace have!" Merely as an aside, it may be added that Fred and Eustace were more popular with the mothers than they were with the younger set, although no one could say a word against either of them. Only it was rumored in keen society that they didn't belong. The fact that they went calling in a crowd and took their mandolins along may give the acute reader some idea of the life that Fred and Eustace held out to the young women of their acquaintance. The debutante's name was Myrtle. Her parents were very watchful, and did not encourage her to receive callers, except such as were known to be exemplary young men. Fred and Eustace were a few of those who escaped the blacklist. Myrtle always appeared to be glad to see them, and they regarded her as a darned swell girl. Fred's cousin came from St. Paul on a visit, and one day, in the street, he saw Myrtle, and noticed that Fred tipped his hat and gave her a stage smile. "O Queen of Sheba!" explained the cousin from St. Paul, whose name was Gus, as he stood stock-still and watched Myrtle's reversible plaid disappear around a corner. "She's a bird. Do you know her well?" "I know her quite well," replied Fred, coldly. "She is a charming girl." "She is all of that. You're a great describer. And now what night are you going to take me round to call on her?" Fred very naturally hemmed and hawed. It must be remembered that Myrtle was a member of an excellent family, and had been schooled in the proprieties, and it was not to be supposed that she would crave the society of slangy old Gus, who had an abounding nerve, and furthermore was as fresh as the mountain air. He was the kind of fellow who would see a girl twice, and then, upon meeting her the third time, he would go up and straighten her cravat for her, and call her by her first name. Put him into a strange company, en route to a picnic, and by the time the baskets were unpacked he would have a blonde all to himself, and she would have traded her fan for his college pin. If a fair looker on the street happened to glance at him hard, he would run up and seize her by the hand, and convince her that they had met, and he always got away with it, too. In a department store, while awaiting for the cash boy to come back with the change, he would find out the girl's name, her favorite flower, and where a letter would reach her. Upon entering a parlor car at St. Paul, he would select a chair next to the most promising one in sight, and ask her if she cared to have the shade lowered. Before the train cleared the yards, he would have the porter bringing a footstool for the lady. At Hastings he would be asking her if she wanted something to read. At Red Wing he would be telling her that she resembled Maxine Elliott, and showing her his watch left to him by his grandfather, a prominent Virginian. At La Crosse he would be reading the menu card to her, and telling her how different it is when you have someone to join you in a bite. At Milwaukee he would go out and buy a bouquet for her, and when they rode into Chicago they would be looking but of the same window, and he would be arranging for her baggage with the transfer man. After that they would be old friends. Now, Fred and Eustace had been at school with Gus, and they had seen his work, and they were not disposed to introduce him into one of the most exclusive homes in the city. They had known Myrtle for many years, but they did not dare to address her by her first name, and they were positive that if Gus attempted any of his usual tactics with her, she would be offended, and naturally enough, they would be blamed for bringing him to the house. But Gus insisted. He said he had seen Myrtle, and she suited him from the ground up, and he proposed to have friendly doings with her. At last they told him they would take him if he promised to behave. Fred warned him that Myrtle would frown down any attempt to be familiar on short acquaintance, and Eustace said that as long as he had known Myrtle he had never presumed to be free and forward with her. He had simply played the mandolin. That was as far along as he had ever got. Gus told them not to worry about him. All he asked was a start. He said he was a willing performer, but as yet he never had been disqualified for crowding. Fred and Eustace took this to mean that he would not overplay his attentions, so they escorted him to the house. As soon as he had been presented, Gus showed her where to sit on the sofa. Then he placed himself about 6 inches away and began to buzz, looking her straight in the eye. He said that when he first saw her he mistook her for Miss Prentice, who was said to be the most beautiful girl in St. Paul. Only, when he came closer, he saw that it couldn't be Miss Prentice, because Miss Prentice didn't have such lovely hair. Then he asked her the month of her birth and told her fortune, thereby coming nearer to holding her hand within 8 minutes than Eustace had come in a lifetime. "Play something, boys," he ordered, just as if he had paid them money to come along and make music for him. They unlimbered their mandolins and began to play a Sousa march. He asked Myrtle if she had seen the new moon. She replied that she had not. So they went outside. When Fred and Eustace finished the first piece, Gus appeared at the open window and asked them to play the Georgia Camp Meeting, which had always been one of his favorites. So they played that, and when they had concluded there came a voice from the outer darkness, and it was the voice of Myrtle. She said, "I'll tell you what to play. Play the intermezzo." Fred and Eustace exchanged glances. They began to perceive that they had been backed into a siding. With a few potted palms in front of them, and 2 cards from the Union, they would have been just the same as a hired orchestra. But they played the intermezzo and felt peevish. Then they went to the window and looked out. Gus and Myrtle were sitting in the hammock, which had quite a pitch toward the center. Gus had braced himself by holding to the back of the hammock. He did not have his arm around Myrtle, but he had it extended in a line parallel with her back. What he had done wouldn't justify a girl in saying, "Sir!" but it started a real scandal with Fred and Eustace. They saw that the only way to get even with her was to go home without saying good night, so they slipped out the side door, shivering with indignation. After that, for several weeks, Gus kept Myrtle so busy that she had no time to think of considering other candidates. He sent books to her mother, and allowed the old gentleman to take chips away from him at poker. They were married in the autumn, and father-in-law took Gus into the firm, saying that he had needed a good pusher for a long time. At the wedding, the 2 mandolin players were permitted to act as ushers. Moral: to get a fair trial of speed, use a pacemaker. End of section 14.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mina Anderson. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 15. The Fable of the Preacher Who Flew His Kite, but Not Because He Wished to Do So, by George Ade. A certain preacher became wise to the fact that he was not making a hit with his congregation. The parishioners did not seem inclined to seek him out after services and tell him he was a pansy. He suspected that they were rapping him on the quiet. The preacher knew there must be something wrong with his talk. He had been trying to expound in a clear and straightforward manner, omitting foreign quotations, setting up for illustration of his points such historical characters as were familiar to his hearers, putting the stubby old English words ahead of the Latin, and rather flying low along the intellectual plane of the aggregation that chipped in to pay his salary. But the pew holders were not tickled. They could understand everything he said, and they began to think he was common. So he studied the situation and decided that if he wanted to win them and make everybody believe he was a nobby and boss minister, he would have to hand out a little guff. He fixed it up good and plenty. On the following Sunday morning, he got up in the lookout and read a text that didn't mean anything read from either direction, and then he sized up his flock with a dreamy eye and said, "We cannot more adequately voice the poetry and mysticism of our text than in those familiar lines of the great Icelandic poet, Ikon Navroik. To hold is not to have, under the seared firmament, where chaos sweeps, and vast futility sneers at these puny aspirations. There is the full reprisal." When the preacher concluded this extract from the well-known Icelandic poet, he paused and looked downward, breathing heavily upon his nose, like Camille in the third act. A stout woman in the front row put on her eyeglasses and leaned forward so as not to miss anything. A venerable harness dealer over at the right nodded his head solemnly. He seemed to recognize the quotation. Members of the congregation glanced at one another as if to say, "This is certainly hot stuff." The preacher wiped his brow and said he had no doubt that every one within the sound of his voice remembered what Quarolius had said, following the same line of thought. It was Quarolius who disputed the contention of the great Persian theologian Ramtazuk, that the soul in its reaching out after the unknowable was guided by the spiritual genesis of motive rather than by mere impulse of mentality. The preacher didn't know what all this meant, and he didn't care, but you can rest easy that the pew holders were on in a minute. He talked it off in just the way that Cyrano talks when he gets Roxanne so dizzy that she nearly falls off the piazza. The parishioners bit their lower lips and hungered for more first-class language. They had paid their money for tall talk and were prepared to solve any and all styles of delivery. They held on to the cushions and seemed to be having a nice time. The preacher quoted copiously from the great poet Amebius. He recited 18 lines of Greek and then said, "How true this is," and not a parishioner batted an eye. It was Amebius whose immortal lines he recited in order to prove the extreme error of the position assumed in the controversy by the famous Italian Polenta. He had them going, and there wasn't a thing to it. When he would get tired of faking philosophy, he would quote from a celebrated poet of Ecuador or Tasmania or some other seaport town. Compared with this verse, all of which was the same school as the Icelandic masterpiece, the most obscure and clouded passage in Robert Browning was like a plate glass front in a State Street candy store just after the colored boy gets through using the chamois. After that he became eloquent and began to get rid of long Boston words that hadn't been used before that season. He grabbed a rhetorical Roman candle in each hand, and you couldn't see him for the sparks, after which he sank his voice to a whisper and talked about the birds and the flowers. Then, although there was no cue for him to weep, he shed a few real tears, and there wasn't a dry glove in the church. After he sat down, he could tell by the scared look of the people in front that he had made a 10 strike. Did they give him the joyous palm that day? Sure. The stout lady could not control her feelings when she told him how much the sermon had helped her. the venerable harness dealer said he wished to endorse the able and scholarly criticism of polenta. In fact, everyone said that the sermon was superfine and dandy. The only thing that worried the congregation was the fear that if it wished to retain such a whale, it might have to boost his salary. In the meantime, the preacher waited for someone to come and ask about polenta, Mebius, Ramtazuk, Quarolius, and the great Icelandic poet Navroik. But no one had the face to step up and confess his ignorance of these celebrities. The pew holders didn't even admit among themselves that the preacher had rung in some new ones. They stood pat and merely said it was an elegant sermon. Perceiving that they would stand for anything, the preacher knew what to do after that. Moral: give the people what they think they want. The Shadows on the Wall by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. "Henry had words with Edward in the study the night before Edward died," said Caroline Glynn. She was elderly, tall, and harshly thin, with a hard colorlessness of face. She spoke not with acrimony, but with grave severity. Rebecca Ann Glynn, younger, stouter, and rosy of face between her crinkling puffs of gray hair, gasped, by way of assent. She sat in a white flounce of black silk in the corner of the sofa, and rolled terrified eyes from her sister Caroline to her sister Mrs. Stephen Brigham, who had been Emma Glynn, the one beauty of the family. She was beautiful still, with a large, splendid, full-blown beauty. She filled a great rocking chair with her superb bulk of femininity, and swayed gently back and forth, her black silks whispering and her black frills fluttering. Even the shock of death, for her brother Edward lay dead in the house, could not disturb her outward serenity of demeanor. She was grieved over the loss of her brother. He had been the youngest, and she had been fond of him. But never had Emma Brigham lost sight of her own importance amidst the waters of tribulation. She was always awake to the consciousness of her own stability in the midst of vicissitudes and the splendor of her permanent bearing. But even her expression of masterly placidity changed before her sister Caroline's announcement and her sister Rebecca Ann's gasp of terror and distress in response. "I think Henry might have controlled his temper when poor Edward was so near his end," said she with an asperity which disturbed slightly the roseate curves of her beautiful mouth. "Of course he did not know," murmured Rebecca Ann in a faint tone strangely out of keeping with her appearance. One involuntarily looked again to be sure that such a feeble pipe came from that full swelling chest. "Of course he did not know it," said Caroline quickly. She turned on her sister with a strange sharp look of suspicion. "How could he have known it?" said she. Then she shrank as if from the other's possible answer. "Of course, you and I both know that he could not," said she conclusively, but her pale face was paler than it had been before. Rebecca gasped again. The married sister, Mrs. Emma Brigham, was now sitting up straight in her chair. She had ceased rocking, and was eyeing them both intently, with a sudden accentuation of family likeness in her face. Given one common intensity of emotion, and similar lines showed forth, and the three sisters of one race were evident. "What do you mean?" said she, impartial to them both. Then she too seemed to shrink before a possible answer. She even laughed an evasive sort of laugh. "I guess you don't mean anything," said she. But her face wore still the expression of shrinking horror. "Nobody means anything," said Caroline firmly. She rose and crossed the room toward the door with grim decisiveness. "Where are you going?" asked Mrs. Brigham. "I have something to see," replied Caroline, and the others at once knew by her tone that she had some solemn and sad duty to perform in the chamber of death. "Oh," said Mrs. Brigham. After the door had closed behind Caroline, she turned to Rebecca. "Did Henry have many words with him?" she asked. "They were talking very loud," replied Rebecca evasively, yet with an answering gleam of ready response to the other's curiosity in the quick lift of her soft blue eyes. Mrs. Brigham looked at her. She had not resumed rocking. She still sat up straight, with a slight knit of intensity on her fair forehead, between the pretty rippling curves of her auburn hair. "Did you hear anything?" she asked, in a low voice, with a glance toward the door. "I was just across the hall, in the south parlor, and that door was open, and this door ajar," replied Rebecca, with a slight flush. "Then you must have." "I couldn't help it." "Everything?" "Most of it." "What was it?" "The old story. I suppose Henry was mad, as he always was, because Edward was living on here for nothing, when he had wasted all the money father left him." Rebecca nodded, with a fearful glance at the door. When Emma spoke again, her voice was still more hushed. "I know how he felt," said she. "He had always been so prudent himself, and worked hard at his profession, and there Edward had never done anything but spend, and it must have looked to him as if Edward was living at his expense, but he wasn't. No, he wasn't. It was the way father left the property, that all the children should have a home here, and he left money enough to buy the food and all, if we had all come home. Yes, and Edward had a right here according to the terms of father's will, and Henry ought to have remembered it. Yes, he ought." "Did he say hard things?" "Pretty hard, from what I heard." "What?" "I heard him tell Edward that he had no business here at all, and he thought he had better go away." "What did Edward say?" "That he would stay here as long as he lived, and afterward too, if he had a mind to, and he would like to see Henry get him out, and then—" "What?" "Then he laughed." "What did Henry say?" "I didn't hear him say anything, but—" "But what?" "I saw him when he came out of this room." "He looked mad?" "You've seen him when he looked so." Emma nodded. The expression of horror on her face had deepened. "Do you remember that time he killed the cat because she had scratched him?" "Yes." "Don't!" Then Caroline re-entered the room. She went up to the stove, in which a wood fire was burning. It was a cold, gloomy day of fall, and she warmed her hands, which were reddened from recent washing in cold water. Mrs. Brigham looked at her and hesitated. She glanced at the door, which was still ajar, as it did not easily shut, being still swollen with the damp weather of the summer. She rose and pushed it together with a sharp thud, which jarred the house. Rebecca started painfully, with a half exclamation. Caroline looked at her disapprovingly. "It's time you controlled your nerves, Rebecca," said she. "I can't help it," replied Rebecca, with almost a wail. "I am nervous. There's enough to make me so, the Lord knows." "What do you mean by that?" asked Caroline, with her old air of sharp suspicion, and something between challenge and dread of its being met. Rebecca shrank. "Nothing," said she. "Then I wouldn't keep speaking in such a fashion." Emma, returning from the closed door, said impetuously that it ought to be fixed. It shut so hard. "It will shrink enough after we have had the fire a few days," replied Caroline. "If anything is done to it, it will be too small. There will be a crack at the sill." "I think Henry ought to be ashamed of himself for talking as he did to Edward," said Mrs. Brigham abruptly, but in an almost inaudible voice. "Hush!" said Caroline, with a glance of actual fear at the closed door. "Nobody can hear with the door shut." "He must have heard it shut, and—well, I can't say. Well, I can say what I want to before he comes down, and I am not afraid of him." "I don't know who is afraid of him. What reason is there for anybody to be afraid of Henry?" demanded Caroline. Mrs. Brigham trembled before her sister's look. Rebecca gasped again. "There isn't any reason, of course. Why should there be?" "I wouldn't speak so then. Somebody might overhear you and think it was queer. Miranda Joy is in the south parlor, sewing, you know." "I thought she went upstairs to stitch on the machine." "She did, but she has come down again." "Well, she can't hear." "I say again, I think Henry ought to be ashamed of himself." "I shouldn't think he'd ever get over it, having words with poor Edward the very night before he died. Edward was enough sight better disposition than Henry, with all his faults. I always thought a great deal of poor Edward myself." Mrs. Brigham passed a large fluff of handkerchief across her face. Rebecca sobbed outright. "Rebecca!" said Caroline admonishingly, keeping her mouth stiff and swallowing determinately. "I've never heard him speak a cross word, unless he spoke cross to Henry that last night. I don't know, but he did, from what Rebecca overheard," said Emma. Not so much cross as sort of soft and sweet and aggravating," sniffled Rebecca. "He never raised his voice," said Caroline, "but he had his way. He had a right to in this case." "Yes, he did. He had as much of a right here as Henry," sobbed Rebecca. "And now he's gone, and he will never be in this home that poor father left him and the rest of us again." "What do you really think ailed Edward?" asked Emma in hardly more than a whisper. She did not look at her sister. Caroline sat down in a nearby armchair and clutched the arms convulsively until her thin knuckles whitened. "I told you," said she. Rebecca held her handkerchief over her mouth and looked at them above it with terrified, streaming eyes. "I know you said that he had terrible pains in his stomach and had spasms, but what do you think made him have them?" "Henry called it gastric trouble. You know Edward has always had dyspepsia." Mrs. Brigham hesitated a moment. "Was there any talk of an examination?" said she. Then Caroline turned on her fiercely. "No!" said she in a terrible voice. "No!" The three sisters' souls seemed to meet on one common ground of terrified understanding through their eyes. The old-fashioned latch of the door was heard to rattle, and a push from without made the door shake ineffectually. "It's Henry," Rebecca sighed rather than whispered. Mrs. Brigham settled herself after a noiseless rush across the floor into her rocking chair again, and was swaying back and forth with her head comfortably leaning back, when the door at last yielded and Henry Glynn entered. He cast a covertly sharp, comprehensive glance at Mrs. Brigham with her elaborate calm, at Rebecca quietly huddled in the corner of the sofa with her handkerchief to her face and only one small reddened ear as attentive as a dog's uncovered and revealing her alertness for his presence, at Caroline sitting with a strained composure in her armchair by the stove. She met his eyes quite firmly with a look of inscrutable fear and defiance of the fear and of him. Henry Glynn looked more like this sister than the others. Both had the same hard delicacy of form and feature. Both were tall and almost emaciated. Both had a sparse growth of gray blonde hair far back from high intellectual foreheads. Both had an almost noble aquilinity of feature. They confronted each other with the pitiless immovability of two statues in whose marble lineaments emotions were fixed for all eternity. Then Henry Glynn smiled, and the smile transformed his face. He looked suddenly years younger, and an almost boyish recklessness and irresolution appeared in his face. He flung himself into a chair, with a gesture which was bewildering from its incongruity with his general appearance. He leaned his head back, flung one leg over the other, and looked laughingly at Mrs. Brigham. "I declare, Emma, you look younger every year," he said. She flushed a little, and her placid mouth widened at the corners. She was susceptible to praise. "Our thoughts today ought to belong to the one of us who will never grow older," said Caroline in a hard voice. Henry looked at her, still smiling. "Of course, we none of us forget that," said he in a deep, gentle voice. "But we have to speak to the living, Caroline, and I have not seen Emma for a long time, and the living are as dear as the dead." "Not to me," said Caroline. She rose and went abruptly out of the room again. Rebecca also rose and hurried after her, sobbing loudly. Henry looked slowly after them. "Caroline is completely unstrung," said he. Mrs. Brigham rocked. A confidence in him, inspired by his manner, was stealing over her. Out of that confidence she spoke quite easily and naturally. "His death was very sudden," said she. Henry's eyelids quivered slightly, but his gaze was unswerving. "Yes," said he, "it was very sudden. He was sick only a few hours." "What did you call it?" "Gastric." "You did not think of an examination?" "There was no need. I am perfectly certain as to the cause of his death." Suddenly Mrs. Brigham felt a creep as of some live horror over her very soul. Her flesh prickled with cold before an inflection of his voice. She rose, tottering on weak knees. "Where are you going?" asked Henry in a strange, breathless voice. Mrs. Brigham said something incoherent about some sewing which she had to do, some black for the funeral, and was out of the room. She went up to the front chamber which she occupied. Caroline was there. She went close to her and took her hands. and the two sisters looked at each other. "Don't speak. Don't. I won't have it," said Caroline finally in an awful whisper. "I won't," replied Emma. That afternoon the three sisters were in the study, the large front room on the ground floor across the hall from the south parlor, where the dusk deepened. Mrs. Brigham was hemming some black material. She sat close to the west window for the waning light. At last she laid her work on her lap. "It's no use. I cannot see to sew another stitch until we have a light," said she. Caroline, who was writing some letters at the table, turned to Rebecca, in her usual place on the sofa. "Rebecca, you had better get a lamp," she said. Rebecca started up. Even in the dusk her face showed her agitation. "It doesn't seem to me that we need a lamp quite yet," she said in a piteous, pleading voice like a child's. "Yes, we do," returned Mrs. Brigham peremptorily. "We must have a light. I must finish this to-night, or I can't go to the funeral, and I can't see to sew another stitch." "Caroline can see to write letters, and she is farther from the window than you are," said Rebecca. "Are you trying to save kerosene, or are you lazy, Rebecca Glynn?" cried Mrs. Brigham. "I can go and get the light myself, but I have this work all in my lap." Caroline's pen stopped scratching. "Rebecca, we must have the light," said she. "Had we better have it in here?" asked Rebecca weakly. "Of course. Why not?" cried Caroline sternly. "I am sure I don't want to take my sewing into the other room when it's all cleaned up for tomorrow," said Mrs. Brigham. "Why, I never heard such a to-do about lighting a lamp." Rebecca rose and left the room. Presently she entered with a lamp, a large one with a white porcelain shade. She set it on a table, an old-fashioned card table which was placed against the opposite wall from the window. The wall was clear of bookcases and books, which were only on 3 sides of the room. That opposite wall was taken up with 3 doors, the one small space being occupied by the table. Above the table on the old-fashioned paper, of a white satin gloss, traversed by an indeterminate green scroll, hung quite high a small gilt and black framed ivory miniature, taken in her girlhood, of the mother of the family. When the lamp was set on the table beneath it, the tiny pretty face painted on the ivory seemed to gleam out with a look of intelligence. "What have you put that lamp over there for?" asked Mrs. Brigham, with more of impatience than her voice usually revealed. "Why didn't you set it up in the hall and have done with it? Neither Caroline nor I can see if it is on that table." "I thought perhaps you would move," replied Rebecca hoarsely. "If I do move, we can't both sit at that table. Caroline has her paper all spread around. Why don't you set the lamp on the study table in the middle of the room? Then we can both see." Rebecca hesitated. Her face was very pale. She looked with an appeal that was fairly agonizing at her sister Caroline. "Why don't you put the lamp on this table, as she says?" asked Caroline, almost fiercely. "Why do you act so, Rebecca?" "I should think you would ask her that," said Mrs. Brigham. "She doesn't act like herself at all." Rebecca took the lamp and set it on the table in the middle of the room without another word. Then she turned her back upon it quickly, and seated herself on the sofa, and placed a hand over her eyes as if to shade them, and remained so. "Does the light hurt your eyes, and is that the reason why you didn't want the lamp?" asked Mrs. Brigham kindly. "I always like to sit in the dark," replied Rebecca chokingly. Then she snatched her handkerchief hastily from her pocket and began to weep. Caroline continued to write, Mrs. Brigham to sew. Suddenly Mrs. Brigham, as she sewed, glanced at the opposite wall. The glance became a steady stare. She looked intently, her work suspended in her hands. Then she looked away again and took a few more stitches. Then she looked again, and again turned to her task. At last she laid her work in her lap and stared concentratedly. She looked from the wall around the room, taking note of the various objects. She looked at the wall long and intently. Then she turned to her sisters. "What is that?" said she. "What?" asked Caroline harshly. Her pen scratched loudly across the paper. Rebecca gave one of her convulsive gasps. "That strange shadow on the wall," replied Mrs. Brigham. Rebecca sat with her face hidden. Caroline dipped her pen in the inkstand. "Why don't you turn around and look?" asked Mrs. Brigham in a wondering and somewhat aggrieved way. "I am in a hurry to finish this letter if Mrs. Wilson Ebbett is going to get word in time to come to the funeral," replied Caroline shortly. Mrs. Brigham rose, her work slipping to the floor, and she began walking around the room, moving various articles of furniture, with her eyes on the shadow. Then suddenly she shrieked out, "Look at this awful shadow! What is it? Caroline, look! Look! Rebecca, look! What is it?" All Mrs. Brigham's triumphant placidity was gone. Her handsome face was livid with horror. She stood stiffly, pointing at the shadow. "Look!" said she, pointing her finger at it. "Look! What is it?" Then Rebecca burst out in a wild wail, after a shuddering glance at the wall. "Oh, Caroline, there it is again! There it is again!" "Caroline Glynn, you look!" said Mrs. Brigham. "Look! What is that dreadful shadow?" Caroline rose, turned, and stood confronting the wall. "How should I know?" she said. "It has been there every night since he died," cried Rebecca. "Every night?" "Yes. He died Thursday, and this is Saturday. That makes 3 nights," said Caroline rigidly. She stood as if holding herself calm, with a vise of concentrated will. It looks like," stammered Mrs. Brigham in a tone of intense horror. "I know what it looks like well enough," said Caroline. "I've got eyes in my head." "It looks like Edward," burst out Rebecca in a sort of frenzy of fear. "Only—" "Yes, it does," assented Mrs. Brigham, whose horror-stricken tone matched her sister's. "Only—oh, it is awful! What is it, Caroline?" "I ask you again, how should I know?" replied Caroline. "I see it there like you. How should I know any more than you?" "It must be something in the room," said Mrs. Brigham, staring wildly around. "We moved everything in the room the first night it came," said Rebecca. "It is not anything in the room." Caroline turned upon her with a sort of fury. "Of course it is something in the room," said she. "How you act! What do you mean by talking so? Of course it is something in the room." "Of course it is," agreed Mrs. Brigham, looking at Caroline suspiciously. "Of course it must be. It is only a coincidence. It just happens so. Perhaps it is that fold of the window curtain that makes it. It must be something in the room." "It is not anything in the room," repeated Rebecca with obstinate horror. The door opened suddenly, and Henry Glynn entered. He began to speak, then his eyes followed the direction of the others. He stood stock still, staring at the shadow on the wall. It was life-size, and stretched across the white parallelogram of a door, half across the wall space on which the picture hung. "What is that?" he demanded in a strange voice. "It must be due to something in the room," Mrs. Brigham said faintly. "It is not due to anything in the room," said Rebecca again, with the shrill insistency of terror. "How you act, Rebecca Glynn!" said Caroline. Henry Glynn stood and stared a moment longer. His face showed a gamut of emotions, horror, conviction, then furious incredulity. Suddenly he began hastening hither and thither about the room. He moved the furniture with fierce jerks, turning ever to see the effect upon the shadow on the wall. Not a line of its terrible outlines wavered. "It must be something in the room," he declared in a voice which seemed to snap like a lash. His face changed. The inmost secrecy of his nature seemed evident until one almost lost sight of his lineaments. Rebecca stood close to her sofa, regarding him with woeful, fascinated eyes. Mrs. Brigham clutched Caroline's hand. They both stood in a corner out of his way. For a few moments he raged about the room like a caged wild animal. He moved every piece of furniture. When the moving of a piece did not affect the shadow, he flung it to the floor, the sisters watching. Then suddenly he desisted. He laughed and began straightening the furniture which he had flung down. "What an absurdity," he said easily. "Such a to-do about a shadow." "That's so," assented Mrs. Brigham in a scared voice which she tried to make natural. As she spoke she lifted a chair near her. "I think you have broken the chair that Edward was so fond of," said Caroline. Terror and wrath were struggling for expression on her face. Her mouth was set, her eyes shrinking. Henry lifted the chair with a show of anxiety. "Just as good as ever," he said pleasantly. He laughed again, looking at his sisters. "Did I scare you?" he said. "I should think you might be used to me by this time. You know my way of wanting to leap to the bottom of a mystery. And that shadow does look queer, like... and I thought if there was any way of accounting for it I would like to without any delay." "You don't seem to have succeeded," remarked Caroline dryly, with a slight glance at the wall. Henry's eyes followed hers, and he quivered perceptibly. "Oh, there is no accounting for shadows," he said, and he laughed again. "A man is a fool to try to account for shadows." Then the supper bell rang, and they all left the room. But Henry kept his back to the wall, as did indeed the others. Mrs. Brigham pressed close to Caroline as she crossed the hall. "He looked like a demon," she breathed in her ear. Henry led the way with an alert motion like a boy. Rebecca brought up the rear. She could scarcely walk, her knees trembled so. "I can't sit in that room again this evening," she whispered to Caroline after supper. "Very well, we will sit in the south room," replied Caroline. "I think we will sit in the south parlor," she said aloud. "It isn't as damp as the study, and I have a cold." So they all sat in the south room with their sewing. Henry read the newspaper, his chair drawn close to the lamp on the table. About 9 o'clock he rose abruptly and crossed the hall to the study. The three sisters looked at one another. Mrs. Brigham rose, folded her rustling skirts compactly around her, and began tiptoeing toward the door. "What are you going to do?" inquired Rebecca agitatedly. "I am going to see what he is about," replied Mrs. Brigham cautiously. She pointed as she spoke to the study door across the hall. It was ajar. Henry had striven to pull it together behind him, but it had somehow swollen beyond the limit with curious speed. It was still ajar, and a streak of light showed from top to bottom. The hall lamp was not lit. "You had better stay where you are," said Caroline with guarded sharpness. "I am going to see," repeated Mrs. Brigham firmly. Then she folded her skirts so tightly that her bulk with its swelling curves was revealed in a black silk sheath, and she felt with a slow toddle across the hall to the study door. She stood there, her eye at the crack. In the south room Rebecca stopped sewing and sat watching with dilated eyes. Caroline sewed steadily. What Mrs. Brigham, standing at the crack in the study door, saw was this: Henry Glynn, evidently reasoning that the source of the strange shadow must be between the table on which the lamp stood and the wall, was making systematic passes and thrusts all over and through the intervening space with an old sword which had belonged to his father. Not an inch was left unpierced. He seemed to have divided the space into mathematical sections. He brandished the sword with a sort of cold fury and calculation. The blade gave out flashes of light. The shadow remained unmoved. Mrs. Brigham, watching, felt herself cold with horror. Finally Henry ceased and stood with the sword in hand and raised as if to strike, surveying the shadow on the wall threateningly. Mrs. Brigham toddled back across the hall and shut the south room door behind her before she related what she had seen. "He looked like a demon," she said again. "Have you got any of that old wine in the house, Caroline? I don't feel as if I could stand much more." Indeed, she looked overcome. Her handsome placid face was worn and strained and pale. "Yes, there's plenty," said Caroline. "You can have some when you go to bed." "I think we had all better take some," said Mrs. Brigham. "Oh, my God, Caroline, what?" "Don't ask and don't speak," said Caroline. "No, I am not going to," replied Mrs. Brigham. "But—" Rebecca moaned aloud. "What are you doing that for?" asked Caroline harshly. "Poor Edward!" returned Rebecca. "That is all you have to groan for," said Caroline. "There is nothing else." "I am going to bed," said Mrs. Brigham. "I shan't be able to be at the funeral if I don't." Soon the three sisters went to their chambers, and the south parlor was deserted. Caroline called to Henry in the study to put out the light before he came upstairs. They had been gone about an hour when he came into the room, bringing the lamp which had stood in the study. He set it on the table and waited a few minutes, pacing up and down. His face was terrible. His fair complexion showed livid. His blue eyes seemed dark blanks of awful reflections. Then he took the lamp up and returned to the library. He set the lamp on the center table, and the shadow sprang out on the wall. Again he studied the furniture and moved it about, but deliberately, with none of his former frenzy. Nothing affected the shadow. Then he returned to the south room with the lamp and again waited. Again he returned to the study and placed the lamp on the table, and the shadow sprang out upon the wall. It was midnight before he went upstairs. Mrs. Brigham and the other sisters, who could not sleep, heard him. The next day was the funeral. That evening the family sat in the south room. Some relatives were with them. Nobody entered the study until Henry carried a lamp in there after the others had retired for the night. He saw again the shadow on the wall leap to an awful life before the light. The next morning at breakfast, Henry Glynn announced that he had to go to the city for 3 days. The sisters looked at him with surprise. He very seldom left home, and just now his practice had been neglected on account of Edward's death. He was a physician. "How can you leave your patients now?" asked Mrs. Brigham wonderingly. "I don't know how to, but there is no other way," replied Henry easily. "I have had a telegram from Dr. Mitford." "Consultation?" inquired Mrs. Brigham. "I have business," replied Henry. Dr. Mitford was an old classmate of his who lived in a neighboring city and who occasionally called upon him in the case of a consultation. After he had gone, Mrs. Brigham said to Caroline that after all Henry had not said that he was going to consult with Dr. Mitford, and she thought it very strange. "Everything is very strange," said Rebecca with a shudder. "What do you mean?" inquired Caroline sharply. "Nothing," replied Rebecca. Nobody entered the library that day, nor the next, nor the next. The third day Henry was expected home, but he did not arrive, and the last train from the city had come. "I call it pretty queer work," said Mrs. Brigham. "The idea of a doctor leaving his patients for 3 days anyhow, at such a time as this. And I know he has some very sick ones, he said so. And the idea of a consultation lasting 3 days. There is no sense in it. And now he has not come. I don't understand it for my part." "I don't either," said Rebecca. They were all in the south parlor. There was no light in the study opposite, and the door was ajar. Presently Mrs. Brigham rose. She could not have told why. Something seemed to impel her, some will outside her own. She went out of the room, again wrapping her rustling skirts around that she might pass noiselessly, and began pushing at the swollen door of the study. "She has not got any lamp," said Rebecca in a shaking voice. Caroline, who was writing letters, rose again, took a lamp (there were 2 in the room), and followed her sister. Rebecca had risen, but she stood trembling, not venturing to follow. The doorbell rang, but the others did not hear it. It was on the south door, on the other side of the house from the study. Rebecca, after hesitating until the bell rang the second time, went to the door. She remembered that the servant was out. Caroline and her sister Emma entered the study. Caroline set the lamp on the table. They looked at the wall. "Oh, my God!" gasped Mrs. Brigham. There are 2 shadows!" The sisters stood clutching each other, staring at the awful things on the wall. Then Rebecca came in, staggering, with a telegram in her hand. "Here is telegram," she gasped. "Henry is dead." End of section 15.